Buongiorno, cricket fans. We are entering the final stretch of the group stages, and we've got three teams locked in a race to grab the top spot in the group stages. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, the defending champions Roma CC, and of course, Royal Roma. These three sides are vying to get that coveted top spot, so they get a huge advantage heading into finals day. We've also got an intense race to find who is going to grab the final spot to make it to finals day. And we've got the Gladiatori, Bologna, and Kent Lanka all battling to make it to finals day. They are fighting to stay alive in this tournament, and we're going to get to see all three teams in action later today. Who's going to handle the pressure and who's going to be able to make it to finals day? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our first match of the day features the Roma Gladiatori against Kent Lanka. Both these sides are desperately racing to get that fifth and final spot to make it to finals day. Let's head over to match referee.
Good morning and thanks, Nish. Welcome to the toss for match 47 with Kent Lanka Napoli versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We are bowling first.
They won the toss and a ball first.
Thank you very much for that update. This is a huge match. Of course, the last time these two teams faced each other, Kent Lanka Napoli won in a range-shortened 5-over match. It was a dramatic game that came down to the final ball, and of course, they were able to take it. The Roma Gladiatori, they've had some really good success with their top four. Mubarak Hussain, Niazi, Harpreet, and Zadran have found their form as this series has progressed, and they've really been able to make a lot of runs. Their opponents, though, have been very reliant on one man, Senanayaka, to produce most of the runs for them. He scored a century earlier this series against the defending champs Roma CC, and he has been a terrific addition to this Kent Lanka side. Another player who has been an outstanding addition for the Roma Gladiatori this time around is, of course, Mansour Jamali. The left-arm seamer has bothered batters throughout this country, and his hard length, his beautiful pace has been so difficult to deal with. We'll head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full. The news out in the middle is that Kent Lanka going to have a ball.
Good morning, everybody. Buongiorno, and thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt for that lovely introduction on what is another lovely, fine, sunny day here in Rome. Of course, before we talk about the matches today, let's take a look back on what happened yesterday. Roma Capanelle didn't have the best of days. They're just not clicking, even though they got to 132 this time, thanks to a good knock from Amir Hamza. It was Roma Bangla Morning Sun that got a win with 3 balls to go by 8 wickets. Once again, Sharif Rehan in good form. It's good to see him back. Remember, he was absent for a couple of games. They really do miss him, but when he's in the frame, they get to winning ways. Next up, Roma Bangla Morning Sun were taking on Kent Lanka Napoli, and this is where Shol Chowdhury showed his skills as a bowler when he picked up a hat-trick, 3 for 24. He was the player of the match, but earlier, once again, it was Sharif Rehan who scored 63, not out of 32, once again in the runs, and another win, this time by 49 runs. So certainly are looking the business. Then it was time to see a Royal Roma. They were taking on Roma Capanelle. Royal Roma needed to get back to winning ways. Last time I was here, they weren't able to win any of their matches, and they did. They got a win 135 to 116. Sukhbir Singh, their hero, 36 for 14, with a player of the match performance from him. Hashmat Dinsa also made a fine 32 of 10 balls. So a good win by Royal Roma, winning by 19 runs. Remember, they're a team that still have a chance to go to the top. Roma Capanelle, their miserable day continued with the loss of a Kent Lanka Napoli. They only got to 90 And it was, well, they just couldn't get past Sananaika, who is in a brilliant form this series, 49 of 25. He also took 1 for 10. So wrapping up a very good player of the match performance for him in match number 45. Then the final match, match number 46, Napoli against Royal Roma. This promised to be a good one. And, well, the Napoli side restricted to 109. Visa Sananaika once again in the runs along with Vimukti, but it was that man again, Kawani Lakamalu, found his form, 63 of 28. Player of the match. He got a good partnership there with Charanjit Singh and a good win with 7 balls to go for Royal Roma. So that leaves the tables looking like this. And you can see why today is a big match. I mean, Bologna, they play 3 matches today. So good opportunity for them to get in the top 5. Top 5 is what's so important. But Roma Gladiatori first up this morning against Napoli. You can see why that is such a big match. 2 teams are fighting hard to make it into the top 5. And Napoli with games in hand. So Roma Gladiatori, I think they will feel that this is an important match for them to win. I mean, they played more matches. They've got a few points distance ahead of their rivals there. So a win here, a good win here, could really mean that they really maybe secure at least their spot going into finals day on Friday. Good morning to everybody. Buongiorno, wherever you're tuning in from. Hello to Rob Thompson. And hello to Ali Salim, who's saying good morning from Pakistan. And the Khan S is saying good morning from Canada. I love it that we got people tuning in from all over the world. And hello also to Jeffrey Mobson. Well, Monkey Man is in there saying good morning to everyone as well. I think we're going to have a good day. I think we've got some exciting matches. And we're going to start off with a good one. This one should be a bit of a sizzler to start the day. Napoli taking on Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori will play their second match as well against Bologna. And like I say, there's a big day for Bologna. 3 matches in the day. And the umpires for this one is umpire Miller with Nuwan and umpire Dillac. Of course, the umpires were led by the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. Thank you for asking. Yes, I had a lovely couple of days off. The first day, I did it all. I marched up and down Rome. And, you know, they say that Romans build straight roads. It's not true because they're not straight. They go all over the place. But I enjoyed my time walking along those cobbled streets. And, yeah, plenty of steps. Got me exercising. And yesterday was sort of an admin day and also a day of rest. I'm ready to go. Thank you very much to Nishay Bhatt for holding the fort for a couple of days. And certainly we've seen some interesting cricket while I've been away. We saw a century from Sananaika. No surprise really. He's a class player. And of course yesterday there was that hat-trick as well from Shoaib Chowdhury. So here we go. Ready to go. Here's the first. And a bit of a swoosh from Mubarak Hussain. Now, these are 2 batters, actually, that I expect to see a bit more of now coming to the end of this series. Mubarak Hussain was so close, wasn't he? And I think it was an opening day when he got close to a century. Scored 99, which was quite amazing, but just fell short, didn't he? And then, of course, we got Manub Niaz, who has started to become, well, that's very, very wild and wide. Good take, actually, from the keeper, the captain himself, the Lukshat Silva, making a good stop. And that one going a little bit too wide from the Centurion, Sananaika. Yeah, but going back to Niazi, he's just not found the form with the bat as the left-hander. I like the fact that they've stuck with him. So really, he does need to start to get back. Well, that's an awful shot. That really is. It's a hoik. And it looks ugly. It was ugly. The only pretty sight there is for the bowler with the off stump coming out of the ground. So Sananaika strikes. Mubarak Hussain will go for a 2-ball duck because of this ugly shot. That is bad. I mean, look at it. Everything wrong about it. Head is wrong. The body is wrong. It's a wild swing. Off stump out of the ground. Thank you very much. And a 2-ball duck. Well, I'm back. That means Derek is back as well. And, well, Derek is going to have to quack him off for 0. Derek, you can see there. They're enjoying the Italian food like we all are. Oh, what's happened? Well, just when I said that, Derek just disappeared. It got smaller and smaller and smaller. Oh my word, he's back. Oh, Derek, a few less carbonaras, please, or pizzas, whatever you've been getting stuck into. Mukhtar Singh comes in at 3. Let's see how it's a slight elevation up the order for Mukhtar. Harpreet holding himself back. Goes after this wide ball, and well, he's keen to take the single, but Munu Niaz is not. That's another sign actually to the batting. They're very similar, I think, for the few opening bats for Royal Roma. Maybe one or two other sides did not prepare to run those singles. I mean, that's a run there for me. You think how far back the men are. They're on the 30-yard circle, so as soon as you're hitting that, and he hasn't hit it with too much pace, I think you take the single. Oh, that loses his footing here. It's a little bit of dew this morning. I know that Leslie and Tarika were out there this morning getting rid of a lot of that moisture. The grass has been freshly cut as well. That you can certainly, the smell when it's moist. You can get that lovely smell in the air. So the outfield will be pretty quick. That one gets away from the dive, and now also, oh dear. Just have a look at the running here. I mean, they get one, it should have been 2. The ball gets past Shane De Silva, who puts a pretty good dive in, but they're not going for the 2. It's sort of yes, no, and in the end, they just stay there. I mean, just have a look at this. So they'll take first look at the way that you saw Niazi, and then, well, there's just sort of all right, stay there. So, yeah, they've got to sort that out. Yeah, so the ground looking superb. Well done to Leslie and Taraka, did a great job. But we'll be a little bit damp first thing in the morning because of the dew. It gets roped when we get in the ground. That's what Leslie's busy doing. Tries to get rid of most of the moisture. The pitch itself should be okay, but the problem is, of course, you're transferring the moisture onto the pitch when you're bowling. So that's why if you haven't got the right shoes, I feel that you can slip a little. It's solidly played by Niaz, and an early shout of weight on. Good over so far this from Senanaika, keeping it nice and tight. Blue crew are here. Marzi is here with Vasu Saini. Jarrad also here. Doing a good job. And Ravi Panchal and Sharel will be off today. Up in the air to catch an opportunity. And it will be gobbled up. It's another duck. Another 2-ball duck. As Munib, well, for me, he just chips this up in the air and offers the opportunity to the fielder, who is not going to put that down. So it's Nicola Fernando takes the catch. Oh, they're in all sorts of bother here. And that's another reason why you got to take your runs when they're there. He shouldn't have been on strike. He should have been a 2. Doesn't take it, and he is literally just chipped this up in the air. No mistakes for Fernando. Another one bites the dust, and it's a cracking start for Capanelle Napoli. Roma Gladiatori, well, looks like the Gladiators, looks like they're going to get slayed here. This is an interesting graphic. It tells you that the number of runs being scored this year are far superior to the previous 4 years. Of course, you can see that last year, 11.4. This year, at the moment, going at 12.2. And I don't think that's going to change. I think it's going to finish high. I think here in Rome and on the network, we're seeing what we've seen in all the other places as well. More runs this year. So let's have a look at the top scorers. Kawani Lankawan, no surprise, he's up there, 445. Not that far behind him. The other Centurion, Dustgear. And Hassan Ali, 407. Hassan Ali hasn't quite got the century, but he's been scoring pretty regularly. But I reckon he's due one. I've been saying a number of times, he will go big at some point. And highest score, individual score with that one from Kawani Lakan 126 not out of 34 balls. Thank you very much to Ravi, by the way. who does all these graphics and stats for us. That one's muscled away, but it's going to be caught. What a catch! What a catch! That is outstanding. And Mukhtar Singh will go for one, courtesy of what is an incredible catch. First thing in the morning, Ishan Shaminder. Now this guy is class. I said it the first time I saw him. Class with the ball, class in the field, class at the bat. This one, what a catch. This is going for 6. And he just leapt up and caught it. Remember, early morning conditions, damp ball, and he's caught it. What a catch. What a blinder. And just like that, Roma Gladiatori are 2 for 3. This is unbelievable. Well, Mukhtar Singh, I suppose at least, unlike Hussain and Niazi, he can say, well, he crunched it. He's just unlucky. He's unlucky because of that catch. That was quite exceptional. Ah, Shaminder. Brilliant catch. And what a start. Wicket straight away for Shahan Fernando, the youngster. Only 17, remember. This is just an electrifying start here from Kent Lanka Napoli. A new batter now coming in. And, well, the captain has been now joined by Huck. Now, these two can bat. There's no doubt about that. Problem is, when you think of the score already, we're into the 7 balls gone. They've only got 2 on the ball. 3 wickets have gone. And when you have a look at the side, really, you probably have to say, right, okay, now you're at a point. All right, you still have Zadran. So you got these 2 and Zadran. And then after that, I don't know if the tail wags at all or not. What a good catch that is by Shaminder. And a bit of discussion. Can see lots of Harpreet there, the captain, making some sort of suggestions there to his camp. I think he's a bit surprised that Huck has come out. I think he's making all sorts of gestures. Anyway, here we go, Huck, left-hander. He gets beaten by a good rising delivery there from Fernando. Electrifying start on this day. What a good day we've had the last few days. And I want to just say, I know that we have a good crew from Spring Media from Latvia, and of course, it's in 1991 on this day, Latvia declared its independence from the Soviet Union. So enjoy your celebrations. It's a swing and a miss, and well, we just saw, well, Spring Media just gave them a shout out, and they're giving us a bit of the action of a little glider plane that went past. So yeah, it's Independence Day, if you like, in Latvia today. They got the independence back in 1991 from the Soviet Union. So enjoy your celebrations, and I'm certainly going to enjoy my time here today. I'm going to enjoy it with a man who's come in and sat next to me here, Nishay Bhatt. Buongiorno, Nishay.
Yeah, it never looks good when got the same number of wickets and runs. Disastrous start here for the Gladiatori. Short of delivery that Shine Fernando is dug in, and Jesse Hawks trying to hook that one away, but it's been misfielded, so it'll just allow them to pick up a single. That's Umana Bidu. Obviously had a pretty difficult end to the day yesterday when he gave that 20-plus run over, so let's just see if he's been able to psychologically recover from that. We know he was absolutely gutted after that difficult over, which cost his side the game.
Young man goes back to his mark, bowling now to Harpreet. Well, if the captain ever needed to perform, this is a time. 4 for 3. Maybe he's the gladiator. Maybe he's the Maximo. And, well, maybe he is, because there is the Maximo. 6 carreras. It's a good shot. And finally, it is the Gladiatori that have something to cheer about. He's got to dig deep here, Nish. He's got to dig deep and get a big score.
Oh, we've seen Harpreet play some gutsy innings in the past, of course. He famously hit a century when he was injured and guided and dragged the side to victory in their first win of this ECS against Baraka Prato, and they're going to need another big innings from him. Got the heart of a champion, Harpreet. We've seen him struggling with injuries a number of times this series, but continue to battle on, continue to fight. They're going to need a fighting innings from him to dig them out of a tough situation.
So
Big
well
appeal
bowled.
here. That one just sliding down the leg side, but yeah, it's obviously not going to be an LBW.
I like the way that the young man changes his length here. So he goes for the fuller delivery and gets a bit of bat onto that Harpreet. And he's pretty quick to, to let the umpire know that there was. So, yeah, you're right about Harpreet, of course. He's an exceptional batter. Good hard hitter of the ball. And yeah, that knock when he led his team to victory. I think he scored 70 on that day and he was hobbling around all over the place. It was a real brave, gutsy performance from him. And that's what they're going to need from him here. But question is, though, can somebody stay there with him? That's the important thing. He needs partners. That's going to be muscled away to the boundary as well. There's going to be 4 runs to finish the over. 12 come off it from Shine Fernando. It started well, though, didn't it? With that wicket, the early wicket there of Mukhtar Singh, thanks to a great catch from Shaminda. But, well, now they've got to try and find a way to get rid of Harpreet. End of the 2 overs is 14 for 3.
A little too short over there, and ultimately Shine Fernando gets punished for that. I think he's always at his best when he's bowling a good length or slightly full of a good length. He just tends to struggle when he tries to bang them in short. Here's a look at the standings. As we can see, these two sides neck and neck, locked in a battle to see who can make it to the 5th spot. The Gladiatori have obviously played a few more games than Kent Lanka, so a big couple of days coming up for this Kent Lanka side.
Bit of talk here. They're just trying to get the field right here. Now they're making a change. They're going with the Vinla Pereira, and you know my view on this. I think Sanaik, after that cracking first over, just let him bowl it. Let him bowl it. Because you know here, you got them 3 down, another wicket or 2, and that could be it. That could be the end of the fight. So try and get those wickets. Well, he just crunched this to the boundary. This has been timed beautifully. That's an immaculate shot. That's going to be 6 runs. And, I mean, he's not trying to hit. Have a look at this. He's hardly trying to hit it. He just helped it along its way. And that has pinged off the bat and gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, absolutely it has. Great strike over there. It's flat batted away for 6. Terrific strike, and well, immediate pressure here on Vinila Pereira, who we of course saw bowl some pressure overs at the end yesterday to win his side the game, but starts off by getting hit for 6.
And it's too short again. It's going to be another one from the big man. Amadullah Haq goes back-to-back 6s. And it's nice to see that umpire Miller is back with us. I know that he did the first week here, had a day or 2 off, and he's back, and he's given us those slow motion 6s. I love his 60 signals. The ball is gone for 6. The bowler's getting ready to bowl the next, and he's still doing the signal. All right. There we go. 2 balls, 2 6s. The fight back has started. And then he gets beaten here outside the off. So you can see already Huck showing you his cards pretty early on. Short down the leg side. He'll have it. Outside off. He's not so confident. I mean, that one was short enough for him cutting or uppercutting over the offside. So Pereira, let's see. He's found that weakness. Let's see if he can once again go in the same area. And once again, out on the onside, and oh, fingertips, but just couldn't get it in the hands. And, well, that's Delawan. Just couldn't get it. Have a look there. So it's a bit of a false shot. Once again, doesn't hit it, tries to time it, and, well, just couldn't hold on to it, Ken Delawan. And well, that could be expensive.
It could be. This is a big drop chance. Of course, we saw Kent Lanka dropped some huge opportunities yesterday against Royal Roma, and those drop catches came back to haunt them. And looking at this series overall, this Kent Lanka side, they've been really good with their catching, but in these last couple of matches, they've dropped some very important chances. Of course, we saw them drop Lockenwall a couple of times in the final match of the day. They dropped Guggendeep as well. Just got to hold on to their catches, Kent Lanka.
Pereira will feel that he should have had a wicket. Can he get the big one of Harpreet? Harpreet goes down the ground. That's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a very good shot. It's a little bit too short, though, once again from Barrero, and Harpreet, rather than swing wild at it and trying to hit it over the leg side, he just, well, make sure he makes good contact. We are still, of course, in that power play. The ball, that was the last ball off it, so he's got the luxury of getting it over the two men in that mid-on position, and he gets his boundary. So the recovery continues, 31 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, it's a good counter-attacking partnership here by the Roma Gladiatori. They were in heaps of pressure at the start of the second over at 2 for 3. And they've recovered well, they've rallied well, thanks to some great batting by their skipper Harpreet, and of course Huck joining him as well. I think so far this tournament we haven't quite been able to see Huck at his best, but he has stepped up here in a very, very important position for his team.
Yeah, he's played some big shots. Of course, he was also dropped. I still think that this is a mistake here by Kent Napoli. They should have stayed with Senaika to bowl the third over, kept the pressure on. Who knows what could have happened. And they're holding him back. Remember, he's bowled the 1 over, gave 1 run away and took 2 wickets. And they're not going back to Shahan Fernando either. I mean, all right, he went for 12 or 5 deliveries after taking the wicket off the first. But still, I think when you've got a team on the back foot, try to keep the pressure on, keep the bowlers that will take the wickets. They will feel that 2 wickets here, Harpreet and Huck, and then really you should have control of this contest. They're going to go here now with Nicolo Fernando. Let's see how he fares. Well, he's asking the question straight away, maybe just outside the leg stick. Is this Nicolo play while I've been away?
Yeah, so Nicola, it's been a very interesting story with him, hasn't it? I mean, initially he told us that he wouldn't be participating in this year's ECS. He's like, well, I'll play a day. I'll just play a day yesterday. And then he's come back for a second day of cricket. I mean, you just can't keep him out of the action, can you? He loves this game far too much. He relishes the opportunity to play in the ECS. And he's back here playing a huge role for his side.
Well, they obviously like him in the side because if my memory serves me right, he was one of their top scorers last time.
Yep, second highest run getter after Rissal Jayawardena. A very important player, I think. Him and Rissal opening the batting together. Right-hand, left-hand combination.
Yeah.
It's very, very strong. This one's just jammed in really well by Fernando. He did struggle a little bit when he came back yesterday. Obviously, he was 6 and out during the innings and then was a little bit expensive with his bowling as well.
Well, that's one. It could go all the way to the boundary. It will. That's going to be a minimal, which is unfortunate because the first 3 deliveries were pretty tidy and on the money, but he gets this one wrong. And, of course, with his captain, Danushka Silva, standing up and firing it down the leg side, well, it's one of those. Either Silva gets a little bit of something on it and stops the ball going to the boundary, or he can't. So that's going to be a minimum. That's going to be 5. And now, looks like Silva wants a change of helmet. The one he has on, he's not quite happy with it. So 5 wides. Some changes being made to the fielders. Harpreet looking to lean into these. Gets a full toss, and he ain't going to miss out on that, is he? It's not the best of deliveries. And Harpreet goes, boom, shaka-lugia, straight down the ground.
A poor delivery there by Fernando. That is served on a silver platter and gets hammered away straight down the ground. Well, he's got to at least land it on the pitch.
And not the good one to follow up after bowling 5 wides. And, well, now, he's not very happy here is Nicolo as his field moving around, not as he likes it, so has a little word with him. Here he comes again. And that's well here. It's going to take some fielding. Can't get there. Beautifully placed this time by Harpreet. So what started off a good over with a dot, single and a dot has now gone 5 wides, 6 and 4. And we know Harpreet, he always is hungry for more.
He always is, and that's just perfect placement there by Harpreet. We know he's a big slogger. He's capable of hitting the big strokes, but there he just shows that he's got great placement as well.
And gone. Oh dear. It's a hoik across the line. It's not a good shot at all. And just look at the stumps there. Well, you would think that Nicola is bowling like 90 miles an hour or something, wouldn't you, the way these stumps are going over the place. He's not. He's probably not even half that, but he gets it straight. And Harpreet, it's an ugly shot. You gotta admit. And there you go. Look at the stumps, the middle and the leg step come out the ground. Well, we've seen some of these dismissals on the social media. Well, that's another one to start volume 2 because they go all over the place. And it's a big breakthrough. And it's now 47 for 4. Harpreet is out.
He's gone. And I think, to be fair to him, that ball maybe just stays a little bit lower than he expects. It sneaks underneath his bat. He's just looking to target that mid-wicket boundary. But an important wicket there for Kent Lanka. They just break what was a terrific counter-attacking partnership for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, I mean, it does stay a bit low, but still, it's not a good shot. I mean, the thing with it is he has time to see it. He doesn't move his feet. If he got himself in the right position, he would have got there. Lovely part of the world, and well, we know that not far from us, we've got like the horse stables, and it's a good morning to be out going for a bit of a ride, and I think I can see there you go. What a lovely shot that is. Ah, what a beautiful horse, and what a nice way to start your day. That one's just been worked away, tried to work it away on the 45 huck, but he won't get anything there, and well, no surprise that Shamdam Gul Zadran is the next batter in.
Yeah, Zadran sort of had his coming out party a few series ago against this Kent Lanka side when he, of course, just found his form when he played against this team. Let's see if he can play a big innings over here.
But speaking of big, there's a big shot. Far too short here from Denuan, and it gets muscled over for 6, so that brings the 50 up.
A great shot here by Hakan. What an incredible turnaround it's been for him this innings. He's a man who's only had 24 ECS runs in 8 innings he's batted in prior to today. And the way he's striking it right now, well, you'd think he'd had 1,000 to his name.
Well, I'm liking this. The umpire might go upstairs and have a look. There's a big appeal from the Nuchka behind the stumps. We might have a chance to have a look at this. And the stump's being put back. Let's have a look. You get very excited. But I think the foot stays down. I mean, sometimes the foot can come up in that position, but you can see Huck saying, I'm keeping it planted. Good areas to Huck. He doesn't seem very confident with the ball there, which is a good length outside the off. He's swinging and missing at those. The ones he's clobbered away, if they're too short or if they're down the leg side. This moves to 21 there, 21 of 12. In comes Denuan once again. He gets the whip this time and misses out on it. And that was short enough, Nish, to put away, but he's not hitting every ball. When he hits it, it's pretty decent. It travels. But the question is, he's got to catch up with it. You can see that one was short enough for the shot.
Yeah, it was there to be pulled. And there's a pretty good gap as well behind square leg for him to exploit.
Right, up in the air, catching opportunity. Keeper should want it. And he snatches it out of the hands of the fielder, De Silva. And, well, there's all sorts of conversations there. As Usada Bidi said, catch me up, man, palia, and the wicketkeeper just pops up from nowhere and says, nah, it's mine. I told you, he has trouble finding it. Adjust the helmet, and watch here. He just literally snatches it out of the hands of a bid. The good news is, he takes it. The bad news is, especially for Roma Gladiatori, they lose another. They're now 53 for 5. At the halfway mark, and it's a good point and a good time for us to welcome you into our commentary position. The Casa Grande is still standing. Good job. Thanks for covering for the couple of days.
Yeah, it was great to be here over these last couple of days watching all these games. Turning our attention back to the match we have going on here, of course, the Gladiatori, they got a little fight back over those last couple of overs, but with these 2 wickets, Kent Lanka have reasserted their dominance in this match. And I think right now they are well ahead, maybe looking to restrict this Gladiatori side to something under 100.
Yeah, that's what you're planning to do here. You've got only Zedran, I think, stands in the way now. We know that he can put a gutsy innings together. And if he can get to, you know, a 30 or a 40 and somebody can stick around there with him, then it is possible. So, yeah, I mean, halfway point, if they can get another 50 to 60 runs. But then, like I say, Zedran has to score the majority of those runs. He's been joined out there by Capanelle.
Yeah, quite an incredible innings by Hawk. I mean, somebody who, in his previous 8 innings, his top score was 9. For him to come on and bat the way he did, you just wonder if that's a blip or maybe he's just starting to grow as a batter and getting better and better. Well, of course, see how he progresses throughout this ECS.
Yeah, problem is that they've been losing wickets, more or less a wicket in every over. That's been worked away pretty well and well stopped eventually by the fielder. And, nice hit from Capanelle, getting Zedran back on strike.
Yeah, you don't need too many runs against this Kent Lanka side. Their bowling department's pretty good, but if you look at the scores they've posted throughout the series.
High in the air, Nicola Fernando looking to take another, and he puts it down. He puts it down. So Zedran, the main man that you want to see the back of, gets dropped on 1 by Nicola off his own bowling.
Oh, this looks like a pretty straightforward catch for Nicolo Fernando, and for a man who's got hands like buckets, well, that doesn't even get into his hands. He's just totally missed it.
Looking at that, he needs to take those shades off. He might even see it when he says, "Don't worry about that, Rico. I'll just get it on the stance." Well, Zedran may have survived, but Capanelle doesn't, and you can see that Nicola Fernando is a little bit frustrated about the fact that he dropped the catch, but he comes back and he takes the wicket. So Capanelle goes. I mean, it's just the way they're batting here. I mean, again, it's not a good shot. You've got to be thinking at that stage, you're 5 wickets down, the key man's out there, Zedran, you've got to try and just stay there with him. But they're not thinking about this, are they, the Gladiatori, as another one disappears. Now, Jitendra Prakash joins Zedran out there as we see the departure of Capanelle for 1 of 3.
Huge wicket, massive wicket. And the wicket's continuing to tumble here for the Roma Gladiatori. They just got to find a way to put together a partnership. They had that one good counter-attacking partnership, but other than that, they've just really, really not been able to get things going. Straying down the leg side a little bit there, Fernando, but he's going to get away with that one. Yeah, this is interesting. You just need one good innings here from someone like Zedran. And knowing this Kent Lanka side, they tend to only post targets around 110. They kind of struggle to go at more than 11 and over most of their innings. So if they can just get Zedran here to play a special innings, there's still a chance for the Gladiatori to just fight their way back into this game.
Good couple of overs though. The one before from Denuan went for just 6. They picked up a wicket here. Nicola Fernando gone for 3, also picks up a wicket, so 56 now for 6. But yeah, I mean, every over, more or less, there's been wickets falling, and that's been the problem. They haven't been able to prevent that. Only the one over, that from Vanilla Pereira, which went for 17 to cost them. And then who now comes back to bowl his second, and of course, looks like that Senanake will probably bowl maybe the next, maybe the 9th. You've also got one to come from the young Chan Fernandez. Well, that's a good delivery. Tucks him on the back foot. They'll take a single, so Prakash gets off the mark.
A nice ball there by Denuan. Good hard length delivery, and Prakash can just knock that away for a single. So you feel their hopes now rest on this man's shoulders. Zedran has got to play a magical innings here.
Well, goes for the big shot here, misses it, and he's played it so early. And then Yuan gets a dot ball in there. Zedran can be a match winner for them, can't he? I mean, even with the ball, he can come in and take wickets. He's got a very unorthodox sort of bowling action. Comes from very wide of the wicket. See, once again, he's trying to hit the ball so hard that he's not making any contact. It should be basically bat on ball and just try and keep that scoreboard ticking for the moment, but he's trying to do it in boundaries and it ain't working.
Because the drawing can be a bit hit and miss at times, can he? It's either going to be on 3 of 10 or 30 of 10.
Well, this one has certainly been clubbed. That's going to go a long way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Get nuts on it. Shaka Lugya. That's what they need to do.
And that's what Zadran's capable of doing when he middles the ball. As we just take a look at Jarrett Newton going to do a bit of fielding. Let's have a look at this one. It's not a terrible ball. It really isn't. It's just a great shot there by Zadran. Top pickup shot. I'd also like to just dive into the chat here and say a very good morning to Sadhu Rathanayake. And of course, Jay joining us in the chat as well.
Oh, has this missed? This is going to go down for 4 byes, but it has missed everything, including the off peg. And when I say missed by a whisker, take a look at this. That has missed by a whisker. Yeah, the chat is buzzing away. And Emmanuel Robbins, hello to you. You're saying hello to us. Dear Maria, nice to see you with us as well. Curly Whirly, hello Curly Whirly. I don't think I've said hello to a Curly Whirly before. Hello to you, Salman Khan in there as well. And yeah, a lot of people early in the chat. And yeah, hello to Jay. Nice to see you joining in as well. Hope you're having a good morning.
We're having a look at the top wicket takers for this ECS. Prithvi Samarage right there at the top of the table. And of course, got a member of the Gladiatori in there as well. And Mukhtiar Singh, who has been very solid with the ball throughout this ECS. So as we can see, best bowling figures as well belong to Shahzad Malik with figures of 4 for 9 against Royal Roma, of course, a member of the Baraka Prato Cricket Club. As we'll now just return here to live action, and it's going to be Senanayake, beg your pardon, bowling this over. And they're just looking to get the field setting right here. They've moved Nicolo Fernando from long off out towards a kind of wideish long off, more of a deep extra cover sort of position, and then they've got Ishan Shaminda very, very straight, about as straight as you can have a long off.
Yeah, hello to John Isham, who said you did very well. He said the young man did good. I'm sure he oh, well, I tell you what, Silva, I think he's fallen asleep. He hasn't quite woken up this morning. He's not taken the ball, but just have a look at his reactions here. So watch here, he's just looking at the ball, and the batter say, well, all right then, we'll take the bye. That's not good, because I think you'd probably be happier keeping Zadran on strike. So they'll take whatever they can at the moment here.
They are prone to slight lapses of concentration like that Kent Lanka. We, of course, saw Royal Roma pinch a single in a similar manner against them as well yesterday. Yeah, just need to be focused at all times. I think this Kent Lanka side, you look at them, there's a little bit of inexperience in that team. Obviously, they've played in the ECS before, but there's a number of new players in their squad. It's not the same Kent Lanka team that we saw during last year's ECS. A number of players from that side are missing as well. Looks like there might be some concerns here for the skipper, Danushka Silva.
Yeah, he's
needs some treatment.
He's got the medic coming out. He's going to probably blast him with some of the magic spray. And I wonder if this is, I always think this, probably the way my mind works, whether it's genuine or whether it's not. It could be that, I've just made a bit of a blunder there, so I better make it look like I got hurt. Could be, or it could be genuine. I know that wicketkeepers always have a few issues with the fingers. Well, he's had the spray. He's going to have a little drink.
We had quite an odd magic spray moment yesterday. Senanayake was hit on the side of the face, and he got magic sprayed on the face, on his cheek. I've never seen that before.
Ooh, interesting one. Well, I like that the Bid was trying to get a drink there, and the water boy was saying, nah, not for you. And he said, give me some. I want some. And in the end, he got his way. Right, we're ready to go. Zadran. He's up against a guy that I think should have bowled straight after his first over, because I think he could have had them in more trouble. Anyway, he's on here now. Zadran misses a good heavy length being bowled. Zadran's got to use those feet. He's either got to come forward and try and hit down the ground, or he's got to try and rock back and hit over the point area, making a change in the field straight away. Or are they? No, they're not. He's going to retrieve the ball.
That's the kind of length you want to be bowling to Zadran. I mean, anything over pitch to Zadran, and he will feast on it.
All right, he swings hard, and this is going to go all the way. I reckon that's 6. Yeah, it is. Manos. Arriba from Albitro Nuan. Zadran, he's a solid guy. He swings hard, top edge, and it flies for 6.
Yeah, just throws the kitchen sink at that one and gets a little bit lucky that he's going to catch the top edge and it's going to go away for a Maximo. You can't let that discourage him, Vishal Senanayaka. Oh, beautiful slower ball. Terrific slower ball. Great changeup over there. You can just see it took an age to get to Zadran, and he was completely done by the lack of pace.
Bujinda Yadav is saying hello to everybody. Hello back to you, Bujinda. Hello to Lynn as well. They're saying good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Yeah, of course, depending where you're tuning in from. Slow one again, and almost works a treat. And scuffs it down towards that short mid-on area. We'll get a single. Good news, I suppose, here is that we've had a number of balls now without a wicket 40. No wicket fell, of course, in that 7th over. And if they can continue this way, then, yeah, you know, a 100 score here could be a testing one. Right, high up in the air. Just when I say no wickets have fallen, a chance presents itself, and a fielder doesn't get anywhere near it, and that's a bid. Who's won a bid? Well, he was wanting a drink, wasn't he? Give me a drink, give me a drink. Well, he did get that drink, but it has not served him well, as I don't think he gets a finger on this. He misses it by a lot. Let's have a look. Yeah, nothing on it at all.
Here's Manabid. He's had a few issues with his catching during this ECS. We saw him put down an important catch at mid-off yesterday as well. It was a little bit challenging. I mean, he obviously would have had a few difficulties trying to track the trajectory of that ball, but you would expect him to take it as, well, despite that chance, only 10 runs going that Vishal Senanayaka over. I thought he bowled superbly. And we now take a look at who's going to be coming in. It's going to be Shaminda to bowl the penultimate over, so they're going to introduce a new bowler into the attack in the 9th over. They've used 6 different bowlers so far, Kent Lanka, so that means they're either not going to turn back to Vanilla Pereira or Cheyenne Fernando.
Well, Shaminda, I do like him as well. I think, for me, Shaminda always gets 2 overs, and though he's going to get crunched for 6 here because he's over pitch, well, I think he just offers that change in pace. If you look at what's been bowled so far, it's been very much similar. It's been Seeb. Shaminda gives you that spin option, but using him late on like this, maybe not the right idea. Again, he's another one. He could have come on to bowl in over number 4 as soon as the power play is out of the way. At that point, you had him 31 for free. Now, well, you've got a bit of a partnership going here, and Zadran, he's going to try and crunch every one of these out of the park. That one's a better delivery. It's a bit quicker. And now I think he gets a chance to target Jitendra Prakash at the other end.
I think the concern here from the Gladiatori perspective is how they're going to find a way to get to 100.
Bat on ball, take the single. That's what you got to do. That's got to be the role here for Prakash at the moment. Not so much trying to hit boundaries, but while Zadran is there, keep feeding him the strike, and hopefully he can get a couple away and over, and you can get close to that 100 score. So worked away, fielder's there, watches the bounce, makes the stop. So well done. There's been a couple of good stops out there. I think that's Shane De Silva, who's that part of the ground. He's pretty solid, and there's a couple that haven't got past him. It's a good stop. Once again, no dot ball. So Prakash is doing well with the role he's got to play here at the moment. He's managing to get something, whether it's a bit of pad, whether it's a bit of bat, and he's managing to keep that score just ticking upwards in the 80s now. The ball to go in this, the 9th. Tosses it up, and there's another full toss, and Zadran is onto this pretty quickly. That's a big, solid hit. It goes all the way. And boom, 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 shakalaka. Ew, that's big. And that's 6. And that takes him to 94 for 6 with 6 balls to go.
Yeah, very good use of the feet there by Zadran as he smashes Shaminda straight down the ground. We'll now take a look at the bowling figures for this Kent Lanka Napoli side. Vishal Senanaiko with superb figures, just 2 for 11 in the 2 overs he bowled. Nicolo Fernando did well in the second over, just managed to bring back his economy rate to something respectable. And then Achinta Denuwan, 1 for 14 in the 2 overs he bowled. So let's see what they turn to for this final over. Looks like they're going to go for another bowling change. So they're going to introduce a 7th bowler into the attack. It's going to be Irosh Vimkuthi bowling the final over.
Yeah, this is a bit of a surprise. It's nicely played. Good job, Prakash. It's just sensible batting, isn't it, from Prakash? And you can see the difference it makes. I mean, it's certainly something that some of the other batters could learn from. Just rotate strike and keep your set batter going. Don't have to swing hard at everything. Zadran swings hard at this, and he's going to get lucky as this one is going to be a real teaser for the fielder. He's not picking up cleanly, so they will come back for 2. Good running. I like the way that Zadran, from the moment he's hit that, he's decided, I'm going for 2. Look at the running from Zadran. He's right. Takes a while to get going, but when he's going here, and just doesn't pick it up cleanly, the fielder, and that allows Zadran to come back for the 2nd. That's going to be a wide. Well left.
Yeah, a bit surprised they don't go with Shine Fernando for the final over. I've made this comment during yesterday's coverage, but I think he's so underused throughout this ECS. Whenever he's been asked to bowl, I think he's done a stellar job, but I think they maybe just look at his age and don't have that much trust in him. Find that odd. This one's bashed away. It's going to go all the way for a 6. Vimkuthi just misses the Yorker ever so slightly, and Zadran has sent him away for 6.
He waits for that ball, doesn't he, Zadran? That's the one he likes, the one where they just, like you say, it's just not there. It's slightly over pitch. He's not the Yorker. He's on it like a flash. He gets another boundary away. And, well, now they get past the 100 mark. 104. So very big 3 balls coming out. Remember at one point the expected score was hovering around the 90. He touched on 100 about 8 balls ago, and now it's saying maybe 110. Zadran, if he can get hold of another couple, it could be. Misses out on that one. A good comeback from Irosh Vimukti.
Yes, so just going back to an incident we had in the first over of this match. So Kent Lanka Napoli will start at 5 for no loss because 5 penalty runs were awarded for the batter taking more than 60 seconds to make his way out to the middle.
Didn't pick up on that one. So who was the batter then there?
Still not aware of the identity of the batter. That hasn't been revealed in this update, but it is written here that 5 penalty runs have been awarded.
Well, I must admit, I mean, me and you are normally pretty quick on seeing if a batter's taken or looks like taking too much time. We certainly didn't pick it. So, well, it has been given. So basically, if you like, the 105 score here is just a 100 score because well, you can look at it 2 ways. Either take 5 off or add 5 on to the opposition. So it's going to be literally Kent Lanka Napoli are going to have to score 101 and they'll get to victory here. I mean, it's a good fight back there from Gladiatori. They do get to that 105, and that's mainly thanks to a good knock there from Zadran. He'll finish on 39 of 20. But also, don't forget the support that he got there from Prakash. He ends up with 6, but a very important 6 runs. That's a very important partnership.
Yeah, great partnership as well. Now, just take a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a dream start for Kent Lanka Napoli as they managed to pick up 3 wickets inside the first 7 deliveries of this innings. They were 2 for 3 to start off the Gladiatori. That score sounds better for the batting side's perspective. If you read it in an Australian way, that's how bad the situation was for the Gladiatori to start off. Both the openers departed for a duck. Mukhtiar Singh was dismissed, having scored just 1 run thanks to this great catch you just witnessed by Ishan Shaminda. That'll be the only wicket Shine Fernando would pick up. But then you had a great counter-attacking partnership by Harpreet and Amadul Haq. Amadul Haq, who prior to this match, his highest score on the network in 8 innings was 9 runs. He had 16 runs for his entire career, and he came in here and he batted beautifully, making 21 of 14. He hit 3 big sixes. And of course, the way he batted was pivotal for his side to just dig themselves out of a hole. We witnessed a 45-run 4th wicket partnership.
Yeah, and that was crucial, wasn't it? They needed something. I mean, me and you, we kept on saying partnerships. You need a partnership. You need somebody to stay there. And in the end, Prakash was the man to do it. And Zadran, he did stay there. Look, he did give a chance. Then we have to focus on that. Of course, it was a caught and bowled opportunity. And it was Nicola Fernando who should have had his man. Well, he dropped him, and that really was expensive drop because, well, if they had taken that wicket, who knows, they may have even bowled out Roma Gladiatori. Gladiatori did fight, and yeah, I mean, yeah, they have got those penalty runs that have gone against them.
Yeah, so the update is that it was Amdadul Haq who took more than 60 seconds to make his way out to the middle.
Yeah, well, I must admit, they must have been it must have had a stopwatch going and very tired on it. I didn't see it myself. Normally, I always get an inkling if that happens. So, well, Huck, who was, of course, the number 5 batter, just took too long. I suppose he went out there with Muktia Singh got out. So, well, that's the way it is. The clock is ticking. If you take too long, you'll get penalised. And, well, this is a beard who should have held on to that one. That one didn't get taken. There were a couple of chances there. Most of them didn't really end up hurting. It was only that corner bowled from Nicola Fernando, which does, because that was the opportunity to remove Zadran. Zadran then from there just kept on going from strength to strength. He put away the deliveries that were over-pitched. And, well, he gets a good round of applause. He gets his team to over the 100 mark, 105 for 6. But then, as we've heard, there was those penalty runs that will be applied. So Kent Lanka Napoli will start with 5 runs on the board already. And as Nish updated us there, that was given because it was Amadul Haq who took a little bit too long to get out there. Haki, when he was out there, made 21 of 14. So I guess you take 5 away from his. This is the way that it looks. So 24 from the captain, Harpreet. But he was out playing a horrible shot to the bowling of Nicolai Fernando. And that was after he was dropped. And then, of course, we saw Zadran putting a good stint in, scoring that very important 39. This is the bowling figures too for Visal Sananaika, and also 2 wickets there for Nicola Fernando, and then a wicket apiece there for the likes of Shahan Fernando and also Deluan. I just think that Kent Lanka Napoli, they're looking like they want to use a number of bowlers, but I think in hindsight, if they stuck to 1 or 2, then they could keep their opposition to fewer runs as well. I certainly think Sananaika missed the trick coming on to bowl straight away. I think at that point you knew if you picked up another 1 or 2 wickets, then Roma Gladiatori certainly would have been struggling. So match number 47, it's a 105 on the board, below par score by some 15 runs. So really you would expect Kent Lanka Napoli to go out there and knock off the runs. Join me, Rika Pool and Nishay Bhatt in about 10 minutes time to see how the chase goes.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers, good to have you back for the first match on this match day 10, and it's pretty interestingly poised with Roma Gladiatori getting in to have a knock first. Nobody really apart from Zadran got going. It's a bit of a real shambolic start from them really. Remember they lost 2 wickets for 1 in the first over. They were 14 for 3. at the end of the second. A little bit of fight back there. We saw from Harpreet, the captain, scored 24 before he got out, 21 from Huck, and 39 from Zedran of 20 balls gets them to a score. That's the bonus point equation. So restrict to 73 and you get a chance of picking up all the points. I'm not saying that's impossible. We do know that Kent Lanka Napoli have had some issues with the bat, but certainly they've got some good players that have come into their side, and I think Nicolo Fernando is one of those. He can make a big difference here. And it is, I think, very much an opportunity here for Kent Lanka Napoli to perhaps themselves get the score before the end of these 7 overs and pick up all the points. So you can see there on the board, 5 already, and that's courtesy of penalty runs. And because it was Huck who took too long to get in, I double checked because it's not something that I felt myself, but the scorers told me that he took some almost 90 seconds to get there. In fact, I'm told that the opposition were asking the question and even appealing, say, look, because you know that if it's past the 90 seconds, you can be out. So there you go. The batter was too slow to face up. Thanks very much for the graphic. So that's why 5 already on the board. I know a lot of people will be asking the question. Well, it's up there already. Good start with the man with the walking sticks on his back. And Jamali, I know that Nish spoke very highly of Mansoor Jamali. It's a good bowler. He makes things happen, and they need a similar start that Kent Lanka Napoli got. They need wickets early. Wearing the shirt of Anil Kumar. Anil Kumar, the new look Anil Kumar, by the way, now. That's, the fielder had a chance on this, you know. Where I'm seeing this, he slips in the process of getting into position, just out of your screen here now. But yeah, his feet go from under him, so he's not able to get there. So that was a bit of an opportunity, I think. I think that is Huck who's in that position. So 4 runs. So Visal Sananaika gets going. And now gets done by another beauty. Great ball. Just have a look at this. Let's see what this does. Has he just played the wrong line, or has it done a little? Let's have a look. Oh, it does. Just nips away off the seam. Beautifully bowled. Now goes Fuller. Gets whipped away onto the leg side. Should just be the 1. And Gladiatori fighting needy wickets. Remember the way things are. So Kent Lanka Napoli playing their 10th match here. They're on 14 points. A win here then takes them closer to Roma Gladiatori, who after this one have just got 1 more match to play, and that's them done in the group stages. Just be a single, and of course they take on Bologna in the next match. Another team who are below them at the moment and trying to catch up. Bologna, though, have a lot of matches to play, and they're just 1 point behind Kent Lanka Napoli at the moment, but of course have played a game less. So big match this really for me for Gladiatori, the next 2 matches. They want to be finishing their campaign well. Good over, just the 6 come from it. But of course, add on the penalty runs. That means they score 11 without loss after the first. As Nishay joins me back in the, Casa Grande is what we're calling this. I like the name Casa Grande.
Yeah, so here's a look at the counter. The golden ball counter. It's been 85 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network, and we're looking to break this streak here in Rome. We've come close a number of times. We've had a lot of close matches, but somehow, at this point, I'd say it's rather improbable how we managed to have so many close matches, so many last ball finishes, and no golden ball. So 11 runs off that first over, and I would say roughly that's kind of what Kent Lanka tend to average for this series. They get about 11 and over. If you look at them, most of their scores are around that 105 to 115 mark during this ECS.
Huck with the ball, and that's been smashed. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, Huck was the man who gave the 5 penalty runs because he took too long to get out there, and now Well, he just given a huge 6 of his first ball. What a strike that is from Nicola Fernando. And if you wanted to know what this guy is capable of, well, that shot says it all.
That shot certainly does. What an incredible hit by Nicolo Fernando to start things off. It's just a great addition to this team. It takes so much pressure off Senanayaka at the top of the order, who's felt like he's had to score all the runs by himself for his side.
Yeah, you're right, because don't forget, when Nicola Fernando wasn't there, they had to go with Eros Vimukti, who's not a bad player, but he's just not a big striker of the ball. His strike rate's pretty slow, and that cost him in a couple of matches.
Yeah, absolutely did. I think they did start to just change that opening partnership up the last couple of days and brought Shaminda in instead of Vimkuthi, and they have kind of pushed Vimkuthi further down the order now. So one thing about this Kent Lanka side I like is they do adapt tactically, and they've even done the same with their bowling. So they are a thinking team, and a team that have demonstrated they have a great amount of flexibility.
Huck looking to bounce back with a better ball. And that's not a bad ball, but it still gets hit to the boundary. A bit of movement from Huck going in, but he's a little bit short again. If you look where this is pitching, so the batter, though there's good movement from Huck, has time to see it, and it's a good solid strike for 4 runs and lovely on drive. So 6 and 4, everybody. We know what the saying means, that he's hungry for more. Let's see.
Power play.
Well, so we're going to miss this time.
Yes, power play is going to be so crucial for Kent Lanka. They've usually been quite slow in the power play, and they've had to play catch-up for the rest of the middle overs. If they can get a solid power play, and if they can get somewhere between 35 to 40 runs during this phase of the match, they'll just put themselves in a commanding position. Although here's a little bit of concern for Harper. You could just see he gets struck. Oh, right there, so close to the ear. Oh, this is painful, and you can see he's down here, and I think some medical personnel are just going to go and check on him as well. Yeah, you can just see that when he goes to try to get that ball, it's so awkward for the keeper when it comes into you on the bounce. He's trying to get behind this, but just have a look at it. I think it just caught him on the side of his face around where the ear is, and ooh, that's painful. That is very painful.
Yeah, you can see it's just a stinging motion, so looks like I suppose the good thing about it is that a lot of the impact kind of is taken away from him getting something on it, but it still climbs quite viciously. Look, it ricochets off the gloves and goes upwards, so I think he's going to be okay. I think it's just a little bit the old surprise factor, but Harpreet's a big, strong unit. I think he'll recover from this pretty quickly. Well, while we're having a look at that, why don't we have a look at some of the stats so far? Thanks very much to Ravi. Our stats gun, of course, we've been going along pretty nicely with the runs. One thing I'm liking here is the number of maximos. The maximo rate has been very high. I know the last time I had a look at this, it was over the 10 mark. So it was like we were going at over 10. That was quite high. So number of runs have been good. The maximum has been good. This is the run rates by day, and that doesn't really surprise me, Nish, because one thing by year, one thing that shows me here is once again, it's another year. This year, it's been a bumper year for runs all over the place. We're seeing higher runs everywhere we've been so far, I think.
Yeah, this has been a very interesting trend we've noticed on the European cricket. There were runs getting increased every year, that run rate shooting up. One thing I have noticed, though, is that 2022 seems to have been a down year in a number of countries. I'd be curious why that was the case. I'm sure we can investigate that later. Here's a look at the top bowlers so far in this ECS. Prithvi Samarage right up there, 19 wickets for him. And, of course, Mukhtiar Singh, who I'm sure we're going to see bowl later in this innings, is in second place. But yeah, 2022, any reason you can think of why it's been down? Because I've noticed that trend in a few countries.
I know in some of the places, for example, like in Bulgaria, you could say it was down to the weather. We had a lot of wet weather when we were there at that time, which meant a lot of games that were either shortened or abandoned. So that certainly played a part there. But some other places, it could again be down to similar reasons. The good thing is Harpreet is good. He's up on his toes. We're ready to go. Huck comes in again. All right, miscue, but you can get away with these in the power play. That's going to be 4 more runs. So this is what I'm liking about Capanelle Napoli. This is what they weren't doing the matches that I saw them play. They weren't getting off to good starts. They were sort of giving too much emphasis on not losing wickets. So I'm liking this in the power play. Play your shots. You've got plenty of other batters there. And if you can get a good power play in here and be well ahead, then you can take that rate well down. And then the batters who are coming in after you could negotiate that. I mean, already at the moment, they've got it to about 9. So that one will get stopped. No runs this time. Bit of an inside edge. Huck getting excited.
Yes, catches the inside edge and goes straight to the fielder and fine leg. A great start here for Nicola Fernando, of course. He was 6 and out during yesterday's games. Hit 1 big 6 and then was out off the very next ball. This time he's going to look to go straight down the ground. And, oh, that's an awkward bit of foot fielding there by Mubarak Hussain. Looks really painful, but he's managed to get the job done.
How does he stop this? This is quite incredible. Because, yeah, have a look. He's not even looking with that ball. It just thumps him. And, well, one thing he has done, he's saved 4 runs.
Yeah, the no-look stop. Not sure he'd be able to do that if you asked him to do it again. But he somehow managed to save his side some runs, and I'm just having a look at him right now. I'm pretty sure he's hiding a bit of pain he must be feeling. Capanelle Napoli are 25 for no loss at the end of 2, so going along at the required rate for them. As we'll now turn our attention to the standings. Just to remind you why this match is so important. Of course, both these sides want to get that 5th and final spot to make it to finals day. Of course, sides plays 4th and 5th. We'll have to play in the eliminator. I think our top 3 is pretty set in stone. It's going to be Roma CC, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and Royal Roma. Then, of course, those 3 sides will be jostling to find out who can pick up the top spot and get to play the winner of the eliminator.
Jamali goes short, and that's not probably the best place to go to the lefty. And doesn't quite find the boundary this time. So it's just going to be the single. I think he's far better off when he's challenging them outside the off and he's getting that maul to move away. Yeah, I was talking about the rates. And the maximum rate staying at the 10 mark. So 10.4 maximos per 10 overs. That's very high. And batter certainly gain the distance. And talking of maximos, there's another one. And he goes short again. I don't know why Jamali is deciding to go for the shorter ball to these batters, because I think both Senanaika and Fernando are liking it. And that's the proof in the pudding. It's going to be 6 more. So that's why that maximum rate is so high. And before the start of today, we'd already gone past the 10,000 run mark. Number of wickets, 461 at the start of the day. So that is closing up to the 500 mark as well.
That's a dangerous ball to be bowling as well. It's just far too short and wide. I mean, they're convinced there is an edge there. We'll have a look at this on the replay once again. Yeah, very dangerous line and length. Really dangerous line and length. It's hard to tell from this replay if it's nicked the ball along the way. I believe I just go along with what the umpire says here. I really don't see any evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, you don't see anything there. Looks like there's distance between the bat and ball. Oh, dear. Well, I'm not sure what has happened to Jamali here. That's another horrible short delivery. It's going to be another wide.
Struggling. He's really struggling here, Jamali. This is not the Jamali we've seen for most of this ECS. You know, we're so accustomed to him just bowling those hard lengths, cramping the batter for room, just always bowling it in and around that hip area. I think he bowls better to right-handers than left-handers, in all honesty, seeing based on what I've seen so far.
The batter just gets fed up off the wides and decides going to swing hard at this one. Again, that probably would have been another wide. And he swung hard, and Miller gives that. Oh, what's happened here? Miller is, well, now he doesn't know what he's signaling here. Miller, let's have a look. Is it 4 or 6? And Miller has given a 6 in slow-mo. Then he's retracted it. And now he's been told, yeah, you can go back to giving the 6 because it clearly has gone over the ropes. The 6 runs. And this one is a 4. It'll go behind the keeper. 4 more. He just hasn't got this right. It's a very expensive over. Mansour Jamali has got it all wrong in this one. You get a feeling that this is going to be a magical over. It's magical already, in fact. And this over hurts Roma Gladiatori big time.
Yeah, we've seen 14 runs through that sort of third man and fine leg region, courtesy of edges. So they're riding their luck a little bit here, Kent Lanka, Napoli. This is the power play they needed. Now they're well ahead in this game.
Smashed. 6 more. That's a powerful strike. And this over will go for 26. And Kent Lanka, Napoli doing what I was saying they needed to last time, or first few times I saw them. Go big in the power play, play your shots, win the power play, and that in turn should mean that they go on and win the match. 50 up already. 51 is what I've got on the board without loss. I'm not sure why they got forward. The 5 penalty runs probably haven't been added onto that. The score is 51 without loss. So, yeah, that one's not quite correct.
Yeah, so 20 runs have been tacked on. I should say 20. They're 20 runs ahead at this stage. Well ahead of where there's a Gladiatori side we're in now. Well, Kent Lanka, Napoli. We're just going to bring up that bonus point graphic now as well. So if they go 14 and over, which is going to be pretty challenging, I'd still fancy the Gladiatori's chances to get at least a point out of this game. The Kent Lanka, Napoli could pick up a bonus point as well in this crucial matchup. So, I mean, that's going to be absolutely huge in this race to get to the 5th spot, because you deny your key rival a point and you get an extra point yourself.
Yeah, Gladiatori cannot really afford not to take a point here. That would be a real dent, a serious dent in their hopes. Okay, Mukhtar Singh. And starts with a decent one, Mukhtar. But you can see that Nicola Fernando, and I like it. He's going for these shots. I also like the horse section that we've seen here today. Is another rider. I think it's the same lady that went past before, now going back the other way. Oh, he's putting it there. And Fernando's missed out on 2 of these.
Absolutely has. We'll just take another look at this here. Big swipe across the line, and he's missed out on that one. So just going to take a look at some of the horse riders. Had quite a few early morning horse riders over the last few days.
Yeah, loving that horse. Looks so happy. Wagging the tail side to side. Right, that's down the ground, and that's going just to the right of us. It's gone in and over the fence into the field. Goodbye, Bilal. Bilal Khan has got to get stuck in there and find that ball. But yeah, sooner or later he's going to collect one of these. He's just, Mukhtar Singh, he's just picking it up there and hoping that is going to be missed by Fernando. Fernando, after missing a few, gets that one proper. And now he gets a bit of width, which is dragged out onto the onside. Zadran will have to do the fielding. Are you surprised Zadran, there he is there, hasn't had a bowl yet?
Yeah, a little bit surprising that they haven't thrown the ball to him. I don't think they'll hold him back for much longer. Good chance he bowls the 5th over here.
Not sure why Mukhtar hasn't continued with that one. He's got spooked by something. Full toss, and that is gone as well. There's another one. Zadran's expression says it all. He's having a look and saying, well, what are you bowling? I can understand it, Mukhtar. It's the same old stuff. It's too wide. It's a full toss. Goes down on one knee, and he punishes it. Does Visal. 6 more to him. This
6
match.
more to Senanayaka. An incredible shot. Mukhtar Singh just getting it all wrong here.
They definitely are going for this bonus point, you know. They're definitely going for it. Another boundary here, and it'll be on, and that's been hit pretty well. It gets well fielded, though. Good shot. And something that we didn't really see too much of from Roma Gladiatori. They were pretty good hitting in that leg side area, but didn't really play too many in the offside. Nice shot, gets the single. And at the end of 4 over, 65 without loss.
Yeah, the Gladiatori, they are a slogging side. They're not a team who usually look to open up that offside. Just 38 runs through the offside when they were out in the middle. And, of course, most of them coming rather straight through long off. So only about 7 runs through a cover and point for this Gladiatori side. I think just going back to, of course, the return of Nicolo Fernando. One of these bowlers be wishing he had a few more work commitments and wasn't able to make his way to Rome.
They don't take the singles. Zadran does come back. He's coming around the wicket to start. The dot balls are big. I mean, they're needing here what? The start of this over needed 41 of 18 to take all the points. Oh, that's well bowled again. Just takes the pace of this one, Zadran. Zadran, of course, was the man who was on the boundary at long on when the ball kept being smashed over him. Now it's his turn to make amends. That's going to be too wide, so wide ball. He sees Senanaika coming at him, so tries to fire it in a bit wider. It's a good length. Gets played just a single, so far this over, the first part of it anyway, is not bad. Couple of dots, a single and a wide. So this over, if it stays like this, could be the one that you can look back at and say the one that really gets the point for Gladiatori. And that one is well stopped, so angles this one in. Missed out this time by Nikolai. And it gets a little bit of something on it, that's why it's not a wide. Firmly hit, and he's been lucky with his legs before, has Mubarak Hussain, but not this time. He can't stop it, and that's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. You just think the fielder who's a little bit more nimble in that part of the area might have been making that into a catch. You've got to have your best fielders in those key areas, Nish.
You absolutely do. I think the Gladiatori will just look back at a number of errors they've made over the course of these last 15 overs.
Oh dear, going for the short ball again. Fielder underneath it, but won't get a play on this. It's a brave effort from the youngster out there. Can't get a hand onto it. That's going to be 6 more runs as Zadran. It looked like it was the over that they needed, but with that ball going for 6, that means that the over will go for 12. And a score at the end of the halfway point, 77 without loss.
What a fine innings it's been by Nicolo Fernando, batting on 38 of 15. Of course, we'll now have a chance to look at the squads for the Meltle Shield. And, well, what a big series this is going to be. Really looking forward to this, of course. It's a chance to get the British and Irish Roses to play against Team Europe. And in the heart of the summer, we're about to have some fierce women's cricketing action.
Yeah, some disappointing news that I heard yesterday. Sashi Pai, I heard, won't be joining the squad now. So obviously, must be some other commitments there. Don't know the whole story there, but she won't be coming, which is a real shame, really, because she's a wonderful character. And always great watching her out in the middle. And also off the field. I know that we've had her doing a little bit of commentary as well. She's a bubbly character, but won't be featuring. Another big 6. And straight down the ground, and it gets cracked away. So the newer bowler, the introduction of a new bowler doesn't quite work. This is Sifat Amin.
Yeah, that's a big loss for the British and Irish Roses, of course. Sashi Ply playing her cricket for the Northwest Thunder. A very, very effective right-handed batter. So they're gonna miss her out there, but there's still plenty of quality in that British and Irish Roses side.
Shot 6. Just such a powerful hitter, Fernando. And this is what we remember seeing him do in the past. Hits the ball well, hits it hard. And if you don't get the length right to him, in other words, what I've seen here, too much width, that's what he's going to do. So, I mean, the win is without doubt. The question is, 16 of 9. I mean, that's on. That's definitely on.
Certainly is, and I'm very surprised they turned to Amin for this crucial over. A man who has an economy rate of 18 in this ECS. Wrong time to bowl him.
Well, yeah. and now he goes short, and that has been mullered. That is brutal hitting. It really is. And Nicolai Fernando blasts another one away and brings up his 50 as well in just 17 balls. Shaba. Board Banaya, Nicola Fernando, no, apni half century Banali, and they have just bowled badly to him. If you have a look, I don't know if his wagon wheel will come up for you folks, but if it does, you can see where most of those runs have come. They've all been mainly on the onside. They've bowled too short, and he has taken them to the cleaners.
You're very strong through that mid-wicket and long-on region. He's made, let's say, about 23 runs there.
And, well, add another 6 to that, because this is going to fly over wide off, long on the boundary, deep long on, and it's going to be 6 more. And that takes them now to just a few runs away. So Roma Gladiatori are going to go down here, and I don't think they're going to get a point.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I really don't understand the tactics over there. It would have been wise to maybe bring someone else on. I mean, it doesn't matter if you bowl out Mukhtar Singh or even someone like Ahmadul Haq, but turning to Siafat Amin, who has struggled mightily throughout this ECS, as I mentioned, an economy rate of 18 throughout this series. He's never looked comfortable at any point. To go to him in a moment like that, when you're desperately trying to get at least a point out of the game, I think you could call that a fairly questionable tactic.
Well, you have to question. I mean, Munib Niazi hasn't bowled. Why? He's been one of the best bowlers. When I've been watching him, he's been consistently good. He's bowled good lines. They haven't bowled him. Anyway, I think this match is probably done here as Mia comes on to bowl. He'll only bowl the one, and that will be it. It'll be a thrashing for Roma Gladiatori. Well, they are the Gladiators. The Gladiators have gone down here in style, and Count Napoli bring up a 10-wicket victory. And not only that, Lish, they're going to take all the points away from Gladiatori. That could really hurt Roma Gladiatori.
Yeah, this could spell some serious trouble for the Gladiatori, who, of course, will now be stuck on 23 points with a game to go in this ECS. And, of course, that remaining game is the one that's coming up in half an hour's time against Bologna, who are also in that race. So, this is a big morning for the Gladiatori. They needed some good results to secure that 5th spot, and they've started off in the worst possible manner. So for Kent Lanka, they will now move up to 19 points. They are just 4 points behind the Gladiatori and have played 3 less games.
Yeah, that's why that was such an important match for Gladiatori. Gladiatori, though, they have one more match to play in their campaign. And, of course, that'll be the next match, actually, right back on against Bologna. I tell you what, Nish, when you get beaten like that, the last thing you want to be doing is being back on the park, and especially against a good side like Bologna. They've only played 8 matches so far themselves, so they've got plenty of matches to play, and they certainly, last time we saw them, were playing some very good cricket.
They certainly were, as we'll just take a look at this fantasy dasher for our upcoming game, and we'll now turn our attention to the highlights of this innings. Nicolo Fernando with a terrific half-century. I mean, he was desperate to come back into this team and make an impact, and that's exactly what he did. We just take a look at, of course, Harpreet, who copped a blow on the side of his face, really painful. This was an awkward bit of fielding by Mubarak Hussain. I'm not quite sure he knew where the ball was, but he somehow got a foot to it. But this man, Nicolo Fernando, well, I'm sure all the bowlers in Rome were delighted when they heard he wasn't going to take part in this year's ECS. He was on our chat every single day watching these games. He was licking his lips. He really wanted to be out there, and he said, you know what, I'm going to call a few days off work, and I'm going to go out there and lead my side to victory. And that's exactly what he's done. Brilliant half-century for him, and of course supported very well by Vishal Sananaka at the other end, who makes 43 runs of just 18 deliveries.
Yeah, it was brutal. It really was. I mean, it was a bit of carnage out there, wasn't it? They just couldn't get it right. And in fairness, look, sometimes when you watch matches like this, you can say to the losing side, they were a little bit unlucky. They didn't get things go their way. But you can't say that here at all. They were just well beaten by a better side. Kind of like a Napoli. They just did everything right. I think in the field they were superb. They got those early wickets. They won the power play. and they, with the ball, they won the power play with the bat as well, and they just didn't let up. They had the right attitude, and that's the thing that was letting them down before. They had the wrong attitude when they were batting. They've changed that now, and just having somebody like, the other thing about Nicola Fernando, having a good player coming back into your side rubs off on everybody. All of a sudden, the confidence starts to flow, and everyone say, oh yeah, Nicola's playing. Yeah, we got another good batter in here. So you just have a look at that batting lineup now, with also Shaminder in there, of course, Mimukti, and the captain as well, Silva. They look so much better. And yeah, look, with that win there, they know that if they can get a good win against Aroma Bangla Morning Sun in match number 49, that's the third match you got here today, then things could be very different. They could be making their way into the top 5.
And now take a look at the bowling figures here for the Gladiatori, and we'll maybe look back at a couple of decisions there, such as giving Sifat Amin that 6th over, which went for 25 runs. Could they have re-bowled one of those other bowlers? Should they have maybe gone to someone like Munib Niazi? I think these little errors might be the difference between them making it to finals day or not, as we'll have a look at the match summary for match 47. A huge, huge loss for the Gladiatori, who are now looking over their shoulder in 5th place. They might drop out of those playoff spots altogether, as they have been defeated by 10 wickets and given up a bonus point. Join us in exactly half an hour's time for match 48, which is going to be another huge matchup between Bologna and the Gladiatori.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We're set for our second match of the day. The Roma Gladiatori are going to be taking on Bologna. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Nish, and welcome back to the toss for match 48 with Bologna versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a
bat
head.
first.
You'll have a bat?
Yeah.
They'll have a bat.
Thank you very much for that update. So this is a big match. The Roma Gladiatori, of course, had a difficult batting performance in the previous game. So they'll want to step things up, of course. The good news for them is they did beat this Bologna side earlier in this ECS when they chased down a target of 123 with 5 balls to spare. They won that game by 7 wickets. Of course, the big news, the last time these two sides played each other was the way that Zadran batted. He made his first career 50 on the European Cricket Network, and he was absolutely spectacular. And that good form which he managed to gain in that game was what he has carried throughout this ECS. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to Bologna. They've had a few difficult results so far this ECS. They've demonstrated they have plenty of quality. They have a very positive approach to their batting. They go out, they look to attack from the very first ball, and they're a well-built T10 side. Results just haven't always gone their way. The players to look out for them are, of course, Kumar and Sarfaraz. Both of them are the two most experienced players in this team, and they're also the two highest run getters with 195 and 194 runs respectively so far in this ECS. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Nish. And yeah, this is a very important match, isn't it? Because we know with Roma Gladiatori losing last, didn't pick up a point. This is their last match in the group stages. And, well, the gap between them and Capanelle Napoli has been reduced to just 5 points. And, of course, their opponents, Capanelle Napoli, the team that are chasing for that 5th spot where Roma Gladiatori are currently sitting, they have got plenty of games in hand over them. So, big match coming up for Roma Gladiatori. I like the way that they decided to take ownership and go for the win themselves. So, well done to everybody in the chat. They've had a bit of a break. I know a few people got some chores done there, now joining us back. So, welcome back. Hello to Paul Kempin, who joins us, and Mashi Abekun. Hello to you as well. And, yeah, keep your lovely comments coming in as well. And, of course, thank you also for all of your comments that we get on the social media as well, via Facebook and Instagram. Certainly loving all your comments and loving all the comments for some of the videos, video clips, the reels and the photos that are there on the network as well. Liking your support. Right, we're ready to go on, well, certainly warming up now, of course. Well, it can always be a little bit dewy and a bit damp in that first match, but by now the sun has baked away all the moisture. And I think we're in for another warm day. Temperatures currently around that 25, 26 mark. We'll be expecting to get up into the 30s by the mid-afternoon. So ready to go. Bologna, they're a team. I've liked the look of them. I like what the captain has been doing. Of course, Ankush Kumar and him and Safras have been the main contributors with the bat. But other batters have come good at the right time for them. I think the likes of Abdullah is a good player. It's up in the air. And it's going to get away from the fielder. Should make the stop. And they do extremely well. That's a really good stop. He's had to chase this hard. And here we go. Good look at this from Shiraz Ali. Just flicks that back. A good bit of teamwork. Stronger together. That's what the banner says. And that was a bit of stronger together fielding. Nicely done. Bowler takes time. Hasib Khan. Of course, we're talking about players that have come good. Hasib also found his form. We've heard so many things about him. Yeah, just last time we saw Bologna after they were very much reliant on Safraz and the likes of their captain. And they did come good at the right time. Of course, they got that win against Baraka Prato on match day 6 when Ankush Kumar scored that brilliant 75 of 30. Down the ground, and this one's going to be a long, hard chase. Iba. Well, they won't get there. 4 runs. It's a nice, solid strike here. So going with Muktia Singh at the top of the order. A slight change in the batting lineup from Roma Gladiatori. And Mukta, good start from him so far. And Bologna also, of course, got the win against Royal Roma in that really high scoring one, 142 to 145. And it was Faisal Nazar who got runs that time for them. He scored 60, so he came good. And, well, that's another one that's going to go for 4. Acrobatic effort from the fielder and not able to stop it. Quattro mas. This was hit powerfully down the ground. So they are a team that are finding their form. They went down, though, to Baraka Prato on day 6. They were trying to make it 3 wins out of 3. But after getting to 132, Baraka Prato got there with 3 balls to go. But once again, Nazar and also someone like Tazimul Hassan was in the run. So players starting to come good for them. It's played away. Much better start, by the way, this from Roma Gladiatori, especially after the issues that they had in that last match with the top order just got blown away. Fighting for the points. And they would love to be able to hit back with getting 4 points off their own. But to do that, I think you've got to be looking for something like a 160, 170 score. And that one is going to be, unlucky. The fielder holds his head. That's Safkain Abdullah. He does well. I mean, he gets a hand to it, but really he needs to be, have a look at this. He should be slapping this forward. And I think he's going to grab at it. Yeah, he's going to grab at it. And it gets past him, goes for the boundary. So a much better start here for Gladiatori. And they're off, they're running. Both batters scoring runs. And at the end of the first over, they've gone well, haven't they? Let's have a look at number of days to go then for the Euros of cricket at the Cartama Oval. 33 days to go, and we'll do it all over again. And of course, a lot of people are wondering, will there be any change? Of course, England have won it twice. They won the very first one, and they won last year. We saw the Netherlands, who won last year, beating the year before, beg your pardon, beating England. And don't forget that first year, it was Belgium who got into the final and lost out to England. So will there be any change? Will there be a new team that'll take away that magnificent trophy? And it is a magnificent trophy, just as that is a magnificent shot. And that's going to go over the fine leg area for 6. Too short from Abdullah. And Muktia Singh certainly looking the business here. 14 came off the first, and it's going to be a 6 to start the second. Just seeing, I mean, I said this from day one, that some bowlers get a little bit excited with the bounce on this pitch and try to go too much on the short side. And once again, that's short. And that's good throw, really good throw. You can see that the non-striker is slow going, so goes hard at the keeper's end. Good pick up, good throw, good bit of fielding this from Nazar. And well, a direct hit could have been very, very interesting. I think looking at that short direct hit, and the batter would have been in trouble. Mubarak Hussain is not the quickest, and he's being made to run. Oh, that is, well, we'll have a look at this. I mean, he's rubbing his chest there. I mean, this ball has come back a long way from Abdullah, but does it catch any off the glove on the way through? So on the arm, no, it doesn't. And I think that's why it doesn't really carry to the keeper. What a good delivery that was, though. Came back in a lot from Safkan Abdullah. It's in the slot, and that's been blasted. And That has gone a long, long way. 6 runs. Signal there by the umpire. Umpire Miller is out there with umpire Dulac. New one is the third umpire, but that's been absolutely clobbered. It was in the slot, and this time the ball doesn't come back as the bowler was hoping it would do. Didn't hit back. Very similar areas and a similar reply. That will also, I think, go for 6. Yes, it will. I wonder if we can focus on the signal here from the umpire Miller. All umpires tend to have their own signals. And watch a Miller here. It's a sort of the old slow-mo 6 signal. It takes forever. And there he goes. It's almost like he's been operated by a remote. Bit of width, but too wide. Trying to sneak the ball in inside that wide line just to get out the over, really. And he will get one through, but not before 20 have come from it. Well, what a contrast to these 2 overs compared to the last match when they were already at this point 14 for 2. And yeah, they needed something better. Gladiatori, and it is better. Just making that slight change at the top of the order with Mukhtar Singh coming up makes a difference. You can see the difference between the 2 sides. Gladiatori are hanging on to that all-important 5th spot for now. Playing the last match, but have a look at Kent Lanka Napoli and also Bologna. Certainly those 2 teams could spoil the party. And I suppose, as Nish joins me back in the Casa Grande here, the question is, it probably would be out of these 3. So Gladiatori, who you feel playing the last match here, probably will miss out, but probably between Bologna and Kent Lanka Napoli, who will finish 5th.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really tight race, isn't it? And the most points that the Gladiatori can end up on are 27, which would put them just 9 points ahead of Kent Lanka. Would still have 4 games to go, so this is going to be a tight race. It really is. It's just amazing. I mean, we have a fascinating race for the top spot, a 3-horse race between Roma CC, Bangla Morning Sun, and of course Royal Roma. And then for 5th place, you've got another 3-horse race there as well. 3 sides trying to grab that final spot. I think the one team we're pretty certain where they'll end up is Baraka Prato. They'll probably be playing on Elimination Day, first thing Friday morning. There's a little bit of movement prior to the delivery to try to throw the bowler off, but in the end, he throws himself off there. Mukhtar Singh was never in a good position to play that shot.
Yeah, he's trying to create something. Look, he's just moving around, hoping that the bowler gets put off by that movement and goes shorter, and then he's stepping across the off stump ready for the short ball. But Hasib doesn't get drawn into it at all, and I get the feeling he might even go for the body here of Mukhtar. And yeah, is that shorter, heavier ball. Mukhtar might be moving around a lot, but he's not getting anything on these. Good bowling this from Hasib Khan. He's just saying, you know what, you can do whatever you want, but I know what I'm going to do. I know where I've got to keep the ball, and I'm going to keep it there. So all of this moving around is for nothing, really. Let's see if he stands still this time, and should be expecting that heavy ball again. See if he's looking to cut it or uppercut it. Well, he wants to get even more funkier. Well, that's, let's just say, it's very, well, he's hoping for something here which he ain't going to get. Very optimistic's the word that I was looking for. He hasn't been able to hit anything with a straight bat. Then he tries to go and do the reverse malarkey, and it ain't going to work. Hasib ain't going to like that. He might even jam the Yorker in just for good measure. And, well, it's another swing and a miss. It's a very, very good over.
It's a maiden over in the end here for Hasib Khan. Now, we obviously talked a lot about Hasib Khan's batting. This man made a brilliant double century during the domestic ODI tournament, and now he's showing he can get it done with the ball in hand as well. Just not good batting there by Mukhtar Singh. I was a little bit surprised when they asked him to open the batting, but looking at him those first couple of overs, it seemed like a good move, but he's undone all the good work they did in those first 2 overs.
Yeah, what you have to remember when you're playing sport is you're going to come up against good players, and when you're up against good players, you've got to change your mindset. I mean, Mukhtar Singh is swinging there like somebody's bowling short, donkey drops at him that he's going to blast away for the boundary. He's got to just say, right, this guy is good, this guy's got class. I'm better off just seeing if I can take, if we can take a run a ball, 6 runs off the over is better than nothing. And they end up with nothing. And you can see now, Mubarak Hussain, having seen 6 dots, thinks that he needs to get going straight away, and he swings and misses. It's an issue that Roma Gladiatori are not unknown with this mindset. Sometimes you just got to be a little bit smart in the way that you play. And when teams are bowling well against you, and when a bowler's bowling well, just say, right, this guy, if we can even take a run a ball, we'll take that, and we can hopefully catch up with some of the other bowlers. Very good bowling, good length bowl this time, so it's going to be another dot.
A good bowl there by Nazar. Just takes that one in short. It's been given the 1 for the over as well. Just going to take a look at this side on here. Just have a look at the height. Just above the shoulder. Yeah, perfect bouncer there. Absolutely perfect. Now this time he's going to look to go over square leg, but there's a fielder out in the deep, and he's going to take the catch. So the Gladiatori lose their first wicket. Mubarak Hussain will depart. That is massive, absolutely massive. Muhammad Ishtiaq taking that catch out in the deep, number 33. Well, Mubarak Hussain, he's a real entertainer. He loves to do celebrations towards the camera. There's not going to be too much celebrating for him here, as he's going to depart. Gets a start, but isn't quite able to go on and play the big innings he would have liked to.
Yeah, and again, why? Where does he end up? I mean, he goes to the leg side. If he stays where he is, he's going to, you think about it, you'll get more leverage into the shot. You get more swing. But because he's been tucked up there, he's not able to get power the shot, and he gives an easy catching opportunity to Ishtiaq, who doesn't make a mistake. So, once again, you see batters moving around a lot in the crease, but not really gaining any advantage. Niazi comes out. This guy has to get a good knock in here. He knows it could be the last time that we'll be seeing him. And well, if we're going to see him again, he's got to score big runs here, help his team to a big win.
Goes big, but he doesn't quite have the distance on this. Ankush Kumar's underneath, and he'll hold on to that catch. He will hold on to that catch, and it's back-to-back wickets here for Bologna. They get the danger man, Munib Niazi. We'll just take another look at this. He's going to be on a hat-trick here as well. Huge moment, absolutely massive over, and what a turnaround it's been in these last 10-11 deliveries. We saw Maiden in the previous over, no runs off this over so far, and we've seen back-to-back wickets here by Faizan Nazar.
Yeah, 9 balls then and no runs. In fact, I think the last ball of the over before Hasib Khan, the one from the expensive one from Abdullah, was could have ended without no run. So that has been, I think we'll stick with 9 for the moment. We won't go that far to check, but 9 balls, no runs, a wicket of Niazi, first ball. That means that this guy is on a hat-trick. Faizan Nazar, hat-trick ball, of course. We saw a hat-trick yesterday from Chowdhury. Are we going to see another?
Oh, this one is just nudged away towards backward point. They're going to get a single here. The first run they've had in 11 deliveries. Well, the streak of dot balls has been broken.
Harpreet plays it quite nicely, gets the single. Oh, if they ever need a partnership, this is the time. Mukhtar Singh has been given that opportunity top of the order, but don't forget Mukhtar now on strike here, swung and missed at 6 consecutive deliveries, and you can see straight away Ankush Kumar saying to the bowler here, Nazar, hey, heavy ball outside, he's off, keep him there.
It's just pushed away towards square leg, and they'll pick up another single. That one just staying a little bit low, and let's see, Mukhtar just has to try to reach down and try to get at that one. So Gladiatori once again having issues with their top order. Now, this is a top order that has been so good throughout this series, that has led them so well. things haven't quite clicked for them on this absolutely crucial morning for them. When, of course, they are in a tight race to try to make it into that final spot to go to finals day. Here's a look at the run rate. It was a good start. You have to say a terrific start for the Gladiatori. They were 34 for no loss at the end of 2, but they've managed to make just 2 runs in the last couple of overs and also lost 2 wickets.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, sometimes you can say, right, it's a good over. We didn't have a good couple of overs. We haven't scored any, but hey, we still got all our key wickets intact. Well, that's not the case. They've lost 2 of the main providers, Hussain and Niazi. I say main providers, they were at the beginning of this series, but they've just gone off the boil recently.
Not quite able to time that as nicely as he'd have liked there, Mukhtar Singh, and there's a nice off-pace delivery by Ishtiaq to start off.
Yeah, I mean, this one, he gets a bit of bat on this, otherwise he's in trouble, because look where he is. He's going right across the line. All right, the ball's probably a little bit high, but once again, Mukhtar now, he's still moving too early. He's just got the one thing in his mind, hasn't he? He has that step across, going from the leg stump outside off, and he's trying to swoosh at the ball outside the leg. And Ankush having a chat with the bowler. Ishtiaq says, come on, you know where I need you to be. Gives him a little, little gentle tap on his tush. Says, come on, you can keep this man quiet. And of course, they've got to keep him quiet. Harpreet, not often that he doesn't contribute for his side. Even in the last match, a low-scoring one when they just got to 100, he got 20 odd on the board, so he's important. Looks like Mukhtar Singh having a few issues with his lid at the moment. And the umpire's waiting for him to get ready.
Yeah, so Harpreet Singh here. Yeah, he's getting set to face this ball. Mukhtar Singh just adjusting the strap on his helmet, and then he should be ready to resume. As you can see, the win predictor right now has this game at 50-50. It's a coin flip from here. That just shows you how important this match is, and here we are. It's 50-50 hanging finally in the balance. Just gets a little bit of away movement over there at Ishtiaq. Harpreet not getting anywhere near that delivery.
Anxious shot really from Harpreet, and I think again he just wants to get the scoreboard ticking again after a good start, but like you said, the last 2 overs, just 2 runs, so you'll feel the need to have a big one here, coming up to the halfway point.
Up in the air. This could be a chance to catch this. Where's it going to land? Straight into the fielder's grasp. What a terrific catch. Superb work there by Sheraz Ali. He has managed to hold on to that one and gets rid of Harpreet, the skipper of the Roma Gladiatori. That was not an easy catch. He had plenty of ground to cover, and he has reached down, plucked that catch right from the ground. Another wicket falls here for the Gladiatori. And my word, what a comeback it's been by Bologna in these last 3 overs.
Sheraz Ali, what a catch this is. We've seen 2 good catches in the day already. This is brilliant. Running in from the boundary. Watch him take this. Superb. Really good catch. I mean, the wind is blowing from that area, so this ball is just holding up. So he's going to have to get that dive in. He's got a player right next to him. What a good catch. And Harpreet is gone. Loving the work, by the way, here of the captain, Ankush Kumar. Talking to every bowler. That's the role you've got to play when you're in that sort of mid-on, long-off position. You're talking to the bowler. He's also playing his role as a captain beautifully. Talking to the bowlers. Geeing up his team. He has a chat to the bowler as the new batter, Zidran, comes in.
This one is just pushed away towards mid-wicket, but it's going to be taken. It's going to be taken. How on earth has he got there? Oh, he had no right to get to that catch. What an incredible effort over there. And it just felt like this was going to be a regulation single that falls short of the fielder at mid-wicket. But oh, Zidran has been done by a moment of brilliance here. The 4th wicket falls for the Gladiatori. Everything is sticking for Bologna.
This is a sensational catch. It really is. We've seen 2 brilliant catches, both low down to the ground. They don't get any better than that. Hasib Khan is saying Superman has got nothing on me. What a catch. what a moment. Zidran, who was the main contributor last time, made 39, goes out first ball. He gets a golden duck, and that means that for the second time we have a bowler on a hat-trick. This time is Ishtak, and he's bowling to Capanelle.
Oh, will we finally get a hat-trick here? It's been quite a few days since we last had a hat-trick. Here we go. Ishtiak running in. Oh, what a ball. What a terrific hat-trick ball. Nice and full, just gets a little bit of movement away. And how has that not found the outside edge of the bat? Oh, Zulkarnaly's so lucky to be there. No real foot movement there by Zulkarnaly. He's kind of just pushing in front of his body. And of course, here's a look at the Hall of Fame, the hat-tricks we've had so far this series. So it's been over a week since we last had a hat-trick. We had a number of players come very close since then. This one is struck out towards mid-wicket, and this is going to be a single. So Zulkarnaly survives the first ball, gets the second one away for a run.
Did you not have a hat-trick yesterday? No hat-trick. So Chowdhury, I just saw Chowdhury 3 weeks and spin. Talk me through that one then. What was it?
I think it was just he got 3 wickets. I think that was the case with Shoal Chowdhury. Bowled beautifully yesterday. Was very impressed with his bowling, as of course we have a chance to welcome you into our commentary position. So once again, the Gladiatori find themselves in some serious trouble on this crucial day of cricket for them.
Yeah, and they got off to a much better start. I mean, 34 the first 2 overs, and thought, right, okay, this is better. This is more like it. And then wickets fallen. But give credit to this Bologna side. One thing I've said all the way along, I like the way they play. Remember the first match they played? They got to 120 odd. Everybody chipped in. All right, they didn't win the match. And we said then, they're a team that we think will get better. They're a team that will play. And the most important thing, as a team. And, well, where's this one calling? I think this one, is it on the lid? So let's just have a look at this. So I wonder where this one catches him here. And I'm not seeing that the umpires are going up to him or anything, so looks like he might be okay. So obviously he's more the shoulder, not the helmet. Capanelle in the firing line out up against Nazar.
Struck out towards long on. Oh, that is a nasty Tortuga bounce. Now, we haven't seen too many Tortuga bounces on this surface just because of how beautiful it is, how wonderful it's maintained. This is a nasty one. This is like the Roland Garros top spinner Rafa Nadal forehand.
Tortuga. Oh, yeah. Well, that one was spicy.
Oh, is this going to carry? Not quite. It's just going to sneak underneath the fielder, and Ankush Kumar is going to put in a sensational dive out in the deep to save his side some runs. We'll just have a look at this once again to confirm it is clean.
Yeah,
I think it should be okay.
Yeah, it's all about the feet. Does he keep the feet inside? Nothing touching the rope. That's the shot there. I wonder if we just go back a tad. Well, it looks like they're okay with it. So we'll carry on with the play.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up a quick single over here. Pick up a quick single. Yeah, it looks like they're signaled the last one too. So it was a couple of runs saved over there by Ankush Kumar. Oh, clears the front leg. Goes for a big shot here, Mukhtiar Singh, but he hasn't timed this whatsoever. It's come off the edge, and he has somehow managed to just slice it away for a boundary. So, yeah, lucky shot over there. Very streaky boundary. We'll just take another look at this. He's got no idea where this one's gone. He's looking to go for a big hoik over mid-wicket, but it's just caught the edge of his bat and flown away over fine leg for a 4.
Yeah, the fielder there just doesn't know where it is, so he stops. And then next thing, the ball will land in front of him and spins away. So that's unfortunate. There's a couple of boundaries in the over. So after 3 very low-scoring overs, they're starting to move again.
He's batting very deep in his crease here, Mukhtiar Singh. Just going to look to hit this one across the line. They're convinced. Nazar is convinced there's an edge. I have to admit, I didn't hear anything in our headset. And that's just hard to tell from that angle anyway, so going to have to go with what the umpire says.
Yeah, nothing there. So that's just going to be another dot. You'll take the dots at the moment. It is the end of the over. And 6 overs complete, and Roma Gladiatori, their struggles with the bat continue. They are 49 for 4.
Yeah, so looks like Zulkarnaali just seems to have hurt his shoulder. One of the medics has just gone on with a bit of magic spray, and is spraying it on his right shoulder as we, of course, show you this scorecard. So as you can see, big collapse by that middle order. Just one run between Munib, Niazi, Harpreet, and Zadran. So some key players for this Gladiatori side failing to click in a crucial matchup for them, of course. If they'd come in this morning, they could have really just secured that 5th spot by picking up some wins. They start off with a disastrous result against Kent Lanka, where they suffer a bonus point defeat, and they're looking very rough here as well. As you can see, the expected score is at just 87. He's going to look to go big here. He's going to look to go big, and he will go big. There's nothing Ankush Kumar can do about that. It's going to sail over his head for a 6.
Well, that'll do, won't it? That'll do. Somebody somewhere's got to provide. I mean, Mukhtar Singh is hanging around. Not the best of strike rates, 21 of 16, but he's still there. And Capanelle just smashes a good hit down the ground for 6. That's what they need. A few more of those. The 50 now comes up.
Yeah, so the Gladiatori find themselves 55 for 4 here. They need Zulkarnaali to just get on a roll and see if he can have a couple of big overs here. It's going to look to go big again, but he hasn't quite found the middle of the bat, and there was a catching chance. There was a catching chance, and Zulkarnaali should have been back on his way to the dugout. This one's been spilled. Wonder if that's Mohamed Ishtiaq. We'll just have a look at this. Is that Ishtiaq who's put that chance down?
Well, he's not able to get anything on it. And it can't be Ishtiaq, because Ishtiaq, of course, is doing the bowling. So let's have a look who it is. Can't really see who it is, but yeah, he just never really commits 100%. So he sticks the hands out, but he never gets the body a bit further. So chance gets missed. Oh, and this one's only just missed the bails.
Yeah, I think that might be Safkan Abdullah in that position who has put that one down. So there it is, confirmation, number 36, Safkan Abdullah. Oh, huge moment. And Zulkarnaali is just the kind of batter who, if he gets on a heater, he could score some quick fire runs.
That's the one that
score away from the stumps there, so he could have almost had a couple of wickets in a short amount of time. Gets that one wrong though. Sees the batter advancing and gets that line badly wrong.
Yeah, he's stuck here. I think he's... Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy and go for the pegs, because Mukhtar Singh might just get those away. Go back to what caused Mukhtar Singh all those troubles. Go back to getting that ball outside the off and get him swinging and missing. Leave the stumps alone. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You got to just focus on the areas that work for you. Now, we know that Mukhtar Singh, he likes to move around a lot, and if you bowl at him or straight on the stumps, he'll get the ball away. So, see there, it just went for the stumps. Go outside the stump, because he likes to go. He likes that thing, doesn't he? Where he goes towards leg, tries to put you off, and jumps back across again. Don't let him fool you with that. He's back. No, he's still going for the stumps, and yeah, you got to behave yourself with these appeals. Some of these appeals they're getting a bit carried away here, and I think the umpire will be well entitled really at one point, maybe just to have a chat with the captain and say, look, there's too much appealing here, excessive appealing. I mean, the bat is nowhere near that, so just have to put that away and say, look, it's not out, let's get on with it. That's a better delivery. It was outside the off, so it wasn't tempted to go for the stumps this time, and it would just be a single. So Mukhtar takes a single. He'll go back on strike. He moves to 28 of 20. Well, as I was saying, the strike rate's not brilliant, but at least he's trying to get them to a score. 64 for 4 after 7.
Here's a look at the groups for the European Cricket Championship, and of course we've got an exciting format this year, a Challenger Division and a Premier Division. So here's just a look at where these teams will be located. Of course, the host nation, Italy, are in Group D, which has been dubbed the Group of Death. They'll have to wait quite a while to play their first match. they'll start off their campaign on the 12th of October.
Yeah, Group C, that'll be interesting. Belgium and Spain in the same group. Remember, back in 21, when it all started, the very first one, it was Belgium that got off to a winning start against Spain. In a low-scoring one, Spain got 90 runs, and Belgium got them Sabir Zakil with a fine 43. He hit 6 sixes during that knock, got them the win. And, of course, Belgium then went all the way to the final. But, of course, were beaten by England in that run chase. England, of course, it was Dan Lincoln and Harrison Ward who got that chase of 149 for victory, winning by 10 wickets. But, yeah, those two teams in the same group. That'll be interesting.
Yeah, of course, Corey also going up against his old team as well. Coached Belgium for quite a while, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares against them. I'm sure he knows a thing or two about some of the Belgian players and can just bring that information to that Spanish team. As, of course, we're going to see Khan coming into bowl. I'm surprised they've held him back as late as they have. I think this means he'll probably bowl the final over as well. Oh, is there something there? There should be a nick. Yes, there is. Just a little edge over there. Gets a tickle on that one, Mukhtar Singh. And Yasin Khan will have his man. He picks up his first wicket of this match. Great delivery. He's one of the few leg spinners in this series who actually gets a hefty amount of turn. Just catches in the edge of the bat, the top edge right there. And that's very well taken by Kashan Mazar.
Yeah, the end of Mukhtar Singh was elevated up to the opening roll at the top of the order. And 28 of the 22 deliveries. But once again, a spin being brought in. I'd agree with you. I think they just held him back a little bit longer. I think really ideally if you've got a spinner and you've got a team that are struggling, you get him on sooner. And I think after that third over from Hasib was a maiden, probably would have been a good time for him to come on to bowl over number 4. But in fairness, the bowlers from Ankush Kumar have been used well. They've been on top most of the time. The last one from Ristak was probably a little bit expensive.
Yeah, loopy delivery, and in all honesty, that was there to be hit by Mia. Just a poor ball by Yasin Khan. I mean, he is someone who likes to toss the ball up quite a bit, but yeah, that's just a loopy full toss, asking to be hit.
Yeah, I think a similar delivery, if it's straight or even outside the off, it's not so bad to a new batter. But down the leg side, you can see that I think Riyamia is a little bit surprised by that himself, and he just thought, oh, okay, and just got a bit of bat onto it, and it just raced down to that boundary. So 4 runs.
This one is just cut away very nicely. It's going to be fielded well by playing the deep. Oh, there's a chance here for them to pick up some runs of overthrows. No, they won't. Yeah, it's just going to stick to a single.
Yeah, nice cut shot. Nicely played for just the one. Bologna, they've been here before, haven't they, where they've done really well. But then, you know, they let things slip towards the end by some drop catches. We've seen that already, one drop, as this one now gets plummeted into orbit for a big sixer. There's the slow signal from umpire Miller. He takes his time getting those hands up in the air, doesn't he? But 6 it is, and a good strike, good hit, solid hit. So Zulkarnain Ali certainly making a very valuable contribution with the bat.
Yeah, he certainly is. I think Zulkarnain Ali, you take away his runs, and this from a Gladiatori side are in all sorts of trouble. This one's gone up in the air, and he's going to take it this time. He's going to take it this time. Safkan Abdullah put down a chance earlier, but he's going to make no mistake, as he will get Zulkarnain Ali this time around. Of course, he dropped Zulkarnain when he was on 14, but 7 runs later, he'll have his man.
Yeah, and well bowled once again there from Khan. Is what I like about Yasin Khan is he's not afraid to float the ball up. A lot of spin bowlers who start this way, and especially in this format when you're being attacked, then start to bowl differently, start to bowl faster. I mean, all right, he's been hit for a couple of boundaries. He's gone for 11 in the over, but he's taken 2 wickets. That's exactly what you want him to do. So well done, well bowled, 2 more wickets, and it's 75 on the board. 6 wickets down now after 8 overs.
So let's see who's going to bowl these remaining 2 overs. This Bologna side. They're going to, looks like they might turn to Abdullah for this penultimate over. Quite interesting considering he went for 20 in his first over. When he's taking a catch, and maybe they'll do his confidence some good. Yassine Khan, you'd expect, would now bowl the final over.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that Huck has come in at this point? And remember what he did in the last match, the left-hander. He hit some hefty blows, and Huck finds himself coming in so low down at number 8, which doesn't make any sense. And maybe that's one of the things that we've said a fair bit about Gladiatori. They just don't stick to a batting, apart from Niazi and Hussein. That batting order goes up and down all over the place. And somebody like Huck, mind you, he's there, not on strike at the moment. If he can club some away, it means that they might once again just get to that 100 mark. And this time, I don't think Huck has had any issues getting out there on time. Last time, of course, he cost them 5 penalty runs as well because he took too long.
Yeah, so of course, Charlie Hunt joining us in the chat and just informing us that Spain lost a wicket on their very first ball. And the ICC sub-regional qualifiers going on right now. Of course, Spain taking on Cyprus, a little in-house rivalry over here. And Cyprus picking up a wicket in that first over.
It's the sort of thing, though, I think we know, most people that have watched Spain, we know that doesn't bother Spain. They know they go out there and they bat one way. And they're not, that's one way you've got to be. You've got to be prepared to play your shots, play your game. If you lose a wicket or two, come back strong. Wide ball this time from Abdullah, just going too wide, but look at the over so far this. I mean, he's just trying to execute that line every time. 4 dots and a wide so far. Ooh, another
Gets
wide.
the line badly wrong there. Safkan Abdullah just needs to get this right. All these extras start to add up at the end of the innings. Not
See
only
what
the
he
runs, but all those extra balls you're bowling as well.
Yeah, but you can see what he's trying to do. He's thinking, right, I've got 4 out of 4 there. Fine, I've lost it slightly here, but I'm still going to keep going for it. And there you go. That's why. That's why it's worth it. 2 wides, but if he gets it right, he knows the batter's not getting bad onto ball. So, and he'll probably try and do exactly the same here to finish off what would be a fantastic over. So at the moment, those 2 wides haven't hurt him. You got to say here, though, again, that Roma Gladiatori, when they're batting, they're too much one-track minded, just concentrating on the boundary. So that, if it weren't for the 2 wides, was going to be another maiden over. No runs apart from 2 wides off that over. And sometimes we say it all happens in a 9th. Well, Nish, nothing happened in that one.
Yeah, not much. Just a couple of wides in the end. No runs off the bat in that over. Great bowling there by Safkan Abdullah. Good comeback by him after he went for 20 in his first over. And now, without a doubt, we're going to see Yassine Khan bowling this final over as we, of course, just have a look at some of these bowling figures here. Terrific all-round performance by this entire Bologna side.
I think this could be risky. I think having a spin going to Abdullah Huck could be risky. I suppose they're thinking, look, it's 77, even if it goes magical. If it's 90-odd, we'll take it. But Huck, we know he's got power. So this is going to be an interesting contest. Huck will be going for 6s galore. Doesn't get this one right out the middle, but he'll get 4.
Gets that one away for a boundary. You can just see that. He gets the length wrong over there, Yassine Khan. It's a lowish full toss. And, of course, I think he'll like this matchup here. Of course, the leggy, the ball turning back into him. He'll certainly look to target that leg side boundary. So I think this is an opportunity that Huck is going to relish.
Yeah, it's a good contest also. It's a good one for Yassine Khan to see how he deals with the aggression of Huck.
Looks to go big again. But it's going to be taken out in the deep. Really well held on to. So Yassine Khan will have his man on the very next ball. Looking to go for the big shot out over mid-wicket. And it's taken quite comfortably at chest height. And another wicket will fall here. So Huck hits a boundary and then gets out the very next ball.
Yeah, well done. And like I said, I'll be interested to see how Yassine goes. You see here, goes just a little bit flatter. Doesn't quite allow Huck to get right under it. And even though hits it pretty well, he hits it to the fielder. And apart from that one opportunity that wasn't taken by Abdullah, they have taken all their catches and some good catches as well. So they get the wicket of Huck. A good catch there taken on the boundary by the captain himself. Nobody's catching this one, Nish.
No one's catching that one. Absolutely massive shot. Amin hits a 6 off the very first ball. Once again, he's just struggling with his length a little bit here, Yassine Khan. That one is over-pitched and is there in the slot to deposit over the boundary rope.
Yeah, nice strike. It's always good when a new batter hits 6 off your first ball. And of course, if Amin will be looking to see if he can do it again here.
Goes big, but I don't think he's got enough on this one. It's just going to land safely inside the ring. He wanted to play a big shot straight down the ground, but it's come off the top half of that bat. Hasn't quite been able to middle it. And this is good here for Bologna. They get me on strike, who's really struggled so far this innings.
Yeah, let's see if he can get something away. He really has to.
Oh, he will. He certainly will. He will get it away. It's going to go over the rope for 6 runs. So Mia finally strikes a Maximo. Once again, Khan, he's just struggling with that length. It's just too much slot bowling by him.
Yeah, you see he goes a little bit flatter this time. There's a little bit more pace on it. I think Tamir, he probably, and he knows it, if he goes a little bit fuller, gives it a bit of air and goes outside the off, Mia probably won't get anything on it. He's missed everything that's been outside the off stump. Let's see how we finish here.
That's better. That's much better. Bowling to his field. That's going to go straight to the fielder at cover. And yeah, as you mentioned, a little bit more air on that, a bit more width. Oh, they're going to pitch an extra run. They're going to pitch an extra run. They really shouldn't have got that second run. Not the best throw. That should have been fired right back in towards the keeper. And they just got a little bit casual out there in the field. It's the last ball of the innings. Well, it's like he's just having a stroll at the park on a Sunday. And full credit to this Gladiatori side for seeing their opportunity and pinching that run. Oh, but he's just about managed to slide the bat down in time. That wasn't the best running between the wickets.
Sheraz Ali, what was he doing out there in the deep? I mean, all he had to do was get the throw in. There was never 2 there, but he took an age, and then by the time he decided to bowl it in, the batters thought, you know what, here's the last ball, let's go. Well, he's happy with his knock, at least. You can see walking off there, Ryan Mir is showing his bat like he's just scored a 50 or something. Well, he hasn't. He's had struggles. He got to 13 of 10 balls. But Sifat Amin, I don't mind his knock, went out there and blasted one big 6. So he scored 7 of his 2 balls. But once again, though, you have to say, the Roma Gladiatori, when you think of all the batting they got and the powerful hitters at the top of the order, it's a low and below par score from them. 96 for 7.
Those 19 runs they get in that final over might be the difference between them getting 1 point or 0 points out of the game. Of course, there's still plenty of time left in this match. Still got the second innings coming up. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a great start for this Gladiatori side. They were 34 for no loss at the end of the second over, but things completely fell apart for them between overs 3 to 5 when they managed to get just 4 runs and lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, but you have to say it's down to very good catching. I mean, that one was pretty straightforward, so that was the first. But just watch at this next catch. I mean, a dangerous batter. It's in the air. That's the first one there. That's from Ankush Kumar. But we saw some on the offside boundary and the leg side boundary. Fielders coming in, diving forward, taking some great catches, and good catches win you matches. I mean, here, this one goes up in the air. Watch this. Yeah, brilliantly taken. That's a really good catch there by Sheraz Ali. And, of course, it was a big one as well because it was the wicket there of Harpreet for just 1. And then, well, as soon as he went, what about this catch coming up here now to get Zadran? I mean, Zadran doesn't really hit it, tries to time it, but that was brilliant.
Just caught us all by surprise. That catch just looked like it was going to fall short of the fielder at mid-wicket and be a single, but he somehow dives down and is able to make that catch. Superb athleticism.
Yeah, so Zadran, he wasn't able to be the man this time. Somebody else had to shine. Well, the old Tortuga really took off there. Well, that one had them all in trouble. Now, this one was an interesting one. The umpires were quite satisfied first time round that they were happy with it. We wanted to have a look at it again, but play continued. I still think it was very close. And this up in the air. And that was a chance that Abdullah wasn't able to take. There wasn't that many that did go down. I think that certainly was one of them. There's Dinoras with a burrito in the background, snapping away. Look out for some more of those great shots on the European Cricket Network. A little snick on this. So this was out. That was the end of Mukhtar Singh. And he tried hard. He battled hard, 28. But he did take 22 deliveries. Then Yassine Khan, I like him as a bowler. Yeah, he will go for runs. That is a fact. But he will also pick up wickets. Today is a good example. Goes for 30, but picks up 3 wickets. So you take that sometimes, especially when you haven't got too many runs on the board. This one was hit out in anger. And Huck, after getting a 4 the ball before, finds the safe hands. Once again, off the captain, Ankush Kumar, who takes a very good catch. Then towards the end, some big hits. So that one was in the slot, as Nish put it. And the batter put it away. Really nice shot from Zuckerman. It was good that he came out there and got a boundary away. And then, well, I don't know what Shiraz Ali was thinking. He just wasn't in a hurry. And with that little bit of, well, let's just say casual fielding, allow the batters to get an extra run. But Roma Gladiatori, similarly to the way they did in the very first match of this match day 10, match number 47, struggle to get runs on the board. First time round, they at least got to 105, but they did give away 5 poultry runs, so you could say that they got to 100. This time, they fall short, 196. So once again, Bologna, not just an opportunity for a win. Maybe they can do what Lanka Napoli did and get all the points. The Roma Gladiatori, though, we know they need a win here. Otherwise, I just think that the chances of them finishing in the top 5 are going to disintegrate pretty quickly. That's the scores. Mukhtar Singh 28. There was 21 there from Zuckerman Ali towards the end. Valuable runs that they needed. But on the bowling front, very good bowling. Have a look at some of those figures out there. Haseeb Khan, 1 maiden in there as well. 2 overs, 14 runs. No wickets, but economy is brilliant there. 2 wickets there from Nazar. 2 for 13. 2 for 16 for Ishtaq. And like I said, Yassine Khan, yeah, okay, was a little bit expensive, but still, he does pick up those 3 wickets. So well done to him as well. I'm going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Roma Gladiatori, they're going to have to fight like gladiators to get a win here. A win that they desperately need if they are to hold on to that all-important 5th spot. Join me, Rico Full, and the rest of the gang when we return in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto.
good starts to sight.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the start of the second innings, and once again the Gladiatori continue to have a few issues with the bat in hand. They made just 96 runs during their first innings, and here's a look at the bonus point equation. You gotta say, Bologna, a side who have a very attacking mentality, will be backing their chance to get bonus points in this match. Of course, these two teams played each other earlier in this ECS, and they were involved in a very high-scoring affair where, of course, Bologna set a target of 123 for the Gladiatori, which they chased down with 5 balls to spare. And then, of course, that was Bologna's first match of this ECS, and a man who played really well during that innings was, of course, Hasib Khan, making 23 runs of just 10 deliveries. And we're going to see Ankush Kumar and Sarfaraz opening the batting for this Bologna side. The two of them have 195 and 194 runs so far in this ECS respectively. So a strong opening partnership. Here we go. First ball. And that one just staying a little bit low, of course. Mukhtiar Singh is the second highest wicket taker in this ECS, and they're going to need him to get some early breakthroughs in this first over. So it's positive captaincy to get him on to bowl right at the start.
Yeah, I like it. You might as well. I don't think what they did before worked. Mukhtiar, he doesn't try to bowl too fast. He just tries to rely on getting a good bit of drift in the air, gets a bit of movement, trying to see if he can get a mistake from the captain of Bologna.
Look to hit this one out towards cover. It's going to beat the fielder, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. As just take a look at this. That ball just a little too short and wide, stuck a little bit in the pitch, and it goes away for 4. Yeah, beats the fielder as well. He's unable to get to that.
Yeah, that's Harpreet, the captain. It's not the best bit of fielding from him. He got to be stopping that, really. Harpreet knows it as well. Took a long time to get himself back up. He knows he makes a mistake. So 4 runs to start. The captain up and running.
That's just pulled away, and it's going to go away for a 4. So it's a boundary over here. It is just rocks back in his crease over here, and he hits it away for 4.
Yeah, positive start. And these two have been so good. I think I know we've seen some good partnerships. I mean, of course, Kawani Lakanwal and Sukhbir Singh for Royal Roma, they've been pretty outstanding at times. But these two are right up there. Ankush Kumar and Sarfaraz. That one's a wide delivery, but Kumar gets drawn for the shot. I think he was hoping to get this a little bit wider off the fielder that's patrolling the boundary. So we'll just get a single. But hands to strike over now Sarfaraz. Sarfaraz has been outstanding. And I think of the two, you'd say that he's probably the aggressive early on. The Ankush Kumar does catch up.
He's going to push this one away towards square leg, and this is going to be a single. Nicely tucks that one off.
Yeah, good use of the wrist there. Good use of the wrist. Just rolls the wrist on this, gets it away.
This was just played away towards cover, and it's going to be quite a chase here for Harpreet. He's going to be able to get to it in time, and well, they'll just pick up a single over here. As we will, of course, come to the end of the first over. Bologna are 12 for no loss. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. Of course, we got 86 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. We haven't had a men's golden ball since all the way back midway through June, so yeah, it's been quite a while. Gone through a number of ECS without getting a golden ball.
Yeah, it's been a while. We need to make a change to that. I suppose that we were in Cyprus, right, when we saw that one. Yeah, we had 2 in Cyprus. So, time to go. It was a man who, Jamali, had 2 in different overs last time. His first over was pretty decent, and his second one was all wrong. And you said at the time, when he clearly has issues bowling to left-handers, so he's got right-handers out there for him at the moment. Let's see if he can get it right. Starts off with a wide down leg side.
So this is going to go up in the air. Chance to pick up an early wicket, but just going to fall short of the fielders. And
Oh,
They need these little breaks to come their way, don't they, Gladiatori? But
dear, oh
can
dear.
pick up some overthrows here as well. Not good backing up there by Zadran. He'll be disappointed with himself.
Yeah, I think the whole thing about it, I mean, all right, the ball goes up, it's frustrating, it can't go to hand, but this throw here, there was no need for it, and the bowler's not in a position to stop it. Zadran should have stopped it, didn't, and they're going to take 2. So, yeah, just have a look at the body language here of the Roma Gladiatori. It's not looking good, shoulders are down. It's almost like they don't want to be there, they need things to go their way. As these two continue this partnership going, and I can tell you that, well, I always like to go back in time with Rico. On this day in 1911, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa was stolen by 3 Italian handymen. It was not recovered until 1913, and the media sensation helped it make one of the world's most famous paintings. Mona Lisa, of course, when on my travels around, I saw a fair number of the Mona Lisas, none of them the originals, of course, but it was a great venture, and I want to thank you for giving me some heads up of places to go to, and certainly, like yourself, I covered a lot of yards, let's say, on the Saturday, going round, seeing the wonderful sights around Rome. Of course, was good to be back to the Colosseum, where I had been before. But went to the Trevi Fountain. I did go to the Trevi Fountain. I did throw some coins in the fountain. Had to be done. Oh, it was packed there. The number of people there. It was quite amazing. But this time around, I did manage to get all the way down the steps to the foot of the fountain. Threw the coins in there. From there, I took a walk to the Vatican City, where I've never been before. So it's the first time I went there, and yeah, I marveled at the sights there. It was just a glorious day out.
Outside edge, and that one will just go straight to the fielder, a fly slip. Yeah, there's just so much to do in Rome. It's an incredible city, truly one of a kind. I'm just going to take a look at this again there. Yeah, good fielding. I mean, that could easily have just squirmed past him. We've seen a few fielders let those sort of opportunities slip by them, go away for runs. So, yeah, Mansour Jamali, good over by him there. Give it just 6 runs. And, well, here's a reminder of why this match is so important. The Gladiatori playing their last game of this ECS. They're, of course, currently sitting on 23 points. Bologna will be clipping at their heels. They've, of course, played 5 less games and are trying to catch up and snap that 5th spot up.
Yeah, and I think Napoli will be, they in a way will probably be hoping that Roma Gladiatori here can get a win, because that will certainly hamper Bologna catching them. It will do the Capanelle side a favour. That's too high. It's a ridiculous appeal. It really is. I mean, how are you expecting that ball to hit the stumps when, I mean, look at this here. I mean, what are you appealing for? There is no way. I mean, that's going over the stumps by clearly something like 6 or 7 inches. So it's a poor appeal. It really is.
I think that both these sides have kind of been guilty of that in this match, haven't they? Just appealing for some rather ridiculous decisions. This one is just pushed away towards mid-wicket, and Zadran is out there in the deep to collect that. It's only going to be a single.
Yeah. One thing I will say, look, Rome and the sights and around there it's spectacular. But I'm not going to hold back here. I mean, you know, I always keep in mind the litter. The litter is an issue, and you know, all I would say to people who are visiting Italy, that are in Italy, come on, work together and sort out the litter. I mean, you go to some marvellous places, you really do. The Colosseum, the Trevi Fountain, you walk in the streets, as that one gets played away beautifully for 4. But yeah, come on, help out the authorities, help out the government, help out the town halls, etc. You know, throw your rubbish away. The bins are there, use the bins, but yeah, the litter is pretty bad, I have to say. So that's something that certainly can be worked on.
Yeah, not to be too critical of Rome, but I think I'll agree with that as well, especially around the metro stations. It's very, very concerning.
Yeah, and I got, I mean, of course, where there's rubbish, there'll be some vermin. I saw the biggest rat I've ever seen. There's no way that cats would be after this rat. It was humongous, and it wasn't far from one of the metro stations, so it was pretty bad. That's played in the gap, 4 runs, nice looking shot. Well, if you get the gap, it's going to go to the boundaries of Safraz. A little bit of finesse from him to get this one away.
Yeah, beautifully played. That one is just run down towards third. Nice bit of cricket. Really good shot play there by Sarfraz. Gets that one away for a fourth. Just great placement. I mean, knows exactly where the fielder at point and the fielder at third is, and he just gets it in between them. And now they're just going to move one fielder across from the leg side, and look at how much they packed that region behind point.
Yeah.
We could get a shot of that. That'd be very interesting.
I wonder if we can. We'll ask Spring Media to see if they can give us a view. But then he bowls a short one. And he almost picks a wicket because it almost goes to the one fielder out there. Yeah, I wonder if we can just have a look, guys, at the field that's been set here before the bowler bowls. And now, have a look at that. Yeah, great shot this. And look at the way they've packed that side out for, mainly, I suppose, for Sarfraz. But the thing is now's Ankush Kumar, so you can see well, no, they're not making a change. It's the end of the over. I thought they were making a change because it's a different batter. But end of the over, 28 for 3. They're needing to go at under 10 and over. John Hisham was saying, I hope you tried a few gelatos. Well, yes, I did. I had one, and I never knew. I mean, it was like an endless gelato. It just went on and on and on. And it wasn't the biggest one either. And I had my pistachio, and I had it pistachio, so a few scoops of pistachio and a few scoops of hazelnut, and it was lovely. It really was. So, yep, I did, and I enjoyed it. And you know what else I've found here? And when I first saw it, I thought, nah, you're joking me. The umpire just has a few issues with the wind there, almost takes his cap off. But yeah, they sort of do like a deep fried lasagna. Have you come across that? So imagine lasagna. So imagine like a nice slice of lasagna, and then it's sort of battered and coated with like some breadcrumbs, and they fry it. So it's sort of like a shape of a big ball, but it's beautiful. It was beautiful. So I'm on the hunt for more of those.
Are you referring to a supli by any chance?
A what?
A supli. I'll just show you a picture.
Show me a picture and I'll tell you.
One of these.
Yeah, now you're talking. Yeah, there you go. So it's they're souples. That's what it's referred to. And you showed me a picture there, one with rice and meat. That was like same thing again. It was like mozzarella cheese, some rice in there, and some tomato, and very basil orientated. They were nice as well. So yeah, I liked when I ventured around. Didn't really have a big meal, but as I ventured, I looked at a few places, thought, well, that looks like, well, that's the old Tortuga zone, and now it's Zadran that gets the Tortuga. Here we go.
Tortuga. Tortuga.
Tortuga. Oh, look at that, Zadran. No chance, buddy. And, well, only what's fair in love and war? Well, it said, well, they had one. Well, you might as well have one as well. That one, it just took off that part of the ground. Yeah, but they were, I mean, if you get a chance, have some of them. They were delicious. The lasagna one was beautiful. Never had anything like that before.
Yes, he struck away towards square leg. It's going to take one bounce and then almost another Tortuga bounce. That is a sensational bit of athleticism by Zulkarnain Ali over there, making himself big like a volleyball player at the net, trying to just bat a ball away. Oh, that's great stuff.
That's a very good stop there from Zulkarnain Ali. Well, oh no, and then well, gets past the keeper, and then I'm not quite sure what third is doing here. Well, he's not the fastest, and you're not watching this in slow motion either. He gets that completely wrong. Does Abdul Haq? You're going to get a bye. And, well, as you can see, Haq, he sees the funny side of it. It's the end of another over. They're not blasting their way to victory, are they, Nish? But thing is, they got all their wickets intact. And one thing that you do know with this Bologna side, and particularly with someone like Ankush Kumar, he can just go ballistic in one over and then take the game away from you. We've seen him do it before, but at the moment, they're at 37 without loss after 4.
So we're now coming into the 5th over of the innings, and looks like it's going to be Jitendra Prakash who is going to bowl this 5th over. And as you can see, there's the look at what Bologna need to pick up a bonus point. I think the bonus point is probably just a bit too much. 20 and over is asking a lot of these batters. I think this game is still hanging finally in the balance.
Yeah. Are you surprised that they haven't started going for it. They haven't done what we saw like Napoli do. At least start going for it in the power play, and then once a few wickets go, think, all right, let's just settle down now, go for the win.
But this is the thing with Bologna. Whenever they're chasing a low total, they're always retreat into a shell. If you look at their losses so far this series, and if you had to look at their worst batting performances, this one's going to go away for a 6. A terrific shot. That is confirmed by the umpire. Raises his arms. Let's have another look at this. Just digs that one in short. Very nicely pulled away. Terrific shot there by Ankush Kumar. But if you look at Bologna's worst batting performances this series, they've all been in low-scoring chases. They just retreat into a shell whenever they have a low target. They just looks like they get a bit too nervous and start to overthink the situation. But whenever they've batted first or had to chase down something big, that's when they bat freely. That's when they go out there, they play their shots, and they're aggressive.
Yeah, and that can be backed up when they're played Roma Bangla Morning Sun, match 19. And the Bangla Morning Sun side, 99 for 8. Bologna, 98 for 7. They needed 15 off the last, didn't get there. So, yeah, you're right. When it comes to those lower scores, they don't tend to get going. And if you wanted further proof of that, remember then the very next day, match day 5, match 22, Roma CC. They bowled them out for 85, and then in return, 78 for 4. So, yeah, they've certainly had their issues when it's the lower scores. Need to put that right.
Yeah, so I am, of course, taking a peek at what's happening in the World Cup qualifiers as well. And so far, so good for us. Going quite well against Spain, but of course, yeah, not going to get too excited. Still a long way to go in that game.
Come on, give us the latest. You're smiling, so it's obviously going well for you.
Yeah, just going to give you an update after this ball. As this one is, they try to cut that one away. And it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. So Bologna, well, they're going along at their required, but probably not at the pace they would have liked ideally. As we'll, of course, have a chance now to welcome you into our commentary position. This Shave Hut here, and alongside me is Rico Full.
So come on, you're smiling. What's the score?
46 for 4, half at the 10 over mark.
Really, after 10 overs? Okay, well, all I can say about that, if that's the case, the wicket must have something in it. Because, well, that doesn't sound like the Spanish side. So it looks like it's going to be probably a low-scoring one. I reckon Spain maybe get to... I'm going to have a gamble here. They'll get to about 130, 140. That'll be a good score if they can recover from that. So, yeah, that's a good match. Of course, don't forget later today, we also have the women's T20 internationals from Malta. The Valletta Cup starts today. And we're going to see, of course, Malta in action there. The Isle of Man. MCC women's as well. We know we saw the men's in action not that long ago. Greece will be playing. And also Serbia. That will start today. And that's a wicket, by the way. So Zedran, who for some reason they're holding on to today. The Roma Gladiatori side, well, his first ball, it's one that just creeps up on the batter and trying to get a bit of acceleration here, Safraz. He's going to fall for, well, a below par 14 of 13 balls. That's not the way that this guy normally bats. And so I reckon, on my feeling here, this is that Ankush Kumar has probably said to him, hey, look, come on, in all fairness, you're not really helping us here. We've got other batters. Have a go or let somebody else come in.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think they've lost the opportunity to pick up the bonus points here, Bologna. I think there's a couple of moments to look back at. I think that final over where they made a few misfields and it went for 19 runs. It just made that target a little bit bigger for them, and then they start very slowly over here as well. And well, we're about to see a man who we know is a very talented batter. We've heard a lot about him, Hasib Khan. A bit surprising in opening the batting in this kind of situation, but he's coming in at number 3.
Yeah,
he's a firm striker of the ball. This was going straight down the ground. And oh, huge drop. Massive drop for Mubarak Hussain. He's granted another life to Hasib Khan, one of the finest batters in this country. It could almost have been 2 wickets in 2 balls, and that would have been a huge, huge moment in this match.
Yeah, look, he tries to catch this all wrong, and then look, the footwork. Ball gets away from him, goes for 6. What a let-off.
This one is struck away towards long off, and that's going to be a regulation for the fielding. But yeah, huge let-off. Could have been a first baller there for Hasib Khan. I think we're going to look back at that moment again and again.
Yeah, that's been the difference, isn't it? I mean, look at the number of times that wickets were taken straight away by Bologna. Good catches. That's not a good delivery from Zadran down the leg side. Fair bit of breeze around the ground today, but it's quite blustery. It's difficult to say if it's blowing in one particular way. It's right at the moment. It's coming from, well, it was coming from left to right. It's now changed, coming from the batter's end. Right, another catching chance, and this time it will be held, and it's going to be Ankush Kumar, the captain, who departs. So both the openers have gone here. Surely Bologna are not going to make a meal of this again. Once again, it's a low-scoring match, and Bologna have managed to lose these kind of matches on plenty of occasions already.
Yeah, they certainly have. I think Bologna, they're always just get in their own way as a side, don't they? And we know that they have the talent, but I think they've just been lacking that little bit of match awareness, that nous, that tactical nous you need right at the end of games. And are they going to cost themselves here once again? I mean, you would have thought this would be a fairly regulation victory for them, but I'm seeing a lot of moments here. Gotta say one thing with Zadran. I mean, whenever this guy has the ball in the hand, it's guaranteed entertainment.
Yeah, he gives it his all, Zadran. Bat, ball in the field. And 2 for 8 so far here. So you got Faisal Nazar comes out. So you still got batters out there that have scored big runs in this series.
That's a good slower ball there, and Nazar's just going to push that one away. And ooh, just wonder if there would have been a chance with a direct hit.
I think this is close, you know. I think if this hits directly, because, all right, there's hesitation. He turns and throws straight away. And, oh, that would have been out. Because he's not, for whatever reason, he's not running the straight line. He's not running the straight line, so he's taken the long way round. And if that ball hits the stumps, he would have been out.
Yeah, running diagonally for some reason. Oh, this is big. Beautifully struck through the line. That's going to go away for a 6. Don't worry about catching that one. And it's gone a long, long way.
Oh, Hasib has obviously made up his mind that when he's out there, he's going to go this way. He could have well, let's face it, if the catcher was taken by Hussein, he shouldn't be there anymore, but he was dropped. He got 6. And, well, now he's doubled up. He gets another boundary, end of the over for Zadran. And not a bad over. He'll finish with 2 for 15, knowing, though, he should have had another. Should have had 3. 65 for 2 after 6 overs. And that rate, just around the 8 at the moment. So another couple of good overs here from Roma Gladiatori. Who knows what could happen?
I like this approach, though, by Hasib Khan. I think one thing this Bologna side have is batting depth. So you like to see their top order be a bit more positive at times. Good ball there by Hawk. Really nice delivery. Just back of a length in the channel. It's very difficult for Nazar to play that. Flashes past the outside edge of his bat.
Well, it's definitely a point here, then we can say that for sure for Gladiatori. That one takes off. Now the umpires will have to have a look at each other here. It's definitely one for the over. Pretty close to going right over the head, I think. You have a look at that. I mean, I think it's a right call from the umpires, but that's close. Huck bending his back.
Yes, place this one straight back to the bowler, and that's great awareness by Hawk. Great awareness. We're going to have to look at this and see if he's managed to get the run out here.
I think it's very close, but I think the batter just here, the bat goes back down. It's brilliant awareness from Hawk. It really is. You're right. All right, in the end, look at this. It's a little flick. In the end, it will cost them a run. But can you, if that was out, that would have been a bit of genius. It would have been a masterstroke.
Yeah, I don't mind the fact that he's gone for that risk. This one is struck firmly out towards mid-wicket to Jamali. I mean, they don't have too many runs to play with here. The Gladiatori, they're going to need wickets, so a little bit of innovation, a little bit of trickery, good presence of mind. Don't mind that by Hawk.
And just now, I was talking about the wind a few moments ago. Now nothing. It's gone. It's very weird, the wind here today. It's playing games with everybody.
Short, wide, and it's going to go for 6. Just gets that one wrong there, Hawk, and he's punished by Nazar.
Too short. You don't get carried away with a shorter delivery. Now he wants to push the fielder, Jamali, back there, but I mean, even if a fielder's back there, that's going over him. You don't want to be bowling that delivery. So Bilal Khan will get this ball back. Bilal, of course, they're doing some ball fetching duties. The Roma CC have played all their matches. Now, they had a interesting day, didn't they, on Monday? Of course, coming back into play after having a long journey to Milan where they played fresh tropical. Right, Hussein, will he take this one? Yeah, he will. So it's a wicket. So they get the dangerous Nazar. He'll go for 8 of 6 deliveries. Huck picks ones up at the end of the over. So 7 overs complete here now, and it's 73 for 3.
We're just going to take another look at this here. Well taken by Mubarak Hussain, of course, dropped that catch earlier of Hasib Khan, but makes no mistake over here. He holds on to that one. Another wicket will fall for Bologna. Just extends the outcome of this game, as of course Bologna now need 24 runs off the remaining 3 overs. Let's just have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. As you can see, Kent Lanka Napoli about to take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in about 39 minutes time. Big matchup for both those teams. Of course, Kent Lanka are in a big race at trying to grab that 5th spot. Meanwhile, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will, of course, want to grab the top spot to make it to finals day.
Yeah, big match that will be. Of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun have been playing some good cricket, of course. It'll be interesting. Didn't quite catch that. Is Rehan back in the side? I know he was playing again yesterday and was in the runs too. Good scores of 60s for him. 2 player of the match performances. That's hit hard, but the fielder can't get there. So there's going to be 4 more runs. Zadran being brought into the attack to see if he can pick up another wicket or 2. But if you can't get wickets, you don't want to give away boundaries. Try and stop those boundaries. And that one just gets away from Jamali. Couldn't stop it.
Yeah, Sharif Rehan, of course, listed to open alongside Anik Ahmed. So, yeah, it's big to have him back. And I think he's probably going to play today. And, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will make it to finals day. It's just a question of whether they'll be in that top spot or not. Oh, just gets the bottom edge of the bat there, and looks like that's going to go away for a 4. Big chase here for Rehman, but he's not going to be able to get to that one. 4 runs.
It's a slower ball from Zadran, but the thing is, it's so much width on it. And if the batters at this point are going to swing hard to get anything on it, that will be the result. 9 times out of 10, 4 runs. So a couple of boundaries early on here. They've already gone past what they need in the over. So these are all bonus runs, but it's another opportunity, and it will get taken. So another catch taken. All smiles at the moment from Roma Gladiatori as they take another wicket. And that's a useful one because it's the wicket of Hasib Khan. So Khan now back in the shed. He goes for 22. He lived a charmed life, didn't he? 22 of 8. And that means that Abdullah, who's yet to face a ball, is going to be joined by another batter. So 2 new batters out there. Who knows? I mean, are they going to find a way to throw this away, Bologna?
Yeah, it's just making this a lot more challenging than it needed to be, especially with all the quality they have in their batting. You got to give this guy Zadran so much credit. He's picked up 3 wickets so far. He's just finding a way to keep his side alive in this game.
Yeah, Huck was the man who took the catch there. And, yeah, now a dot ball. So, I mean, the rate is, you take it, is almost, they almost took it to a run of ball with just above. But a couple of more dots in here, another wicket or so, who knows? Ishtak is out there with Abdullah. And Ishtak plays and misses. Oh, wide called. I want to see this one again. I'd love to see this again. Miller calls a wide here. And let's see. Oh, I think that catches some of the line, you know. I think it catches some of the line. I don't think that's a wide. You can see the disappointment from Zadran and also the keeper, Harpreet.
Looks to go big. Does he have enough on it? Not quite, but it's still going to go away for 4.
There's nobody there. There's nobody there. And now look at Zadran. He's saying to Hussein, well, what are you doing? I mean, Hussein is very straight. And Hussein is saying, well, that's what the captain is putting me. So what do you want? But there was no, I was expecting to see Jamali there because Jamali was fielding there before. So they've moved Jamali from that area. And now you can see Zadran now saying to Mubarak Hussain, and Mubarak Hussain is saying, well, but I've always been here. And Zadran very disappointed because if they had the fielder back there, that's definitely a catching chance.
Still got a ball to go in this over, so I think he's going to need to come back here, Zadran. Still one ball to come in this over.
Yeah, looks like the umpires are going to have to ask Zadran disgruntledly to come back, take his cap off and bowl another. Looks like that's what's going to happen here. I think there's still a ball to go. The scorers are just clarifying this, so yeah, Zadran may have to come back. I think he will. The thing is, though, maybe he'll get a bit of luck. Maybe he gets another wicket. Finish with a fourfer. At the moment, that score, they need just 11 or 13 balls, so you need a good ball in here. Still waiting the umpires for the scorers to give the confirmation. And what are they saying here? Well, it looks like Miller is walking to the other end. Miller was the umpire at the bowler's end, so they are crossing over. Maybe it is the over. Something's being missed maybe somewhere, so we'll get that updated. So it looks like the scorers are going backwards and backtracking. That's why you've seen the graphics on your display just change momentarily. We'll get that sorted for you. And that would obviously mean that the score that we have up there currently is not correct. We need that sorted pretty quickly. Well, that is, he's been made to run. He couldn't pick up the ball, the keeper, Harpreet. Well, talking about make the wounded run here. Well, Ishtak has got one probably in the cojones. Watch this. Oi. And then he's been made to run. He said, Chala, and then Harpreet, if he could have picked it up, he could have had a go. I keep saying Harpreet, by the way, apologies. That's not Harpreet behind the stump. He was listed to behind the stumps, but they made a late change. It's actually Niazi. That's obviously suggesting that Niazi has probably got a bit of an injury himself since he didn't bowl in the last match. Good delivery. There's from Jamali. There it is there. Another dot. Oh, Nish, where is this match going to end up?
Yeah, it's making this a lot more challenging than it needs to be. We'll, of course, just keep you updated with the situation regarding the score. So in terms of the score, we just go back to the previous over 13 runs in the end of that over. And we'll have the live score up for you very shortly as it looks like we're very close to resolving this issue. Oh, that is not a great throw. That is not a great throw. I mean, they're very lucky that it's not going to end up being overthrows. And you could just see a scream of rage from out in the deep. It's good bowling here by Mansoor Jamali. He needs to be backed up by good fielding as well. It's a terrible throw.
Yeah, not a good throw. I mean, the batters though. I mean, look at the running, how casual it is though. I mean, if you run the first one quickly, you take a second. I mean, that running there from Ishtak, not good at all. That though is good. And well, we could just about see it. Get it quickly before it disappears and ends up in Australia. And it's a good shot. So Abdullah opens his account with a boundary. That's the second ball he faces, and it's 6 runs. Now he swings and misses at this one. Oh, this match. It's the end of the over. So that's 9 completed, 3 required in 6 balls.
So what's going on here? For a minute when I saw him walked off, I wonder if he'd nicked it or something. But is he just getting retired out? This is really, really chaotic.
Is that
Abdullah?
the shot,
and then he just walks right off.
Is that Abdullah? Who's there retiring out? Well, how can... I mean, if it is, that's crazy, because he just matched a 6. Who's been retired out here?
It looks like it's Abdullah. I mean, my initial thought was, has he nicked it and decided to walk off? But I don't see a wicket anywhere. And
that's crazy. Why would you retire a batter out who just matched a 6 and they only need 3 for victory? Well, who knows what they're thinking here. So Abdullah gets retired out after hitting a 6. And he was 6 off 3 balls before he left. New batter has come in. And, well, I think we're going to have to real look at this. I think the scorers are having a bit of a mare here. As batters are being retired out and all sorts happening. We're going to have to get this right. I think the scores, I can confirm that it's 3. That's the most important thing. 3 required of victory. And this, the last over.
So he was out. He did nick the ball.
Did he nick
it?
He
walked right after nicking it. It wasn't a retirement. He just edged it, and he was so angry with himself. He just stormed right off after nicking it. So, yeah, it didn't seem like a retirement based on his behavior, but when I looked down at the score, I saw a dot ball. And that did throw me off a bit. But, yeah, it was a wicket. He did nick it.
All right, well, Jamali picks another. Now, this could be the match if it goes to the boundary. Chase is on. They come back for 2. So that will now tie the scores with 5 balls to go. The scores tied. Harpreet, the captain, bowling this, the last over.
A chance for Ishtiaq here to just help his side get over the finishing line and knock away the winning runs. Yeah, they've made this a lot harder than they needed to, Bologna. I think they should have wrapped this up a lot earlier and get that extra point and also a big boost to their net run rate, but yeah, it's going to be another dot ball, so it just prolongs the outcome of this match. I've got to say, I mean, the Gladiatori at least minimizing the dent to their net run rate. They've done well to get a point out of this game.
They're bringing everybody in, but if you look at the offside field, they're still too deep. There's a single there, the leg side, beg your pardon. Everything goes on the leg side. It doesn't matter because that'll be it. It will be done with a wide. It's a good stop from the keeper, from Niazi, but he can't stop the wide. It's going to be all done and dusted. Roma Gladiatori, I suppose they do pick up a win, but a win and a loss. It's going to be Bologna that take it. You're right, a lot deeper than they should have done. Bologna, they've got to learn from this. It's about the 3rd or 4th time chasing a score below 100 that they've taken it to the wire. And on 3 occasions, they haven't actually managed to get that win. So they've got to be winning these matches quicker. They've got to be taking it a bit more seriously. They've got to be attacking a little bit more, particularly in the power play. They didn't do that, and they really never could get going at any point, and that's why that you saw Gladiatori take it deep. Zadran, once again, always giving you something. He bowled very well, picked up 3 for 28. Also, of course, on the other side, Yassine Khan picked up 3 for 30. So 2 bowlers getting 3 first. But as the team shake hands, it will be Bologna. They get the win. And Bologna, of course, got a big day here today. They are playing 3 matches in the day. They'll have a bit of a break here as we get ready in about just under half an hour's time. Kent Lanka Napoli will be taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And then after that, we'll finish with back-to-back matches for Bologna. But let's have a quick look at that. Of course, Kent Lanka Napoli will be raring to go. They got a good win early against Roma Gladiatori, and we're hoping to push Roma Bangla Morning Sun all the way. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, so in the end, Bologna are able to get over the finish line. It did take them a lot longer than they would have liked, but they will pick up 3 points in this game, 3 valuable points against the side who they're currently trying to chase down in the standings. Of course, they had a pretty solid opening partnership, and it was worth exactly 50 runs, a half-century stand for the first wicket, but probably just a few issues with their run rate to start things off. They were going along, meandering at about 9 to 10 and over, didn't quite get that acceleration they would have liked, and what that slow start did was it just took away any chance they might have had to pick up a bonus point. We're just taking a look at some of the shots Ankush Kumar was able to play, made 33 of 19 runs, but it was really Malik Sarfaraz who struggled, going at just a run a ball, made about 14 of 13 deliveries, so not quite the strike rate his side would have wanted. And this was a huge moment, absolutely massive moment. And looking back at that, considering this game went down to the final over, that was when Hasib Khan was on 0 on his very first ball. He would, of course, go on to make 22 of 8. We just saw the catch that was taken out in the deep to get rid of Faizan Nazar. And Zadran, though, well, he's always an impact player for his side. He once again played with his heart, put everything on the line for his side, and he tried his best to give his team a chance to win this game.
Yeah, a great performance from Zadran. I really think he's a top draw player, and he's a match winner in your side. But he just needed a few more performances from 1 or 2 others. I think the captain Harpreet needed to have a big day here today, playing their last 2 matches. He never clicked. The likes of Hussain and Niazi, and those 2. I mean, normally the 3 of them, 1 of them at least get some runs. They haven't done that, and that's why they just haven't got enough runs on the board. You just think about this match. 10 more runs, it's a different ball game, isn't it? 10 more runs could have made all the difference. It wasn't to be. And yeah, you're right, that drop chance of Hasib, because not only was it drop, but he dropped it over for 6. And that at the time was a real momentum shifter as well. And Hasib, of course, went on, hit a few more boundaries before he would go. So it's a tough final day for the Gladiatori side. Now they will just have to sit back and watch to see how the other teams perform. They certainly will be interested to see how Capanelle and Napoli get on in the next match. And of course, if they can get a win against the Roma Bangla Morning Sun, then really you'd fancy that Roma Gladiatori are going to struggle to keep hold of the 5th spot that they currently are holding on to. Of course, the 1 point from a loss helps them, but picking up no points in the earlier game against Capanelle and Napoli didn't help their cause at all. Let's have a quick look at the scorecards here, Nish.
Yeah, just having a look at that scorecard. As you can see, some good scores all around over there. And we'll now take a look at this bowling card. As you can see, Sharif Zodran with the best figures, picking up 3 wickets. And then, of course, Ahmadul Haq ends up with figures of 1 for 18. Mansur Jamali with a solid bowling performance once again. 1 for 12 are his figures at the end of this match. Match 48 is in the books. And it's been a disastrous morning for the Roma Gladiatori, who, of course, wanted to take advantage of this morning to build a gap between themselves and Bologna and Capanelle. Instead, they do quite the opposite. They pick up just 1 point from their 2 games against Bologna and Capanelle. They will fall short and lose this one by 5 wickets. Impressive victory for Bologna, who will be absolutely delighted about their prospects of making it to finals day. Join us again in 24 minutes time when we'll bring you an exciting fixture between Capanelle Napoli and Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Both these teams, of course, Kent Lanka, are in a tight race to grab the 5th and final spot to make it to finals day. They've had a big addition to their team. Nicolo Fernando is now available for this European Cricket Series. Of course, we saw him make a sensational half-century to help his side record an emphatic bonus point victory against the Roma Gladiatori. That means we've now got this amazing opening partnership of Senanayaka and Nicolo Fernando for Kent Lanka. That, of course, relieves a lot of the pressure that was on Senanayaka to do the bulk of the run scoring for his team. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to their opponents, the Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They have a star batter who hasn't always been available throughout this ECS. I'm, of course, talking about Sharif Rehan, who was the leading run getter during last year's ECS. He made himself available during yesterday's action, and I look forward to seeing him playing during the course of this match. Of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be led by their captain Anik Ahmed, who is a superb all-rounder. He's a brilliant bowler, he's a wicket taker, and he's also someone who can bowl in the death. There's absolutely nothing he can't do. Let's head over to the commentary box where Rico Full will give you the toss update.
Well, thank you very much. Well, yeah, the toss update there is, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun electing to bat first. That doesn't surprise me at all. As you heard Nish saying, they've got a number of very, very important players in their side. And, of course, the captain is going to be key, I think, for them. He's been very good all the way through here. And Anik Ahmed, but he's got good players alongside of Sharif Rehan coming back in the side. Remember, yesterday he was in awesome form. I think also Sean Chowdhury, of course, I said earlier in the day that he took a hat-trick. He said didn't quite take a hat-trick, it was a team hat-trick. There was a wicket either side, and then there was a run-out in between. So there was a team hat-trick that he was involved in. Someone like Chandra Bomik could be a good player as well. So they've got good players, and they've got the confidence to go out there and bat first. And Buyan, of course, is somebody else that could talk about. But they're taking on a Kent Lanka Napoli side who just got a very good win early on. And, well, speaking of good players in good form, because they got several of them. Nicolo Fernando comes into the side. We didn't think he'd be playing. He didn't think he'd be playing. He said he wouldn't be, but he is, and he's making an impact straight away. But, of course, Visal Senanayaka, he's somebody else you've got to watch out from. But they're starting to find their rhythm and the form. Even the captain, Danusha Silva, is starting to score some runs there at the same time. So, should be an exciting match, an interesting one. 60-40, and they're going here for the Roma Bangla Morning Sun to be victorious. But I still think that Kent Lanka Napoli, they're a side, they're very similar for me to Bologna. When they click with the bat, they can score plenty of runs. They can be super aggressive, though there are times when they lose the key batters early that they can struggle to score at a healthy rate. We saw that from Bologna. And with the ball, they got good bowlers and they got some very good fielders. So I'm expecting this to be a close match. Looks like we are ready to go. And of course, Kent Lanka Napoli, the team, the barcode team, the kit that they've got really does resemble a bit of a barcode. Obviously not the same colours as a barcode, but the orange and blue stripes. So let's see how they get on here. The umpires for this one, umpire Nuwan and Dilak are the two men out there. Umpire Miller will be the third umpire for this as we get ready to go. So the umpire just making sure the batter's ready, taking his guard. And it's going to be, well, Visal Senanayaka to start with the first. And a little bit wide. Batters make contact, take no run. Just chases this one, does Rehan. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, that would have been a big wide. I said a little bit wide. That was big wide. Rehan spoils that one. Yesterday, of course, good day for him. I'll tell you about his knocks. yesterday as he once again chases a wide one. This time he doesn't get bad onto it. It will be called a wide. Yeah, yesterday he scored 67 of 32. Player of the match performance, chasing Roma Capanelli's 133 for victory. And then straight back after that, he scored 63 of 32. Once again, player of the match in a win by 49 runs over Napoli. So this is a repeat of that match. It's a leave, and this one is okay, says the umpire. So yesterday these two battled it out. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 136, so just above a par score. But Napoli just never got going, and it was Thamira, 26 of 10, and Usman Abid, 24 of 14, the only batters that really made any contribution. So they're looking to change that. That's been hoiked away. Is a lovely pickup. I think this is 6. Yeah, it is. I mean, he's hit it pretty flat and hard, and that sails over the boundary. 6 runs. And he goes clubbing, and that's big. Got to get that pitched up. He bowls good heavy length, Nike outside the off. We saw against the Roma Gladiatori side, they just couldn't get back onto ball a lot of the bowling that he was doing then, but that time just too short. And you can see that somebody like Rehan is waiting to latch onto the short one. Slow ball, that's well bowled. He's liking it. It's all about where this is pitching. So let's just see. I mean, it's that slow ball, cleverly bowled. Let's have a look at this again. So, yeah, I mean, here we go. This gives a good look. I think that ball is missing off stump. Yeah, he gets it, starts to move away. Height also comes into play. We know that several times we're thinking that the ball is going to hit the stump and bounces over. So that's too high for me. I think it's also the height comes into play. It's another wide. I have to say that this morning so far, we're into the third match. Match number 49. Some of the appealing has not been the best. Another wide called. And, there you go, the barcode. But they've got the old line there as well. You know that a lot of the Sri Lankan sides do like to have the head of the line there. And of course, we know several teams like the Sri Lankan Lions. And talking about the Sri Lankan Lions, the man who knows all about Lions, the team's called the Lions because he's from Cyprus as well. A few of them there. And also Cyprus are playing. Well, Nish will join me back, and I'm sure he'll give me an update on what's happening in the cricket there in the T20 qualifiers.
Yeah, great fight back for Spain in the final 10 overs of that innings. They end up with 152 runs. Great, fantastic fight back. A century partnership for the 5th wicket helped them rally, and they put themselves in a very good position after what was a fine start for Cyprus. Good throw over there, back to the keeper, and well, this time around it's going to be Stefano Kanhala wicket keeping. I think you tend to see Danushka Silva and Stefano Kanhala share that responsibility for this Kent Lanka side, as will of course come to the end of this over. And Bangla Morning Sun are 10 for no loss. Here's a look at the squads for the Meltzel Shield.
Yeah, looking forward to this, of course, getting closer now. So, of course, have a look at Team Europe. Quinton Norris will be the manager. It'll be nice to catch up with Quinton again. And, of course, he's got a good team there to manage. The likes of Zwilling is going to be key, I think, with Riker there, those two. And Caroline DeLang, I was watching some highlights from some of the ECCW, and there were some great highlights of her. She took a great caught on board, of course. Rebecca Blake from Romania. It'd be good to see Rebecca playing again. Naomi Human, Bergamo, and Chingolia there from Spain. And from, of course, here from Italy, Emilia Bartam, Ratanaika, Sims, and also we got Delisha will be playing. And Delisha, I've been seeing her with the ball lately. She is bowling well. And, of course, Ratanaika, as you'd expect, is hitting the ball really well. And then from Czechia, Fawa Baba, she is sensational as well. The really good side. That's going to start with a wide. Yeah, I weren't that far off then with my prediction of score. I said they'd probably get to about 140. So they got to 150. DDC half century, I guess?
Yep, absolutely. Made a sensational half century. Yeah, just going back to that Team Europe side, no surprise, of course, there's plenty of Netherlands representation in there. And, of course, it's been a busy summer for the Dutch women. They've been involved in quite a few tournaments, of course, played a lot of cricket against Scotland. and Papua New Guinea over the past few weeks. This one's going to be struck across the line, and it goes all the way for a 6. So a good shot there by Anik Ahmed. And, well, this is a very dangerous opening partnership. Sharif Rehan and Anik Ahmed.
Yeah, picks it up beautifully. It's not in the right areas. And Anik Ahmed says, thank you very much. He blasts it away. So 6 more. Both batters have found the boundary fence, and both of them have hit 6s. And that's Anik's first one. Of course, plenty of cricket for us to keep our eyes on. Shortly, we know that they're in Malta for the Buildup Cup. The Malta women will kick things off with the Isle of Man women. And that match will be starting at about 2:45 local time. So we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, we'll bring you some news on that. And of course, well, maybe if you've got the facility too, you could maybe get a split screen game, because of course Charlie Hunt will be there talking through the action. I bet Charlie's happy to be back in Malta.
Just going down the leg side over there. Yeah, you're going to need every screen you have over this weekend, because we're going to have 3 series running concurrently here in Italy, over to the Netherlands, and also in Malta. So get your phones out, your tablets out, your laptops, every smart device you have, because you're going to need every single one of them.
Plenty of cricket. And of course, we've done it before. And yeah, it's great. It's great how it's great also the way that the chat comes to life as well. Everybody keeping everyone updated on what's going on. Here's the youngster, China Fernando. Digs that one in, and he could get a wicket if somebody can get hold of this. But he's going back, and he's going to go all the way. And that's it. He's done this a few times as Fernando's banged the ball in, and the batters have got something on it, and it's enough to take it all the way back. I just feel, I mean, I know when I play cricket, I know T10 format maybe is slightly different, but when I played cricket, I would sort of give a subtle, I would tell the keeper, and I'll say to the keeper, hey, 3rd ball, I'm going to bang it in. So do me a favour, after the 2nd ball, just tell the man on the 45 to go back on the boundary. 3rd, if 3rd is not back, 3rd back. Just, you know, you're not advertising it as a bowler. The fielders are just moving there. So you're trying to get that element of surprise in for the batter. If you're trying to do it without changing the field, the chances are you're not going to get too much luck. And no luck there either for Shine Fernando, as this is a beautiful stroke. Have a look at this. Yeah, look, that is everything. Poetry in motion is the way I like to describe those shots, because it's the footwork is right, the execution is right, the placement and timing is beautiful. 4 runs.
Oh, beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous stroke there by Sharif Rehan. That is played to perfection.
That's well stopped. He tries to use the pace there of the bowl. I'm surprised they're not running here. I think when you're playing this one, you've got to be ready to go straight away. And they decide not to. Nick Ahmed, I think, started, but you can see Rehan saying, no, stay there. It is the end of the over. And they're going quite nicely at the moment. The first over went for 10. That one goes for 16, is 26 without loss.
Here's a look at the standings for this year's European Cricket Series here in Rome. And as we can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun currently sitting in 3rd place. And of course, they are looking to chase down Roma CC at the top of the table. Ken Lanka Napoli, they're looking to chase down the Gladiatori in 5th place. So, yeah, big challenge up ahead for both these teams. They're fighting for a lot, of course. Today's the last day in the group stages for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They'll be playing this match and the game right after this as well. So, a couple of big matches here for Bangla Morning Sun. Up in the air. Could be a chance to catch this, but it looks like it's going to fall safely and doesn't have enough to go for a 4. Not quite. Giovanni Angelo. Haven't seen him play much during this ECS. He's going to field that one quite well. So, good bit of work by him. Dinawan grabs the batter for room. Nice length over there. And good work in the end by Angelo to make sure that it's just a single. So, going to be a couple of runs, beg your pardon. So Anik Ahmed is back on strike, and that's a dangerous line to be bowling. can't afford to bowl there. I think in the end, Ani Galman will feel like he's missed out on one, just going too far down the leg side. Here we go. Third ball of the over coming up. Outside edge, and oh, what a dive! What a sensational dive by Cheyenne Fernando. He has saved this side 3 runs for sure, but he could almost have even taken a superb catch. Have a look at this, diving to his left like a goalkeeper. Oh, he has almost taken this. You know, he could have had one for the highlights reel.
That was an amazing effort. Well, this one now, can he get to this? I don't think so. I think he's going to get over him and get past the boundary for 4. But yeah, if he held that one before, what a catch that would have been. It would have been an absolute humdinger. But this one, look, a bit more luck. And once again, Anik Ahmed gets a bit lucky. Flies over into that vacant third man area. They're choosing to keep third up. It's always a danger when batters are going to be swinging hard. And that's a couple of times. That's square and fine. Ball's going to the boundary. Now this one is probably more catchable. Somebody's got to get a name onto this. It's another great effort. Throwing himself to the ball. I mean, if they held on to this would have been absolutely brilliant. But it's not going to be. Just have a look at this. This is Shaminda coming in from the deep. Look at the way he throws himself at this. I mean, look at the way he lands awkwardly. But a couple of opportunities there. Difficult ones. But you got to say half chances. Good teams take them. And that one's crept up on him and will be the end of the over. So over complete. And a score 35 without loss. A couple of chances there, Nishay, that didn't get taken.
Yeah, a couple of big opportunities in that over, and I think Kent Lanka Napoli, their catching has probably been an issue for them. I think their ground fielding overall is really good, but sometimes they struggle to take their catches, and that, of course, might come back to bite them as it did during that matchup against Royal Roma yesterday.
Okay, who do they go to here now? I can see that there looks like there's going to be a bit of a bat change there. So one of the bats obviously is has got cracked or something in the process there. So Anik Ahmed gets a new blade to get on with. And yeah, looks like they're going to go here with Nicolo Fernando. Going to bowl over number 4. So Fernando, of course, just trying to concentrate when we saw him in the last match, just trying to bowl wicket to wicket. But because of the height he has, he does get a fair bit of bounce. So batters are going to have to negotiate that pretty well. And Helix, you got Nish there, by the way. You got him proper. Nish had just gone off air. He said, "You were the coach of Papua New Guinea." It was a long-standing joke that went for a long time, Nish. But or maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm just not telling. This one gets played out for a single. Hello, Helix, and hello to crew as well. Hope you're well. And, some people saying, well, how do we keep an eye on the commentary later with Charlie there and myself and Nish here? Well, it's always a way. Remember that one way to do it is in between matches. The T20 should go on a bit longer. Well, this one, where is it? He says, I have no idea. The wicketkeeper has no idea where this ball is. He's searching for it. He can't find it. And it's not where he thinks it is. It's going to be safe. So another opportunity. They're living dangerously, but getting a bit of luck this time. It's a Rehan that gets the life.
It gets away with that one, and it's just looking to back away and try to pummel that towards mid-wicket, but just couldn't get the timing.
Talking of timing, that has been timed to perfection. It will go all the way. Bullet. Ginnas on a shaka. Lucky Anik Ahmed. He does hit the ball well down the ground.
Oh, it really does. You can't afford to overpitch the ball to Anik Ahmed. He's very strong, as you mentioned, in the V. And Nicolo Fernando, he's not someone who's a big turner of the ball, so for him it all comes down to variations, using the crease well. Goes a little bit wider this time on the crease, and it's just going to be pushed away off the pads by Anik Ahmed.
Yeah, a little clip, and this is a good example of two batters complementing each other well. Both of them have hit a couple of boundaries. They're taking the singles. They're just trying to make sure they give their team a good start. It's not a good delivery, but it's a very good stop actually from the keeper. That one is well done by Stefano. We've seen plenty of times balls like that end up going for 5 wide, so the keeper can't stop it. It's a good work. Stefano Karhala does well behind the stumps. Well, that's a bit of too spicy for the young man, Cheyenne, who goes down. I don't know if he gets any of this, but it's a bit of a vicious bounce. It'll just be a single. Not the worst of overs there from Nicola Fernando. 10 come off it. So at the moment, the score 45 at the end of 4 overs. So they're just going above the 10, going at around about that 11.25 you can see there. But ideally, a team like Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be looking normally to be around that 60-65 mark at the 5 over spot, especially when they haven't lost any wickets. So I suppose Kent Lanka Napoli doing a good job at the moment, just restricting them. Jaminda with the ball, and he's a bowler that, like I said before, I would like to see him bowling his 2 overs. He's come on at the right time. When Fernando bowled over number 4, I wouldn't have minded if Shaminda came into bowl here. So they definitely got focus on trying to keep some of the pace off here.
Very odd shot. Barely budges it from his bat lift, does he? Actually ends up coming off his glove. Hard to describe that. Oh, he's going to look to go big here on Ahmed. He's got plenty of height, and he's also got the distance. So that's going to be 6 runs. Smashes this one over cow corner.
Yeah, well, that will help. That will bring the 50 up. And the way to describe this one is slog sweep. That's what he does here. And he gets it. He nails it beautifully. And that one ends up right over there, right next to the practice nets, the net cage. Good shot. Anik Ahmed just starting to get that acceleration in the captain now. And that's another one. Lovely jubbly. That is big too. It's a biggie. And 6 more. And this one goes beyond the nets and goes under the futuristic village. And that's going to be another big 6. Anik Ahmed, it's in the earlier matches for Roman Bangla Morning Sun, always made starts. Got to the teens, got to the 20s, but never went on big. Will he here now? 35 of 13. And a better delivery, but a little bit too wide. Well left. There's better areas. It's just trying to get a ball that is going to be outside the off stump. So Anik Ahmed can't go for the big shot down the leg side. Oh, it's a snick. I reckon he snicks this. Yeah, look at the... Yep, I think the keeper tells you the story. Stefano Canhala has a chance. I heard it. And he just snatches at it at the last moment. It sort of goes kindly into the gloves, but he's not able to hold it. Snatches at the catch. So the chance goes down.
They're starting to lose count of the amount of opportunities they put down. This one is hoiked out towards mid-wicket. And he survives again, Anik Ahmed. Yeah, some just old habits die hard for Kent Lanka. Once again, the catches they're putting down are hurting them badly.
Yeah, I suppose there's been some, like the diving catches we've seen, been difficult ones. So you could say there were chances, but the real chance was that one there that gets put down. So I said they're the team that would like to be around about the 60 mark, 60, 65 at the halfway point, and that's where they've got to, around 60. So looking to get to that 120, but they certainly will still be looking to get that acceleration. They haven't lost any wickets. 2 good batters in at the moment. More hard hitters to come. Once again, I think if they don't get to a 140, 150 score here, I think they'll be disappointed.
They certainly will, but they got the perfect start here from Anik Ahmed and Sharif Raihan, and they look like such a different unit when Raihan is back in their team. They were struggling to make runs and were involved in a lot of low-scoring chases. A couple of famous chases were, of course, Anik Ahmed bowled that dramatic penultimate over where he gave up a maiden, And yeah, incredible. It's they just look so much stronger with Sharif Rehan, and now you have to put them back in that list amongst the serious contenders in this ECS. Will now return back to the field as looks like Nicolo Fernando is going to continue over here. Went for 10 runs in his first over.
Yeah, let's see how he goes here. Fernando. It's been struck well down the ground. It'll be just a single. So Rehan, who's been off the strike a fair bit, 19 of 15, so not quite the strike rate he would normally go at, but I'm pretty sure that the captain's already said to him, okay, it's time to go. We've got plenty of batters still to come. And, well, that's very well bowled. Good bowling. Rehan tries to come down. See, a little movement, tries to come down, but then he's tried this a few times, hasn't he? Just hasn't been able to execute that shot. He's eyeing up that gap between the third and backward point. Now he goes across the line. They like it. Does the umpire give it? Umpire is saying not out. It's gone right across the line here. So the umpire's obviously given this not out based on either direction on the ball or the height. Let's have a look. So it goes right in front, across the line. Probably height there, Nish, I would say. If anything, height probably goes against the bowler. And that one's been slapped through the... Oh, well, great backing up. Really good backing up there. And that's beautifully done by Danuan. And, well, let's just say he saves the blushes there of Shaminda. Otherwise, that would have been 4. Shaminda normally a very good fielder himself. Steps right across and he gets it where he wants it. That's going to go a long way. Balle. Ginnasana. Shaka Lagya. Good anticipation. Goes across, gets the ball where he wants it and smashes it away. Anik Ahmed. He's up and running and he's eyeing up a half century here.
Yeah, wonderful. Just gets outside the line over there and he's able to just flick that one away over fine leg. Superb shot.
Right, slices it up in the air. Keeper wants it and will take it. That's the end of Anik Ahmed. And, well, you can see Nicolo Fernando is happy about it. And he fist bumps the air with joy. The first wicket goes down. It's the end of a 68-run partnership. Anik Ahmed will go for 43 of ball number 18.
Yeah, finally they hold on to a catch here at Kent Lanka. There have been a few opportunities that have slipped by. Granted, some of them were rather challenging, and yeah, Nicolo Fernando, he's deserved that wicket. Gets one right at the end of the 6th over. 8 runs off that over.
Yeah, nicely done. But Stefano, well, looks like lunch is arriving. Here comes the boys. And, thank you very much. Well, let's certainly investigate what nice parcels are arriving this way. Thank you very much to Leslie and Taranka. Thank you, appreciate it. And well, who's gonna dig in here first? I tell you what, Nish, you can feel free if you wanna. Yeah, after this innings we'll tuck in. Right, that was the first wicket. Anik Ahmed, 43 of 18. Stefano Kanhala holds on to the catch. And so 6 overs complete, 68 for 1. Good spell from Fernando, 1 for 18. But now they've got to keep it tight. That's the thing. You got good batters that are coming in. They go with Armin Moshin, who comes in at number 3.
Yeah, so Ahmed Mohsin, we know he's a terrific hitter, very powerful hitter. Someone who's capable of hitting some really big shots. Of course, he's very good in this situation in these last few overs where he doesn't have to worry about building an innings. He can just come out and attack. He's really thrived in that situation during this ECS as well. He's got a strike rate of 224 during this series. 242 runs to his name. Was there a nick there? Was there a nick there? Yes, there was. And they're going to go bang, bang over here. Kent Lankas. Pereira will get a wicket off his very first ball. This is great. This is a fantastic situation for them. They managed to get rid of both the openers, and they've got 2 new batters out in the middle. It's the ideal situation for any fielding side.
Yeah, Pereira gets it on the money. You can see that you just thought there that Rehan wasn't quite flowing the way he was yesterday. He gets to 20, and that's the 19th ball that he faces, so it's not like him. I think already in his mind, he knows that he's got to start going. If not, other batters can come in. And, well, Shaul Chowdhury comes in. And this is a guy who the first time I saw him, I loved the shots that he played. But ever since then, I was absent the last couple of times they played. But ever since then, he's been getting out cheaply. Now's a good opportunity for him to get stuck in and get some good runs to his name. So Chowdhury and Moshin, both of them haven't faced the ball. They've done the good thing there. Napoli, they've got the two openers out basically within a few balls of each other. Oh, it's a false shot here, which he's going to get brilliantly stopped on the boundary. Well, he sort of stops the shot here, Chowdhury. So goes to play the shot, and then watch this. He just leaves the bat dangling there. Watch. Yeah, just leaves it dangling. And a really good stop there by Shahan. Comes across, he almost overruns it, but stops quick enough to make the stop.
He's just about able to get there on time, and here's a chance now for Kent Lunca to really put the squeeze on, get that run rate down, and get back on top of this Bangla Morning side.
That's a good shot. That's clubbed away. Lovely jubbly. Well, that's right on the top of one of the marquees. I think that's the tournament referee's one. And don't worry, Charles, all is well. And Gerard is there to save the day. But that's a big hit. Ahmed Moshin, you said it. This guy, he's doesn't hang around, and he's a bit of a master blaster when he gets going.
No, he certainly is. He's somebody who is a very, very big hitter.
Oh dear, that's going to be wides, and that's going to be 5 of them. An acrobatic attempt there by Stefano Canala to stop it, but he can't, so that's a minimo. So basically, if you want to look at it another way, that is, you got the 6, and that's 11 just off one ball. That doesn't help matters. Pereira started with a wicket. Now he's become expensive. Needs to get this right. That's a better delivery. Swing and a miss though. Just having a quick look at this field that they've got set here. Interesting that they haven't got a sweeper out on the offside. You've got third back pretty straight, and right opposite him is where you got Nicola Fernando. They're the two men on the offside, if you like. And then you got the leg side field set. Slower delivery. And Nicola Fernando will do the stop. Will make the stop. Yeah, so it's an interesting field. They're thinking about it. They decide not to. I think if they were alert to this, they would have gone straight away. Yeah, so no sweeper. They've sort of got, it's almost, I wouldn't say it's quite the field that we've seen sometimes where we've got a very straight long off, so you've almost got two long offs, a straight and a wide. It's not quite Southern Cross, and that one should be out, and it will be. He has no idea. Chowdhury just hasn't seen the ball. That's what I'm saying here. The way he played his first, and he just stopped the shot, and he's done the same here. So once again, Chowdhury disappoints. For somebody who looked pretty good and pretty technical the first time we saw him, since then he's been a real failure, hasn't he? That's just an easy catch there from Stefano. Now keep an eye on this, by the way. We've seen 3 wickets, and Stefano has taken 3 catches. Remember that the record is 5. We've never had 6. Still a long time to go in this innings. So Stefano, maybe we can see a little bit of history out there from him beyond the stumps. Let's have a look at our 2024 calendar. So this European Cricket Series will come to an end, of course, on Friday. Then we have the Multiple Shield here. After that, it'll be Austria. I know that Nish will be there to start the first day. I'll join him after travelling on the Monday. And after Austria, we have Croatia action from there. We also have the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. And straight after that, Malta. More Spanish cricket from Barcelona. And then, of course, we finish back at the Cardiff Oval when it will be the Euros of women's cricket. An exciting time still to come. Of course, a lot of other events happening alongside that as well. Of course, we've got the Netherlands T20 International there. You've got T20 International, of course, with the Valletta Cup that Charlie will be starting off not too that far away from now. So cricket galore on the European Cricket Network.
You got a huge slate of events coming up over these next few weeks, and the cricket just keeps coming on the network. And from what I've heard, next year we've got even more lined up. So the network continues to grow and grow as we are the largest cricket network in the world. This one is just cut away, beautifully struck there by Mohsin. Goes all the way for a 6. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be punished, and it's received the treatment it deserves.
Very good shot from Mohsin. And what a difference it makes to see a batter who doesn't try and hoik the ball over the leg side. I mean, he sees that short, he sees that the offside shot is on, and he just creams it over that deep extra cover boundary. And now he gets a short one down the leg side, which, wow, he makes a mess of this one. I think he does get something on it. That's why he's not called a wide. So after playing a good shot on the offside, one that you would expect him to put away, gets it all wrong. And, well, that works out well for Danuwan. Not this time. He may have missed out one. Not missing out on this one. There's a big gap there from the man behind square and mid-wicket, and that's been thumped away for 4 more. They just need a run of boundaries, don't they, Nish? I mean, at the moment, the way they're going, you think they'd get to 110, 115, but they just need a bit of an onslaught, and Mohsin is the player who can do that. Gandhi. That's Gandhi. That's another one that gets blasted away. This will go all the way. Well, that is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more.
Again, it's just short. It's asking to be hit. And Mohsin, nice and deep in his crease, can get underneath it and pull that away. Can't afford to bowl there, Danuwan. On this wicket, either go hard length or you go for the Yorker.
Yeah, he's bowling too short. And Mohsin, though he may have missed out on one, is capitalising 23 of 7, and this is the over they needed. They needed the run of boundaries just for them to start thinking about that 130, 140 score. High in the air, has to take it himself if he wants it, and he will take it himself. That's a very, very good catch. Danuwan, who has, well, let's just say he's been an expensive over, hasn't it? 17, and then this one just doesn't quite get it right, hoiks it up in the air. Only if anybody's going to take it, it's got to be the bowler. Covers a lot of ground, and look at the technique there. That is a very good catch, and it just helps, once again, Kent Lanka Napoli to slow down Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Danuwan is a sensational fielder. I've seen him take some good catches at the boundary rope throughout the course of this series, and now he gets a terrific catch off his own bowling, gets rid of the dangerous Mohsin, who played a very good cameo for this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side. 23 runs of just 8 deliveries. But they wish he could have just maybe hung around for another couple of overs and really helped push them to something north of 130 or maybe even 140.
Yeah, I mean, great catch. And the thing, there's no run here either. So over that looked like it was going to go out of control and go magical. He brings it back in thanks to a great caught and bowl. And then just a dot to finish off with. So Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 98 for 4. They've got 12 balls to go here. They still, I think they're a side that are looking to get to the 130. Remember, last time these two teams met, it was 136 to an 87. So they restricted Kent Lanka Napoli pretty well, but I still feel that they want to be getting close to that 130 mark to just give them a little bit of security. At the moment, the expected score around about the 122.
So we got 2 overs to go over here, and looks like they're going to go with Senanayaka to bowl the penultimate over, which means got a few options for that final over. Could go to Cheyenne Fernando, but they'll most probably go to Vinila Pereira. They tend to rely on him in the final over. And nice ball there, good length delivery just outside the off stump in the channel, and I think that's the kind of line and length you want to bowl here. Either go wide Yorker or good length outside the off stump. Make sure these two can chew up as many dot balls as possible.
These two, of course, we know they can hit the ball pretty well. Kadir Abdul rescued Bangla Morning Sun many a times in the earlier matches. Islam can crunch it as well. And at the moment, they're not getting a chance. That's very good line that's been bowled here by Sananaika. He's not allowing the batters to swing, and he's not putting it in their swing zone. He's not putting it in the arc where they want it. He's keeping that heavy ball outside the off. So you can see here that Abdul 2 dots. He's got to be thinking about doing something different here. Just plays this out. Should be just the single that gets taken. Islam runs the first one pretty quick. Pretty keen to come back if Kadir wanted to. But there, Kadir not interested.
Yeah, that one is just a slower ball, and he has to wait for that quite a bit. Isn't able to time it as nicely as he likes, and struck it out towards square leg.
Oh, high in the air, opportunity. Fielder gets underneath it and drops it. Can't believe he's dropped it. The batters will take 2. I mean, normally their catching in the deep has been good. Does everything right there apart from hold the cat, and ends up a bit of a shocker really from the fielder.
Yeah, these chances that keep going down here for Kent Lanka, they're going to come back and hurt them just as they did yesterday against Royal Roma. Just an odd side. I mean, you see them pull off some spectacular feats of fielding, but I think sometimes they just struggle to take very basic catches.
And you can see Sananaika is making his feelings felt. Not happy with that one going down. 2 batters now just having a conversation with each other. Not sure what's could be a bit of an issue here. And not sure what they're discussing here. So I think it just I think it might be what they're discussing here is that the ball could have made contact with the bat, and they're just deciding whether it was intentional or not. So not sure what the umpires are waiting for here. But anyway, looks like some work to be done here.
Yeah, so basically they were checking if there was a replay for the 3rd run in case of obstructing the field.
Right, up in the air, right. Have another chance. And this time it's been held, and it's well, it says it hurts, but at least he's held on to it. So well done. The catch is taken, and Kumara Singh takes it. Well, let's just say if they did take that 3rd and it was a little bit naughty, then karma always has a way of getting you back. So the wicket will go, and that's going to be the end. So they would take a cheeky 3. I know the first 2 was fine. The 3rd one they felt, well, that was the one before. And then, well, sometimes you get better luck the 2nd time round. Practice makes perfect. Once again, taking it in the fingers. That's why it hurts. But he does hold on to it. Well done to Kumara Singh. And it's going to be the end of another batter. That will be the end of the hard hitting Kadir Abdul. Only go for the 1 or 4.
It didn't quite work out for Kadir Abdul. Now, this has been very good by Kent Lanka so far this over. Only 4 runs off it. Got a ball to come.
Slower delivery. Hits that well, and he's going to beat the field right down the middle. He could not have hit that straighter. So Bilal Hussain, what a nice shot this is. The grunted slower delivery. Well, in no position at all, it has to be said, Bilal. But he gets back onto the ball, hits it nice and straight through the middle of the 2 fielders. 4 runs to end the over. And the score 106 then for 5 at the end of 9. So, well, they'll have to go some to get to the 120 here, but forget the 130, surely.
Yeah, so now into the final over of this innings, and wonder who they're going to go with for the final over. They tend to go with Vanilla Pereira in these kind of situations, and that's where they're going to turn to once again. So rather interesting. Cheyenne Fernando doesn't get a second over once more in this match. Instead, they go with the experience of Vanilla Pereira. Did pick up a couple of wickets, though, in his first overs. And he is a death over specialist for this Kent Lanka side. Just looking to get the field absolutely spot on here. So they've got deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off. in place, and of course, a fielder very fine out at deep third. This one just tucked away towards mid-wicket and should have been a regulation catch. Should have been a catch there. Tinta Denuwan has taken a lot harder catches than that. We saw him take a better catch earlier in this innings, but he's put down what should have been a fairly standard catch for a fielder of his quality. You could just see using the wrist, looking to work it away towards mid-wicket. It was at a fairly comfortable height for Denuwan. He was running in, which makes it a little bit challenging, but he's unable to hold on to it.
And Denuwan will be disappointed. Oh, wild swing. And well, the batter swings, misses, ready to run, gets sent back. No run. So, wild hoik. You can see there from Islam. Bilal keen to get back on strike, and you can see Bilal giving the instructions to Islam. Go offside, go offside. Once again, they got to the 100. It's a higher score today so far, but only by a few. Oh, it's not a good swing. And now, well, look at the way the batters run here. They go almost run into each other, and really, you got to say that the keeper, Stefano's got to do better here. Have a look at this. So watch the running here first, and they almost collide, and Stefano, I'm not sure that his aim is not the best, as Stefano probably joins the likes of really good argument. Oh, that's terrible. That's a no-y. That's got to be a no ball, and they should have run, actually. They still could run, but why don't they run here? I mean, it's a no ball. It should have been 2 taken from it. Free hit to come. They don't run, and I wonder if it's just because Bilal probably wants to stay on strike because they believe that he's maybe the better hitter.
But the non-striker, it's his call, and he says no. I mean, Bilal was actually willing to run, to be fair to him. Yeah, it's going to be just a run for the no ball. Free hit coming up.
Oh, he's missed out. Oh, no. Well, this is it could have been worse. First of all, the keeper should have stopped it. Stefano misses it. I thought it was going to go and hit the lid. Have a look at this. Watch how close this goes to the lid. So misses the stumps. A good slow delivery. It deviates away, which makes it hard for the keeper. And then if he didn't get that foot in the way, that was bound for the helmet. They'll get a bye. So this time they do run. And really, in hindsight, they should have run before. Okay, he hits that well, and that will go all the way. That's a cracking shot. Gets all the weight and power distributed into this one. So Islam, who probably should have been on strike a couple of balls ago, smashes this for a big hit. Look at the way he goes here. Leans into it, walks into it, charges it, hits it hard, gets 6. So 117 with the ball to go. Will they get to that 120?
Absolutely massive shot. They really needed that. So far this over, they've been living off charity. 3 runs of extras prior to that ball, and then gets that big 6 in there. Here we go. Last ball of the innings coming up. Can they get to something above 120?
They missed it. They've got a run here. Wicketkeeper will hit, and will it be out? I think it's given on the field of play. So well done to Stefano. This time he does hit the pegs. Let's have a look. Yeah, well done. Off come the bowers. He's going to be short, so they don't get anything off the last. It'll be 117 for 6 in the end with that last one. And, well, I suppose it's about par, right? About a par score.
I'd have to say this is about a par score, so should make this an interesting chase, of course. The big boost for Kent Lanka Napoli is that they've now got Nicolo Fernando in their team, and he's certainly going to provide them a big boost with the bat in hand, as he did earlier this morning when they, of course, secured a bonus point victory against the Gladiatori. Roll the highlights reel. It's time to relive this first innings. Of course, it was Anik Ahmed who opened the batting alongside Sharif Rehan, and the two of them once again did a stellar job opening the batting for their side. A 68-run opening partnership between the two of them.
It was an interesting one, wasn't it? Because if you look at over 2, it went for 16. There were 3 boundaries in that. And then they literally went over number 3, 1 boundary, over number 4, 1 boundary, over number 5, 2 boundaries, and over number 6, when the first wicket fell, there was a boundary, and then the wicket fell, but only the 1 boundary. Over number 7, 1 boundary. The 8th over, there were 3 boundaries, and then it went to, again, 1 boundary, 1 boundary. They never really, even when they had wickets in hand, never really dominated. So once again, it's another innings where batters have found it difficult to dominate, and whenever they looked like they were going to, the wicket certainly started to fall. I mean, no wicket in the first 5 overs, But then if you have a look at the next 5, there was a wicket falling in every one, which is hardly surprising because I think by that time Roma Bangla Morning Sun were really trying to get the pace on. But I think the downfall there was that the 2 openers, they did pretty well, giving them a good start. Of course, that's Anik Ahmed and Sharif Rehan. And they got to the score to 68 for 1. They weathered the first 5 overs, but the plan to then accelerate in the second just didn't go to plan. Anik Ahmed, 43 of 18, by far the superior of the 2 openers. Sharif Rehan, just 20 of 19. That's below par for him. Talk about good stuff. That catch, that cordon bowl was sensational. Remember that Denuan was under the pump in that over. That was the over where 3 boundaries did come off it, and you thought they might finally get going with a magical. Well, then we saw the catching failures. Well, that one didn't go to plan, but he would finally end up with a catch. As Kumasaringa there says, well, sometimes you need to have a little bit of practice before you get one right. Well, he got it right, but then the issue started to continue. It was Denuan who had the chance to take another catch. He would put it down as well. So once again, they do restrict Roma Bangla Morning Sun to score under the 120s, but if they held on to all of their chances, some of those, admittingly, were difficult ones, they may not even have got to 100. It was really one of those innings. You see there, right towards the end, try to make something happen from the last, weren't able to do it. One thing I did like about the bowling of Capanelle and Napoli, once again, they bowled that heavy length there that you saw, which makes it very difficult for batters to drive the ball down the ground, and they kept it outside the off. So good bowling, good areas again. It just didn't quite, the fielders didn't quite really support the bowlers all the time. There's too many catches that were dropped. 14 extras as well, 10 of those in wides. That'd be also disappointing. So you just think, just cut down on the extras, take all your chances. You could have been about a 90 score here. 43 to Anik Ahmed, well batted for him. Amin Mushin, 23 of 8. I mean, that was a good little knock. It took a good catch in the end to remove him. On the bowling front, Vanilla Pereira once again 2 for 22. And then we also saw good bowling there once again from Nicolo Fernando, 1 for 18. 1 for 18 also for Sananaike. A little bit expensive this time than Unun, but he also does pick up a wicket. So we're going to take a short break. Remember, we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply from, of course, Capanelle and Napoli, trying to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the day. And also, don't forget, get the revenge over Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who won this contest yesterday. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto!
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have posted 117 runs on the board for Kent Lunca Napoli. It's going to be a very interesting second innings here. Of course, both these sides battling it out to try to grab spots, favorable spots for finals day. Of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they want to end up top, and they're trying to chase down Roma CC. Meanwhile, Kent Lunca Napoli want to chase down the Roma Gladiatori in the fifth and final spot for the ECS. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if Roma Bangla Morning Sun are able to restrict them to 81 or less, they will, of course, pick up a bonus point. And if they can achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they will try to do this and get all 4 points. It's going to be tough, though. I mean, to pick up a bonus point, they'd have to go at about 16.7 and over, so that's highly unlikely, and we won't see it most probably. That's going to be Anik Ahmed bowling this first over by the looks of it. Now, Anik Ahmed tends to be a kind of player who bowls the first or second over in the power play, and then you see him come back usually to bowl the 9th over right at the end of the inning. So he's somebody who enjoys bowling the pressure overs. Just pushed away towards point, and that's going to be a dot ball to start off. Terrific delivery there by Anik Ahmed. Just gets that one to angle in. Heck of a length to Senanayaka. It's a good tandem they have here. Got Nicolo Fernando and Senanayaka opening together. This one is just played away, and does it have enough to go to the rope? Yes, it does. That's going to be 4 runs. Yeah, really nice shot. Just a little bit of width on offer there for Senanayaka, and he gets outside the line of that ball beautifully and cuts it away. Here we go. Third ball of the over. Anik Ahmed got a backup. Oh, terrific ball. Absolute peach of a delivery. He has cut the batter in half over here. That's about as good as it gets. Let's take a look at this. Oh, that could easily have got the inside edge or hit the stumps. Terrific delivery. What a comeback ball. Well, many a batter would have struggled to face that. That is a sensational delivery there by Anik Ahmed. One to just get you off your seat. A big swing and a miss there. Across the line. And it's going to be a battle. This is going to be a battle for sure. You've got one of the star players of this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side going up against the leading run getter for Kent Lunca. The man who has been the talisman for his side, who's won them most of their points so far this ECS. This is going to be gripping viewing. So got 2 more balls left in this over. Yeah, what a matchup here. What an incredible matchup. Looks to go over cover, and does it have enough to go for a 4? You bet it does. Goes away for a boundary. And it's a 4 over here. It doesn't quite get that sharp bounce he was hoping to get. Just tried to dig that one in. And that goes away for a 4. So yeah, Jeffrey Mobbs joining us in the chat. I did hear that clip. So for those of you who don't quite have any context what I'm talking about, Jeffrey said a video yesterday where he showed a clip of the Hindenburg disaster and claimed that I sound very similar to the reporter who, of course, reported that event. Well, Jeffrey, I have to say, a couple other people listened to that clip as well, and not everybody agreed with you on that. I think there is a bit of a difference in our voice, but I can certainly see where you're coming from with that comparison. Here's a look at the golden ball counter. It's been 87 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network, and well, it's been a pretty scant summer for golden balls, in all honesty. I think that's been the sole disappointment of the summer. Got to get a few more of them. Certainly got to get a few more of them. There we go then. About to start the second over, and now, we've been talking about some gems that have been uncovered during the course of this ECS, and I think this man who's about to come onto ball, Kamran, he's a real gem. Obviously, Gladiatori, their ability to find someone like Jamali, Kent Lunka obviously introducing Senanayaka in this series. I think Kamran, he's come in halfway through this ECS. He's a very good bowler. Love the way he bowls. Only seen him bowl a few overs, but he's looked great so far. Yes, coming left arm round the wicket over here. And Mongol Kamran, very solid bowler. Very, very solid bowler. Bowled 4 overs a couple of days ago and gave up just 32 runs and picked up a wicket against the Roma Capanelle as well. This is not a great delivery by him. I mean, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to hit that back of a length ball, but it's just a touch too short, and it also sits up nicely for Fernando. He's a tall man, so you really got to bang it in to trouble him. Good shot. Away it goes for 4. Yeah, Jeffrey, if you could just share that clip again, I'm sure some of the others would like to hear that as well, and maybe they can make their comparisons as well. But I gotta say, most of the people who heard it yesterday didn't quite see the resemblance, but I definitely see where you're coming from. Now this is struck towards cover, and that's going to be a dot ball. Got 4 balls left in this over, so Kamran coming back well. Oh, beautiful shot. Absolutely incredible. That one just races off the middle of his bat. Just clears that front shoulder. And it allows him to strike this beautifully through the line. Just allows him to just get that nice wide arc to swing the bat. Very good shot there by Nicolo Fernando. The minute it came off the middle of his bat, you knew that nobody would even get a chance to flinch before the ball raced past them. Yeah, he's got to come up here with an answer coming on. He's been struck for 2 boundaries off these first 3 balls, and this side don't have too many runs to play with. 118 is a decent target, just about par, but it's not massive by any means. This time it just doesn't quite have the balance he was hoping to have. Just kind of swinging a little wildly at it there, Nico Fernando. Needs to look to play this nicely with a straight bat. And really watch his technique. Here we go. Coming on, continuing. This has been a long over, mind you. He's taking a lot of time between balls. Gets that one through over there, and Well, we got one ball to come in the over. 8 runs off it so far. A couple of fours by Nico Fernando. Had an 8-run over to start off. Are we going to have another 8-run over here as well? Just going to give you an idea of where the fielders in the deep are placed. There's a fielder out at deep cover, and they've got long on in place as well, so mid-off is up. Up in the air, chance to catch it. This should be a chance. Is it going to be taken? Oh, it's been dropped. It's been dropped. And they will get a single over here as well. And I think this is concerning. Has Rehan hurt himself, or is this just a result of going down after putting down the catch? Comes off the top edge of the bat. Goes up in the air, and well, Rehan's actually ended up slightly overrunning it in the end, but a little bit of concern about his knee. Just hope he hasn't twisted his knee or something along the way. Rehan's a key player for this Bangla Morning Sun side. He's still down. He's down on one knee. I think he should be okay, though. Doesn't look like it's too serious. Might just need a couple of moments to gather himself, and then I think he will be all right. Yeah, quiet start here for Kent Lanka. Not quite the flying start they got off to against Roma Gladiatori this morning. Great Yorker length delivery there. Terrific ball by Bilal Hussein to start off. Nails the length. And now the required is just starting to climb up a little bit, and Roma Bangla Morning Sun are inching further ahead with each delivery in that win predictor. Oh, beautiful shot. What a strike there by Fernando. And they needed that. They really needed that. Kent Lanka. That required was just starting to get a little bit out of control. And Fernando smoked that one away. Brilliant shot. All right then. Bilal Hussein, has he got a comeback delivery here? Got the first one right. Didn't quite hit the length right on the second ball. Just left it in the slot for Nico Fernando. He's got a cow corner out and also a fielder at deep cover. He's going to have to go back to the mark here. Yeah, they are taking a little too much time here, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, getting through this power play. This one is struck over point. I'm not quite sure Fernando has been able to direct that where he intends to. Well, he's going to get the desired outcome. Looks like it's gone all the way for 6. Yeah, you can tell that he's just trying to hit that a little bit straighter. He wants to go through cover, but instead it goes over point. And it's gone away for 6 runs, so just in front of the rope. And it goes away for a Maximo. So Nico Fernando on 21 of 9. Oh, big appeal over here. That one just pitching outside the leg stump. Just pitching outside the leg stump. Let's have another look at this. Oh, yeah. Can't give that one an LBW. You never can. Nothing really going for that one. Oh, big appeal here again, and don't think there was much of a chance. And as you can see, they eventually realized there wasn't much merit to that appeal. Let's have another look at this. And once again, just looking to go towards mid-wicket there, Nico Fernando, but he's just struggling to play it off his pads at the moment. Inside edge, and they're going to pick up a single here. So once again, Fernando is going to continue to farm the strike. He gets a single off the last ball, and Senanayaka hasn't faced a delivery since the first over. The power play comes to an end, a touch too slow from Kent Lanka's perspective. They're just 5 runs behind where Roma Bangla Morning Sun were, but a fair bit behind the required rate. Really, they should be looking to go at about 12 and over. They've made this a little bit challenging for themselves. Right, so who's going to come in here to bowl the 4th over? They're going to go with Abbas Ali by the looks of it. Very handy bowler for this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side. He's picked up 9 wickets during the course of this ECS and has an economy rate of 11.5. Now then, let's see what he is capable of doing. Nico Fernando facing its 13th consecutive ball. No, too far down the leg side, and it's going to get bashed away. Not a great ball to start off there for Abbas Ali. Gets the line all wrong. I think there's been a tactic here by Roma Bangla Morning Sun to maybe look to target Nico Fernando around the pads. You can tell he struggles to play off the pads. He's not got that ability to just use his wrists and whip one off the pads as we see so many batters have. And I wonder if that's just a plan here, because everything seems to be around the leg stump to Nico Fernando. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! Incredible bit of innovation there by Fernando. That is a switch hit away for a 6. This is a stroke for the ages. Have a look at this. Incredible, absolutely incredible. He has no right to play that shot, and he has somehow managed to work this one away over third man. Incredible, wonderful stroke play. Reverses that one over third. And it's a couple of 6s to start off this over. Oh, great innovation. Fantastic presence of mind there by Nico Fernando. And immediate pressure here on Abbas Ali. And now he will just push one down the leg side, and that's what happens when you get pumped for a couple of 6s. The pressure starts to get onto you. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful stroke play on that previous legal ball by Nico Fernando. Still haven't quite been able to get over that. Oh, he's going to look to go big this time. He doesn't have the distance on this. It should be a catch, and it will be taken. It will be taken. Nico Fernando will depart. A good innings by him. 34 runs of 14 deliveries. And Abbas Ali was struck for a couple of 6s to start off this over. But he will get his man. This opening stand will be cut short on 43. Let's have another look at this. Looks to go big. It's up in the air and nicely taken. Very nicely taken. Good catch at cover. As Nico Fernando will depart. Good innings by him. He's been such a handy addition to this Kent Lanka Napoli side, hasn't he? And they're going to just gee themselves up here as they're ready to go on and rally after finally picking up a wicket. So, yeah, big moment here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, getting that wicket and You know, we do know this Kent Lanka Napoli middle order is just a little bit brittle. I think if you can get through some of their key top order batters, and you have a chance to just run through this Kent Lanka Napoli team. And Shaminda is coming in at number 3. Shaminda's, of course, been opening the batting for much of this series alongside Senanayaka. But he's going to be coming in at number 3 because, of course, Nico Fernando has taken his spot at the top. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Couple of wides so far this over. He's just straying down the leg side quite a bit with his line over here, Abbas Ali. Maybe it's just difficult for him to adjust from bowling to right-handers to left-handers. Very good afternoon to Jules Oderbridge. This one is just struck back towards the bowler, and he's going to get a hand to it here, Abbas Ali, and it's going to be a dot ball. So 14 off this over so far. Still got a couple of balls to come. Just doesn't quite get a hold of that as nicely as you'd have liked there, Shaminda. Oh, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Now Shaminda's very good with that shot where he just gets down on one knee and just laps the ball around the corner. But he hasn't been able to get it right over here. Three wide so far this over. 15 runs off it. I think it's the amount of time he's taking as well. Just have a look at the clock. Oh, this one's going to be uppercut away. Is it going to carry to the fielder? You bet it will carry. And that is well taken out in the deep. Shaminda will depart for a duck. Derek's going to be coming out to greet him very shortly. And we'll now just take another look at this wicket. Oh, I look to just bang that one in short there, Abbas Ali. Well, of course, first greet Derek before we have a look at the replay. And there he is. Well, Derek has been enlarged significantly. You can see he's put on quite a bit of weight while he's been here in Rome. I think he's been on the carbonaras for the last couple of weeks. And, oh, getting fatter and fatter. Like a guest at an Italian buffet. Let's go back and look at that wicket. So, this is a pretty dangerous line in length, in all honesty. I think it's rather risky. And he's, of course, going for the big shot here, Shaminda. And it will carry to that fielder out at third. He's been placed there for a reason. Gets a wicket. So Vimkuthi will be on strike here. He's coming in at number 4. I think Vimkuthi, as I mentioned, solid, very technically gifted batter, but at times he just doesn't quite open himself up. And playing those big shots, he struggles to cope with the T10 format. He's technically a very gifted player, but his career strike rate at 125 in this format often gets in his way. Beautiful ball, absolute peach of a delivery. Just angles that one in and gets to just seam away ever so slightly. Just watch this ball nip away off the surface. It's angling in, and it just straightens a little bit. Just one that nips away ever so slightly. Very difficult for any batter to play as the 4th over comes to an end. A couple of wickets in that over. So here we go. It's going to be Bilal Hussain coming in to bowl this 5th over. He will continue. Went for 13 in his first over. Just give you an idea of the field setting he has in place. Another one straying down the leg side. This one's going to get away from the keeper as well. So They've got their line wrong for much of this innings. Roma Bangla Morning Sun just pushing a few too many down the leg side. It's come off the thigh pad, so it's not going to be a wide. It's going to be 4 leg buys. Yeah, I don't know if this is some kind of a plan from Roma Bangla Morning Sun, or they're just struggling to adjust their line to left-handed batters. I mean, if I had to guess, it's probably the latter. I mean, just trying to be generous with them. But honestly, I think just having a few issues adjusting the left-handers. Optimistic appeal there, but just pitching outside the leg stump, so you can't ever get that one LBW. Let's have another look at this. Watch where that's pitching. Yeah, as you can see, just pitching outside the leg stump. Probably coming back into the left-hander a little bit as well. Honestly, it might be pitching in line with the stump, so that could not be an issue. It's also coming back into the left-hander a fair bit, which means that it's going to be tough for the umpire to give that decision. Have a look at that clock there, though, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They've been very slow getting through their overs. It's going to tick down to under 15 minutes. As we, of course, get through the 4th ball of this 5th over. I mean, it's still doable. They could still get all their overs in time, but it's going to be a squeeze. They'll need to pick up some wickets. And I wonder if Kent Lanka Napoli are just aware of the situation here in regards to time. And let's see if they can just be a little bit smart and make sure these overs are not bowled in time. Yeah, so just making a slight adjustment in the field here. He's moving deep third a lot finer. Looks to go big here, Vimkuthi, but he hasn't timed that whatsoever, and Shaul Chaudhary is there to field it. It's just going to be a single. Now, yet to get a boundary off this over. It's been a very quiet one by Bilal Hussain. Just 6 runs coming off it. And we've got the last ball of the 5th over coming up. He's just going to pull up over there, and he's not going to bowl this one, and just going to go back to his mark, and he'll come back to bowl the final ball of the over. It just comes off the inside edge of the bat, and that will be a single. So Kent Lanka Napoli are going to be 52 for 2 halfway through their innings, and they've got quite a bit to do in the next 5 overs, as that required has now gone up to above 13. Here's a look at the groups for the ECCW. Of course, it's divided into a Challenger and Premier Division, much like the men's ECC, and we're really looking forward to this one. Of course, got some great sides in there. Have a look at that Challenger Division. So many quality teams in that group as well. And then, of course, the Premier Division, well, it's a collection of the elite of European cricket, and it certainly is a testament to how well they have done here in Italy, that Italy's up there with the likes of the England 11, Ireland 11, Scotland 11, and the Netherlands. He's going to look to go through extra cover this time, and Tazla's gone away for a 4. It looks like it's beaten Shaul Chaudhary out in the deep, just based on his expressions. Yeah, 4 runs coming up over there. Just gets that slightly wrong. It's a slot bowling. They've been pretty good with their lengths so far today. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, maybe struggling with their line a bit at times. But yeah, just over pitches that one. 4 runs for Senanayaka. Yeah, just not going to be LBW there, missing the leg stump. Oh, it might be in a little bit of pain here, Senanayaka. I wonder where that struck him. Yeah, I think he's just going to go and tie his shoelaces here. I think the clock will be paused here, but yeah, keep in mind, it's worth paying attention to that clock for the remainder of this innings. They have to bowl another 3.4 overs in just under 12 minutes. It's doable. It's certainly doable, but it's going to be a squeeze. And if Kent Lanka don't lose any wickets as well, that will certainly help them. Of course, a minute is added on for every wicket that falls. Shot across the line over there by Senanayaka, and it's going to be a dot ball. So slow start here for Senanayaka. I mean, he's the kind of batter who often takes a little bit of time to settle into his innings, but a run of ball 14 is not what his side needs, especially from a man who we know is capable of playing a big explosive innings when needed. Now cut away, and that's going to be a single, so he's still just struggling to get it away towards the boundary. Yet to hit a 6 so far this innings either, Vishal Senanayaka. Haven't seen any Maximos from anyone other than Nicolo Fernando. It's just starting to get a little bit alarming here for Kent Lanka Napoli. That win predictor as well has Bangla Morning Sun's chances up to 71%. That required has climbed up to above 14. Good bowling, very good bowling there by Ali. A superb length, just challenging the bottom of Vimkuthi's bat, who was looking to advance and try to hit that one over long on. Just follows the batter really well over there. Watches him advance and just delivers that one right underneath his bat. Oh, he'll go big here, Senanayaka. Does he have the distance on this one? Yes, he does. First Maximo of the innings for Vishal Senanayaka. And that's more like it. That's more of what we expect to see from him. Just backs away, creates the room to hit this one through the offside, and he sends that through his team's dugout. And well, they'll be telling him that. And like a few more to be sent their way. Here's a look at the scorecard for Kent Lanka Napoli. Nicolo Fernando making 34 runs, 15 deliveries. Senanayaka spent quite a bit of time out in the middle, but he's only managed to make 21 runs so far, and it's been a rather slow start for Vimkuthi as well. These first 3 deliveries. Here we go then. Yeah, it's going to bring Kamran back. A new addition to this Bangla Morning Sun side. A very handy addition to this team. Going to be bowling to Vimkuthi. Just gets that one wrong over there. They've had a few issues with their line so far, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I think there's a few too many. They've pushed down the leg side, but this time it's a wide. Too far down the offside. Now then, can he get this right here, Kamran? Of course, Kamran, well, we did see him bowling left arm round to the left-handers. He's going over the wicket to the right-hander, so very interesting. I think he just wants that angle, the one that just goes across the right-hander. And now watch this, he's going to go left arm round here to Senanayaka, which I do find interesting. I mean, personally, I'd like to see him bowling over the wicket, but he's got a strong preference for bowling around the wicket to other left-handed batters. And I think for him, it's just all about creating that awkward angle which just goes across the left-handed batters. Well, straight down the ground. Has this gone all the way? It's just taken one bounce over the rope. It's gone for 4 runs. Very nicely struck there by Senanayaka. He just gets underneath that ball quite well. It was on a slightly awkward height. And in the end, he has played that quite well. A very good shot by Vishal Senanayaka. It's now 48 runs needed of 22 deliveries. Oh, you feel Senanayaka really holds the key for his team in this situation. Top edge, and is this going to go over third? It's going to take a bounce or two and go over the rope. It's 4 runs here. As Vishal Senanaika will get a slightly streaky boundary. Let's just take a look at this. Top edge. I mean, he's looking to go over cover here, in all honesty. But he's going to get a little bit lucky, and it's back-to-back boundaries. Back-to-back boundaries for the first time since all the way in the third over for Kent Lanka Napoli. Just keep an eye on that clock. Keep an eye on that clock. I did point out that when they were in the power play, they were just getting through their overs very, very slowly. That's a slight variation there by Kamran. Takes some pace off that ball. Nishay Butt here in the commentary box and joining me after a spot of lunch is Rico Fo.
Yeah, and very nice bit of lunch as well. This one is pretty evenly poised. You feel Senanaika now holds the key after starting very slowly. I heard you saying he was at 14 or 14, so he's trying to get a move on here. And that rate staying at around that 13 mark.
That's going to look to go towards mid-off here, so it's going to be a single, and they're just wondering if a second run was on. Only the 1 run on there, so 11 runs off this over so far. Still got 1 more ball to come. Vimkuthi is going to be on strike for the final ball of the over. Now, Vimkuthi, as I mentioned, he's a very technically solid batter, but he often struggles with a T10 format. And we did see him play one fine innings yesterday. Well, look what's happened. I don't know if this has been caught on the camera, but one of the fielders just slipped over while running across. This is rather comical, and, well, a lot of giggles all across the field.
I like the way he got up and just bowed. Right, up in the air. Can anybody get there? No. So it's another one that doesn't go to hand. And in the end, Mungu Kamaran ends up being not a bad over because, look, they need to be going at 13s. They don't. They get 12 from it. So little by little, the rate goes up. It's up at 14 now, which means we're getting to a point where really they need a big over from somewhere. End of the 7th, 76 for 2.
Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Roma, Bangla Morning Sun, and Bologna. This will be the last match for Bangla Morning Sun during the group stages of this tournament. Meanwhile, Bologna, of course, they're in a tight chase alongside Kent Lanka Napoli to try to catch up on Roma CC. So a lot of high-stakes games today. They've got plenty of riveting matches coming up.
Yeah, and of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, if they can win this match, then and they win the last one, they do go top. That's why it's so important. At the moment, we know that they're on 29 points. So win here, even if it's a 3-point win, it keeps them on touch of going top. 3 points here takes them 32, takes them second above Royal Roma, who of course have got 2 matches still in hand, but with another win, they can go above Roma CC, and that's what they're planning to do here. But this has to go well for them. Tough match. Tough finish. Close finish coming up.
Just beats the outside edge of the bat there, and good ball to start off here for Mohsin. Yeah, full and straight. Once again, just gets a little bit of movement away. Now, Vimkuthi, he's going to have a big part to play here. Of course, you'd expect Senanaika to be the key aggressor, but Vimkuthi can't afford to chew up so many dot balls. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Chance to pinch a single. Chance to pinch a single. And they will certainly do that. So it's now going to come down to 40 needed of 17. That's how costly these mistakes can be.
Yeah, I mean, the keeper's got to take this. Standing a little bit too far back, and that error allows them to get a very important single because Senanaika is hitting the ball well, whereas at the other side, Vimukthi just not able to get going. He's playing very much a Vimukthi kind of role at the moment, and that one is the reason why. Next ball, boom, Shakalagya, 6 runs. That's how important that mistake from Bumik behind the stumps was.
Yeah, great shot there. Terrific shot. Just looking to angle that one back in towards Fernando, but then he used that angle, hits it away towards the onside, and he's going to look to go towards the left side again, and it's going to split the 2 fielders. Away it goes for 4, so 6 and 4. An incredible bit of cricket here for Senanaika.
Senanaika keeping him alive, but they just got to think about the lines that they got here on that field. I mean, looking at that again, I mean, maybe they're better off just pushing the long on a bit wider, and then you can move the man who's that deep extra cover also a bit wider and close that gap a little.
This time he looks to go towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single.
And this is where you can see Senanaika going to Vimukti now. Come on, he's saying, just get one out of the middle for me. Because once again, they've got to 13 off the over. And they need another couple to win the over. But another boundary would be a great plus. It's going to be a wide. He's getting this wrong, isn't he? Moshin. That's the second wide. Remember the last one cost him because it meant that the Senanaike got on strike. So these extra balls now being bowled, yes, they're hurting them. So whatever happens in these next two balls could have been avoided. Okay,
We're just staying a little bit lower than Vimkuthi expected, and it just comes off the toe end of his bat. And it's now 27 of 13. Oh,
So
the drama.
They
The
sort of
drama.
reluctantly take that single. The other thing to point in mind here, look at the time, Nish. Look at the time. Are they going to get another over in the time they got there? And that's where all the extras hurt you. Another wicket. This could buy them a minute. It could. Now, keep an eye on that time. Remember, keep an eye on what it is here. Now, you'll find that another minute gets added onto that. So not only is that a huge wicket, because they get the wicket of Visal Senanaika, but they'll get a minute added onto the time. But they still are going to have to get an amazingly quick over in here with no wides, no extras. But for the moment, Senanaika going here at the crucial time. So they win the over by getting 15, but they lose the wicket of Senanaika.
Yeah, they lose the crucial wicket at Senanaika, and one of the issues with this Kent Lanka side is they just struggle to find runs outside of him. If you look at all their victories, they've comprised of big innings by Senanaika. Yeah, massive, massive moment at the end, of course. They get that extra minute tacked on, and they'll pick up the wicket as well. I think the problem with Roma Bangla Morning Sun was, I was pointing this out during the power play, was they were just far too slow during those first 4 overs. Those quick bowlers were taking their sweet time between every ball. I mean, there was one point where I remember they took a minute to bowl a couple of deliveries, which is just far, far too slow.
Well, that's why they're at this point. All right, here we go. They got a minute 40, 6 balls. Well, that hurts them because that not only is that going to take time getting back, but it's also 6 runs. Fabulous strike there. Well, Urosh Vimukti, what a time for him to find his touch.
Yeah, when Vimukti hits 6s, they're always so beautiful. That is absolutely perfect. Straight bat, high elbow. That was a shot right out of the cricketing coaching manual.
Time against them. Vimukti slices at this one. They'll take it on now. Should be holding on to this. You don't want to be throwing it away like that. There's no need to. Singles are not going to hurt you. Hold on to it. The bowler does superbly well here, doesn't he? Holds on to it. Anik Ahmed, of course, the captain. And right, let's keep an eye on this as the clock keeps ticking. So what are we at here now? 47 seconds. Dot ball, got to go back to him straight away. They do. They know the pressure is on with the time. We're getting now to 30 seconds to try and get 30 seconds to get 3 balls in. He jogs back to his mark. Are they going to do it? Are they not? Another wicket here would get them out of jail. Can they get a wicket? Silva, captain to captain battle.
Chops one on, chops one on. He gets a wicket there. And you said they desperately needed a wicket, and Anik Ahmed will depart. Let's have another look at this.
Well, he gets the wicket of Silva, so the 2 captains combined, but that wicket will also save them 5 runs. I'm telling you, because they get another minute added on. So literally they'll have like a minute 15 to get 2 balls in, and they should do it. That was a huge wicket, it really was. And, well, I don't know how much Chowdhury knew about the time, but he's certainly happy. He's certainly going to any comment saying, hey, that was huge. But how much did the outgoing captain Silva know about it? If he could have stayed there. So you'll probably see that the time, I mean, it hasn't been reflected there at the moment, I don't think.
Looks to step across here, and he's going to Strike this one away towards cover. It's going to go away for a four. So Pereira bashes the first ball he faces away for a boundary. Will, of course, keep you updated on the situation with the clock. Oh, this is a great shot. He just gets back and across, and it puts him in a really nice position to just play that shorter delivery.
Yeah, I think they're probably just going to make it here. Look at that. Well, he can't bowl a wide, though, and he won't. They'll make the time, and Annie Kami, the captain, saves his team 5 runs by getting the wicket of silver. You can see how close it was. The clock runs out just now. 103 for 4. We are going into the last, and we're going to need 15 runs of victory. Has anybody got a tingle here?
Everybody certainly gets a feeling here. So Ahmed Mohsin most probably is going to bowl this final over. Went for 15 runs in his first over, but that was not good batting there by Danushka Silva. Surely, as the skipper of Kent Lanka, he has to be aware of the situation with the clock. You look at the first strike he plays, just trying to dab one towards third man, where the fielder back over there, it was a bit of a nothing shot, and then he ends up chopping one on off his second ball. So little moments like that, they matter so much during the course of these games. Take a look at that win predictor, just giving Bangla Morning Sun a very slight edge, and I think that's absolutely accurate.
They've got the right man on strike, Pereira. Vimukti has played a good shot down the ground for 6. And look at I can't believe it, they're going with Kadir Abdul. They're actually going with a different bowler. Now, they could have gone with even someone like Chowdhury, who bowled well yesterday, but it's going to be Abdul to bowl the last over. Oh, what a risky call this is.
Yeah, 6 overs he's bowled so far in this ECS. He's given up 54 runs and picked up 5 wickets. But it's always a risk to go with a slow bowler in the final over. But can he win it? Oh, just hits that one very tamely past the bowler. It's just a single, so good start to the over for Bangla Morning Sun.
14 now, 5. Well, Vimukti has been there the longer. We've seen him play a lovely shot down the ground. Abdul. Okay, gets played out. It should be stopped. It will be stopped. Good pickup, good throw. Just a single.
Oh, it's a couple of singles to start the over. Not what Kent Lanka Napoli needed. They need boundaries. They need boundaries. It's 13 of 4 now.
Abdul Qadir darts this one in once again. Can't get underneath. It should only be a single. It will only be a single. So the perfect over so far. That takes it now to 12 off 3. And you just feel that you got to go. I mean, ideally, they're looking at 3 boundaries here. 3 boundaries.
Yeah, the lack of the pace means they just aren't able to generate the power to get this away to the boundary. Oh, he's going to look to strike this one away. Has it gone the distance? Has it gone the distance? Yes, it has. And Kent Lanka Napoli are now still alive in this match. Another shot like this of the remaining 2 deliveries, and they will win this match. We're just having a look at that. As you can see, oh, he's managed to get a 6 by the absolute barest of margins. That's probably just a few centimeters over the rope.
Vimukti, he may not hit and go quickly, but the 2 sixes he's hit so far are crucial. One more 6 would do it here. Abdul to Vimukti. Oh, he plays it away. It should just be a single. You might as well run for it. Oh, they're going to go in midfield. It's a midfield. They'll get 2. Oh, how costly could that be? Vimukti goes back on strike. 4 now off the last to win. A boundary to win off the last. And that probably takes the golden ball out of the equation. Well, look at that. That is crazy fielding. And they'll take 2 when there should have been 1. And it's Chowdhury who makes a mistake. 4 to win then off the last. Vimukti, can he be the hero for their side? And he misses it. They won't get the boundary. It will be victory to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They have done it. They defend 117. And Kent Lanka Napoli, once again, they should have had it in the bag. It looks like they were cruising to victory, especially the way they started. But once again, the strike rate of 1 or 2 of the batters, you have to say questionable. And how important, how big was the wicket of silver there? of the bowling of Annie Garmin. Remember, if he didn't get out, if he just stayed there, they would have got 5 runs, you know. They would have won the match.
Absolutely, and these are the kind of little moments that influence the outcomes of these matches. You look at Danushka Silva, plays a very poor shot off the first ball of his innings, and then gets out the very next. It gives Roma Bangla Morning Sun that extra 60 seconds they so desperately needed. They're able to avoid the penalty runs because of that, and that ultimately proves to be the difference between these two teams. I think maybe you could even look back at a few of the shots that were played in this final over. I think you could have a few question marks about the way Vimkuthi played that final ball. It's probably there to be hit. Could he have stepped inside? Well, I'm sure we're going to debate that during this match break. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. It's match 50 of this ECS here in Rome, and we've had an absolutely incredible series so far, and looks like we could be set for another classic match between Bologna and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, and you gotta say they were a little bit slow out of the gates, Kent Lanka. They were struggling in those first couple of overs. They were just 17 for no loss at the end of the second over, and they just couldn't quite get out of first gear until that fourth over.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, of course. Couple of chances early on that weren't taken, so that was big. And you look at the reaction there from Manik Ahmed. But you know what? When you look back at that, I mean, don't forget the over from Ahmed Moshin. And that over number 8 when he bowled it. Again, they were really in trouble with the time. But not only did he take the wicket off Senanaika, but also that wicket meant they got a minute then as well. That meant that extra minute going into that over number 9, that meant a minute and a half there for Nick Ahmed. It looked like they still weren't going to make it. He then picks up the wicket of Silva, and those 2 wickets win them the match for sure. First of all, of course, getting the wicket of Senanaika, and then the wicket of Silva, which means you protected and saved 5 runs, and that made all the difference in this contest in the end. But it was a good contest. It's, you know, often good to see teams battle it out with these sort of average kind of scores, and it's the sort of matches where good moments, little good moments of magic can make all the difference. A good catch, a good bit of run out, a good save, and wickets at the right time, timings, and that is what I think Bangla Morning Sun were able to do. Picked up those wickets at the right time, and they get the win. But Kent Lanka, Napoli, once again, they'll have a look. I mean, look at the strike rates early on there from Vishal Senanaika. Ends up getting 41 or 24 with 2 sixes and 4 and 6 fours. But early on, he was struggling, 14 of 14. Then, of course, Shaminda, he gets out, 2 ball duck. Irosh Vimukti, once again, pretty slow to start with, though he did get a couple of big shots in the end. But that there was a wicket, that one from Silva, allowing Anik Ahmed not just to get his wicket, but also protecting 5 runs. That made all the difference to this contest.
Absolutely. Ultimately proved to be the difference between these two sides, as in the end, Roma Bangla Morning Sun won this game by 3 runs. We just saw that misfield right at the end of it there. I mean, if Roma Bangla Morning Sun had been struck for a boundary off the last ball, I'm sure there would have been a few angry words for Shoal Chaudhary as they walked back to the dugout.
Yeah, I mean, when you watch that last ball as well from Abdul Qadir, not the best of balls. It's going down the leg side. It's a wide ball if you don't play it. So, once again, I think when you're in that moment, of course, the batter just trying to whack the ball away. But if he chose just to stand his ground, he would have taken a wide. And then, of course, that would mean that, all right, still same equation. Still probably need to hit the ball to a boundary to have a win, but puts the pressure on the bowler. There's that scorecard. So Senanaika and Nicola Fernando gave him a good start. Fernando, very good again. Senanaika, a little bit too slow to get going, but when he did get going, he thought he held the key to victory. But once he lost his wicket, it was all but done. Abbas Ali, he started in not good fashion, 2 big sixes of his first 2 balls, but then he come back well, taking those 2 wickets, important wickets, to get his team back into it. And also, Anik Ahmed as economical as ever, 1 for 20, and Amin Moshin, as I said, 1 for 15, were in that 1 over, but took the important wicket, didn't he? And you got to give a shout out also to the man who bowls that last over, Qadir Abdul. Only concedes 11, which means that he wins the match for his side. So good win there. Next match coming up in pretty quickly. Quick turnover time coming up in 14 minutes time. Bologna take it on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I get the feeling that this one is going to be a cracker. Join me and Nish when we return in just under 14 minutes time.
Some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltle Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We're set for our fourth match of the day between Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Bologna. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Charles Croucher.
Thank you, Nish. Welcome to the toss for match 50 with Bologna versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Roma Bangla Morning Sun to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We're bowling fast, so.
Won the toss, and they'll have a ball.
Thank you very much for that update. Of course, both these sides are trying to make it to finals day, but they're at different ends of the table. Of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun are chasing Roma CC down at the top of the table. They're blessed to have an incredible opening partnership of Sharif Rehan and Anik Ahmed. And then, of course, they have Mohsin, a powerful middle order batter who's capable of getting runs in very quick succession. Meanwhile, their opposition, Bologna, well, they've had an up and down tournament so far. They've got plenty of potential. There's tons of batting talent in there. But of course, the big issue for them is at times they just retreat into a shell and aren't quite able to show us their potential. You look back at that last match they played, they had a target of just 97 to chase down. And with all the depth they have in their batting, you'd expect them to try to chase that down within 7 overs, but they took it to the last over, and of course they just made it a little too tense for their liking. And let's see how they do in this match. Of course, they've got some quality players in there like Sarfaraz, their skipper Kumar, and then of course Hasib Khan is such a powerful left-hander. We can't wait to see him in the upcoming match. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nishay for that in-depth intro of these two teams, and I think that we certainly are going to get a good match. I've been talking about that for a few matches here now. You've got teams that are very well balanced, and these two here, I think, are exactly that. Bologna, of course, a team that I feel that in terms of all-round ability, they complement each other really well. I think they have the batters, they have the bowlers, their fielding has been pretty dynamic most of the time, so really expecting them to perform well in this contest. And they're up against a team the likes of Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and we've already seen from them, they're a team that make things happen, don't they? All right, they don't always perhaps play to their best, but they have a way, and they've made a knack of winning matches, and they know that really destiny, if you like, fate is in their hands. If they get a win here, they will go to the top of the standings, and they will be there. And then of course the likes of Royal Roma, they can get there, and even Bologna, if they can win this match and get a good perfect run on, they could get there at the moment. But Bangla Morning Sun, they know they've got the opportunity, and they're going to try and make it all the way to the top. So they have now moved to above Royal Roma on 32 points, and with this, the last match, they could finish 2 points above of Roma CC. Well, I say 2 points. If they take all the points here, they could finish even further ahead of them. So there is that opportunity. That is what they're looking to do here. And Royal Roma, though, they know they've still got 2 matches in hand, so they will have the opportunity they themselves to finish top of the pack. But of course, it's all about how Bologna go here. Bologna, after this match, will still have 4 more matches to play. And if they can get a good win here, who knows where they can end up as well. So still plenty to play for these two teams. Thank you for joining us back. And Nishay will take a bit of time to have his lunch, and that means I can at least make a start of this match. Nice to have you all with us as well. Hello to the Kitty tribe. They are there in the chat. Nice to have you with us. Hello, Jules. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. And everybody getting ready for what should be a good match. And hello to Curly Whirly. Nice to have you back with us as well. So we are ready to go. 2 batters. Be looking to make a good start here. So first one through, no runs. Hasib Khan, top player. Top players perform when it matters for this side. And Bologna, they certainly need a good finish to their campaign to these group stages. See once again. That's fast. That's a quick delivery, and it just scuffed away, isn't it? Onto the onside. The Hasib bowling with some wheels here. And Ahmed will be hoping that his team can make a better start this time and get a good finish in. He's out there, of course, the two openers again with Rehan and the captain himself. So, Rehan. Well, let's see what's he done here. I think he's busted his bat already. So it's another bat change. We saw that it was Anik Ahmed that had to change the bat in the last one, and now it's Rehan. That one ends up being busted, so a new bat for him. Right, Anik Ahmed ready now to face the pace and the firepower of Hasib Khan. Left-hander, left arm over the wicket. Not sure why Anik Ahmed is not ready here. That does annoy me. He's been at the non-strikers and he should be ready. The glove should be on. The helmet should be adjusted. He should be spending time. It's been well struck. That's a good shot. 4 runs. Well, he takes his time to get ready, and when he's ready, he plays an outstanding hit. That's a beautiful shot for 4. Yeah, I mean, we see a lot, don't we, where I know that the fielding sides get penalised for time. Don't forget batters can as well. If batters are taking too long, you can see now, again, he's still making some more adjustments. And as soon as that ball comes back to the bowler, which, I mean, it's not a good throw back, so it hasn't yet, but look, he's still messing around with his gloves. Now, the bowler has the ball here, ready to go. And this is where the umpires have to say to the batter, say, hey, what's going on? He should be ready here. You know, he should be ready. He's taking too much time here. He's faced one ball, but he's spent more time getting himself ready in between the one ball than what he's done. So, yeah, you've got to keep an eye on this, the umpires. I'm sure that the sheriff, Charles Croucher, will be. Swing and a miss. Good take. Very good take behind the stumps. Good work from Mazar. There he is. Gets a little roll in there as well. Kashan Mazar. Oh, who is that now going around on the old... is that Bilal that's on there? Yeah, it is. Well, Bilal's got a new set of wheels. The quicker way to get to the ball. Bilal Khan. Gone. Done. Dusted. Well, now you can take all the time in the world to get back. The new beautiful delivery from Hasib. And right on the stumps. And that is the end of Anik Ahmed this time. And, well, a little bit of a celebration there from Safraz. Yeah, not a good shot. I mean, just have a look at where the body is. Look at this. So, the ball, he plays it onto his own stumps. But body is going one way. The bat aiming to hit the other. So, breakthrough. Anik Ahmed will go. Gets a big, thick inside edge onto his own stumps. And it's 5 for 1 as Ahmed Moshin will again be the number 3 batter. Rehan and Moshin hope to build something together. That's a good lifting delivery. Look at that late swing afterwards from Hasib. So at the end of the first over, and it's a good start. 5 for 1. Hasib once again getting the breakthrough. Gets the wicket of the opposition captain after being hit for a boundary, and gets him the very next ball. So it was very much sort of a dot for and wicket. And he commented captain, disappointing for him. Was the player of the match in the last one with his 45 of 18 balls and 1 for 20. That's going to have to be somebody else this time. This is the upcoming events that we're having a look at the moment. So plenty of action, of course. Netherlands will be starting pretty soon as well. We'll keep an eye on what's happening there. And of course, that's the Valletta Cup, the women's T20s. Charlie Hunt will be talking you through the action there. And in fact, it has started, and Malta, we're into the coming up to the end of the 6th over there. Malta struggling there, 18 for 4 against the women from the Isle of Man. So all wickets falling all over the place. Spain victorious against Cyprus in the end. It was a close match, but Cyprus, I think, falling something like 12 or 17 runs short at the moment. I know that Nish was keeping a close eye on that, so well done to the Spanish boys. Muy bien, chicos. Ganamos de primero partido. And had a bit of a scare with the batting early on, didn't they, when they were many wickets down. But I had full faith in them. I did say to Nish, I still see them getting to the 140 mark, and they did. They went to the 150, so well done. Good recovery. DDC leading the way for them. Oh, that's not a good delivery. That's down the leg side. Down the leg side, you can see he's trying to make the most of that, Rehan, but sort of takes himself a little bit away from the ball. This is Abdullah with the ball. And that's once again into the pads, but nicely played. And just to be a single, good pick up there by Ishtak. You feel that Ishtak is another guy who, now we're coming to the closing stages of this series, will have to play a big part with bat and with ball. And Moshin goes for the big shot, played and miss. Looking to elevate this over the offside. I've got a sweeper out there who's patrolling that boundary. That's Shiraz Ali. Another good heavy delivery to Moshin, who plays underneath this one again. Some of the days we mentioned already. Back in 1991 on this day, Latvia declared its independence from the Soviet Union. On this day, 1911, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa was stolen by 3 Italians. Was recovered in 1913, and of course the media sensation helped make it one of the most famous paintings in the world. And for all of you movie lovers, shot, hit, boom. Well, that's boom-blastic. That will go sailing over into the next field. That's a cracking strike from Moshin. He just gets one, you see, at the stumps, and that's what he's waiting for. You put it there, and it'll have you. So a couple of dot balls. Look at that shot, by the way. What a wonderful shot that is, of the ball going towards the tower. A great bit of work from Spring Media. That's the way it looks at the moment. So you can see Roma Bangla Morning Sun, a win here, takes them top off the pack. That's what they're looking to do. Bologna, well, they've got games in hand, are trying to catch up with those in front and finish in the top 5 themselves. 19 for 1 after 2. That over. Not the worst. A little bit of everything. Hasib Khan will come back. Of course he will. Normally bowls himself out. And that's a lovely shot. Oh, that is beautifully played. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4. And Rehan showing some of his qualities. What a great shot that is. And look at the way he holds the pose as well. Yes, back on this day in 1942, the animated film Bambi had its first release in the United States, and it became a Disney classic, as it did. For all of you Disney lovers. This one gets through from Hasib. Should be a good little contest, this, between Rehan and Hasib, 2 quality players. Field nicely set, got a player either side of the ground. Now they're making a change here. Looks like Long On going back to join the mid wicket on the leg side, and the sweeper that they had out in the point region comes in. Well, nobody's going to be up there to catch this, even if it doesn't go for 6. In fact, it will go for 6, and Miller does his slow-mo 6 action But yeah, I mean, the field changes. Not that they had the third back anyway. I just feel, and I maintain this, I know that they want to protect the offside boundary when they had the sweeper out there. Now he's come in the long on boundary and also mid wicket. I just think with the bowler, with the pace of Hasib, you've got to have third back. I think it makes sense to have third back, and maybe you have your a sort of mid wicket that's covering a mid wicket area and sort of that long on area as well. But to not have third to somebody who's bowling at the pace of Hasib Khan and the areas that he bowls in don't make too much sense to me. A bit of a bug problem maybe for the batter here, Rehan. Something has sneaked into his lid. He deals with it quite swiftly. Oh, liking it. They like it. The batter not moved. The umpire not moved. The appeal comes from everybody and all round. Must admit, didn't hear anything myself. I mean, yeah, that's nowhere near. Nowhere near the bat. Nowhere near the bat. Just a big appeal. Look at them coming in from everywhere. But when you see this here, I mean, look at that. Look at the amount of room there between bat and ball. That's not a good appeal. Not a good appeal at all. I mean, look. Great work from Spring Media, by the way. The best in the business. You're simply the best. Not out. Of course, we have Arenas, Martha and Paul here at the ground. It's a great delivery, but it's not out. Rehan. Just hits it straight down the ground. Will just be a single, and we know from Rehan already. In the last match, he snicks it, he goes. He doesn't hang around. So I think he's a walker. I was just trying to have a look who we got up in the tower from Spring Media. It's a Martha in the tower, been mixing it about with Paul. So Martha, I think, got a good shot of that grizzly coming towards her. There's Martha there. You can gives us always gives us the love, Martha, with her dashing nails. It gets beaten outside the off again. End of the over. End of the spell there from Hasib. And as you'd expect from him, nice and tidy again. That time goes for 11. And keeping it pretty tidy. So 30 on the board. You've had a 5, 14 and 11 of the 3. So once again, it's a pretty unproductive power play. The gain at 10, it's sort of been the rate teams have gone in today. Let me just give you the first inning scores of the teams today. Roma Gladiatori 105. Roma Gladiatori in the second match 96, and in that last third match 49, it was Roma Bangla Morning Sun 117. So we haven't seen big scores today as yet. The bowler's been very much on top. He's stuck with the ball. Starts badly down the leg side, and that just gets helped away for 6. It's a shot that Rehan plays really well, doesn't he? I think better than most. Just watch this. So he just gets into position early and just helps that away. It's a really nice shot. Very well executed. He picks the line of the ball really well. Another thing Rehan does, which is different, he always walks behind the stumps and sort of circles them and comes back to his guard. Have you noticed that about him? So he'll play a shot and then he sort of walks behind the stumps from sort of leg stick, comes back from around off peg and then takes his guard. Now this time he gets one to cut away, he misses out on it. So it's another missed opportunity with the field the way that it is. And it's certainly an option to go over that point, backward point area. Of course, third is also unprotected, so they've only got that one sweeper out on the offside. Got a short third point cover, a long off, and one sweeper on the offside. So on the leg side, you've got the 3 men on the boundary square, mid-wicket, And long on, that's another bad ball. It's a tremendous take from the keeper. Well done. He's got a lot of work to do there. That's nice work. Once again from Kishan Mazar. Jordan Larky, come on. Here, come on, give it some. Yeah, put some effort in. That's high in the air, it's lofted. Fielder gets underneath it, but he's outside the field of play here. He's outside the field of play. Now that's always 6. Have a look at this, folks. Look where the fielder is here. Now, when this ball is in the air, you'll see that the fielder, he's gone outside the field of play already. Then he's trying to come back in. Look where he is. That's always, as soon as he touches that, it's 6. He's got to leave from inside the field. And he can't touch the outside. So, yeah, naughty. 6 runs. Nice, of course, for Rehan. Naughty for the fielder. Hello, John Gray, who's saying hello to me and everybody else on the network. And saying hello to the ECN family. Yes, hello to you all. Frustration from the non-striker. You can see Ishtak getting a little bit frustrated. That it's another miss from Rehan. I don't think you want to get too much on top of Rehan. He's your best batter by far. This time they will take a single if this ball bounces over the bowler into the pit over the bowler. They'll take a single. All right, well, Ishtak, he was making many a suggestion when Rehan was missing these. Let's see how he goes. Of course, Mohsin is the batter. Ishtak is the bowler. Ishtak. Mohsin. Firmly hit, but it'll be a single. It will take himself back on strike. Yes, that over, not a bad one. Goes for 15. A couple of dot balls in there as well. A couple of big hits as well. So, still, the main thing is just the 1 wicket that they've lost so far. That was the wicket of Anik Ahmed early on. And the recovery continues. 45. Then for 1 after 4. It's been an interesting day. I've mentioned before that we do have a nice breeze that's blown for most of the day. It's keeps changing its direction. You can have a look at that when I don't know if you can see the little flags on the top of the fan code marquee there. We call it the party marquee. That's where all the sounds come from. All the teams get in there and well, let's just say they pump up the volume. I have a bit of a dance, I think, in between matches, but you can see that those flags at the top, they're playing around a fair bit. And you can see, look at the banners there as well. So the breeze is there, but it keeps changing direction. It's quite a difficult one to kind of manage in the field because you think it's coming one way, then it changes. Ah, that's blasted. That's been absolutely pumped. What a good hit this is from Mushin. It's a little bit short. He gets back and he wallops it. So Yasin Khan, 3 wickets he picked up in the earlier match. You used him probably about the right time, I think. I always said Yasin is one you go to after the power play. Gives away runs, but does have the knack of taking wickets. And that's more runs, though. It's in the slot. Well, 1 ball comes back, another one disappears. That is big. Well, this is a Bizaway Super 6. It's out of the middle. Well, that is sweet. Well, that is sweeter than a bowl of gelato. It really is. A nice big bowl of gelato that right now would go down very well. All right, here's the catching opportunity. And well held. And there you go. That is what Yasin Khan does. He goes for runs, but he does pick up wickets. Machine, after hitting 2 big 6s, is going to depart. So he departs. Not sure what's going on here now. I don't know if something is said here to the batter. I wonder if we can see this. Let's have a look. So let's see if we can keep on what happened between the batter and the bowler. So catch is taken. Yassine takes it. He's giving him a send-off. Well, I do like it. I suppose you get hit for 2 big sixes, and then Yassine Khan says, go on, you got to go that way. Keep on going that way. Well, I don't think the batter likes it, and he's making some suggestions there towards the tournament referee. And I think the umpire Miller might just have a little chat here with Yassine Khan. So you see the catch being taken. Here's the catch taken, but it's Yassine, the bowler, is, now the umpire said, go on, off you go. Now, I don't think he said it as politely as that, because now the umpire Miller does have a chat with him. All about the emotions at the time. So 2-6 in the wicket, and Yassine Khan just gets a little bit lippy for his own good. Hello to Monica. How are you? Monica now in the chat saying hello to everybody. All right, the second wicket does go. Machine 19 of 9 balls. Good catch taken there by Safraz. New batter that comes in. Chowdhury. Now, can we see Chowdhury finally get going? It's been a bit of a disappointment, really. Well, he goes high and he gets this one away. So that's 6. And it's a big 6 as well. Boom. Shakalugya. Well, this one is sweeter than a bowl of tiramisu, maybe. We've had some gelato, and now it's time for tiramisu. And, yeah, of course, a very popular dessert here in Italy. And the Sheriff, well, look at him. Sheriff wants some tiramisu. He's after it already. Dot ball. Yassine. 18 and a wicket. Ball to go. Chowdhury gets this one away. It's going to be 4. So the over will go magical. Well, add it onto the board. Here we go. Clunk, clunk. And that should bring some more runs up. Well, I don't know what was happening with that scoreboard there. It's having a bit of a technical failure because that's not the score. We know that's not the score. The score now goes to 67 for 2. Yeah, that was they're putting it up. That's right, they're putting it up at the end of each over. That's why it was 45 for 1 at the end of the 4th. So now it's 67 for 2. And we have always take a look at this. Before that, I can tell you that over went for 22. Yeah, we talked a little bit about Group C. And, of course, a lot of people saying, where's England? Well, of course, England will come into the frame at the start of Championship Week, which starts on the 15th of October. So they are the reigning champions. So that is why you don't see them anywhere in the 4 groups in the Premier Division. Short ball, played away, pull shot, 4 runs. Nobody at the square leg boundary. And Joe Farhan gets another one away. He looks like he's in the sort of form like it was yesterday now. He looks set to go on and put a good score on the board. Another boundary for him. That's Faizan Nazar with the ball. Nazar needs to just pitch it up slightly. No, he doesn't. So this one is swiveled on as well. It's a little bit of the old MJ. Oh, and it's going to go for 4 more. Quattro mas. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Leslie gave this ground a nice cut early this morning. And you can see that the outfield looking pretty beautiful. Pretty lush. And that's going to just roll away pretty quickly to the boundary. Hola, Mónica. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? ¿Y cómo las cosas? ¿Dónde está? ¿Y tienes sol? ¿Tienes lluvia? ¿Qué tienes? ¿O frío? No lo sé. Mónica. ¿Y qué comer hoy? Porque la otra día comida, tú preparas comida muy rico, ¿eh? Muy rico, muy guay. ¿Y hoy? ¿Hoy qué? ¿Otra cosas o no? Yeah, just saying to Monica, how's she doing? What's the weather like? And what she's cooked today. Last time Monica was telling us that she cooked a lovely, I think it was on Sunday when we were talking about Sundays. And Monica was saying she cooked a good meal. Loving the close-ups that we're getting here from Martha in the tower. Martha, of course, a very experienced part of the Latvian team that we have here from Spring Media. Has been doing this for a while, and she's one of the top-notch ones. Well, this one goes wrong from Rehan. He likes to play this shot well. I wonder where this gets him. Does it get him on the noddin? Let's have a look. Nah, on the arm, but you can see once again he's trying to go down and work that ball behind on the 45. Doesn't get that right. Yeah, luckily he gets his body in the way. Otherwise that certainly would have gone into the helmet. Out on the off, and quick running there from Rehan. He's keen to get back on strike. The end of another over. And a couple of boundaries in there. 2 4s and a 6. Means that 15 also coming off this one. So they've just got that acceleration started now. We saw 15 off the one of Ishtak's over number 4. 22 came off the one from Yasin. And that over from Nazar. 15 from it as well. 6 overs complete. 82 for 2. After 5. I'll give you a quick update on what's happening there in the Valletta Cup, the women's cricket there. So Malta, they've lost another wicket. Haven't really been able to get going with the score. 10 overs now completed. Yeah, halfway through. So 34 for 5. Playing against the Isle of Man. Edge, and that's going to race away to the boundary. 4 runs. He uses his wrist here. That's going to be 50 to Rehan. And you can see he plays this shot. He knows that it's wide. He reaches for it, gets the wrist involved, and works that ball wide of the keeper into the gap. 4 runs, 50 up to Rehan. Well batted. 51 of 22. But of course, he knows he's still got a lot of work to do here. That's too wide. Yeah, the bowler, Abdullah, not happy, but that ball has missed that line by I reckon by a ball. I think the umpire spot on there. No issues for me. I think Amila gets that one right. Oh, another ball's come back from somewhere. That's one that's Bilal has found. Bilal is on the old scooter here at the moment. It's got a new set of wheels, says Bilal. Why do I say it's Bilal? It might not be Bilal. Because I think the top Bilal is wearing, he's got a Sri Lankan number on. And that didn't look like a Sri Lankan shirt to me. Let's have a look. There's 2 guys sat out there. Oh dear, well that umbrella's seen better days, isn't it? I told you it's windy. Oh, somebody get Ratanaika another umbrella. Full toss, Gandhi ball, and that will get blasted away. Shaka time, and that one is into the practice area. Well, that's where Ratanaika will be a bit later, I'm sure, practicing. But at the moment, well, come on, get her another umbrella, somebody, please. Poor Ratanaika, one of the lady that's operating the scoreboard over there. Do you need some assistance? That's wide. Gandhi ball. So Abdullah having a few issues in this over. It's that wind again. Bashes us. It just comes from any angle. You never know which angle it's coming from. 2 6s and a wide. The runs of this over so far from Abdullah. Slow ball, but another full toss, and that'll be 6 more. And, well, they say he's getting whacked all over the place because he's not bowling well. His Gandhi bowling and good batters, especially batters have got their iron now, like Rehan, are not going to miss out. Remember, we saw him score 2 lots of 60s yesterday. Knock, by the way. Well, that wakes up Reyners and Paul in the production room. Well, that gave you a fright, didn't it, Reyners? I bet that made you jump. Yes, it did, Reyners. Of course it did. Yeah, thumps into the wagon. All right, this one is going to go all the way as well. That will be 4 or 6. Well, the men The Grizzly men having a think, and they signal 4 in the end. We'll always take another look at this. Where does this land? And, yep, a couple of yards short of the boundaries. It goes over for 4 again. And you're not having that third back. That's the problem that you've got. And most people, when I say that, say, all right, Rico, what would you change? Well, he's back there now, so they've made a change. So what they got here, what they've done is they brought the square leg in. So they've only got mid-wicket, long on, long off, sweeper and third. I'll give you my views at the moment. I think you have to go by where the batters are playing these shots. And have a look at that attempted, that would have been, that's the windmill shot that Rehan is practicing. I know Rehan can play out the offside, but at the moment all the shots are being played down the ground or hit over cow corner. So I wouldn't de-strengthen the leg side. I'd keep the leg side 3. What I would probably do is I'd either say, right, long off comes inside the circle and pushes the third back. And then you're saying to the batter, all right, look, he's inside. If you want it, go for it. You've still got the long on back. Maybe you get the long on a lot straighter. That's what I would do. I would be tempted, or the other thing you could do is bring the sweeper on the offside in. But I still think that both batters are capable of hitting on that side. So I'll be inclined to keep the sweeper on the off there. I'll bring my long off in, but I wouldn't have brought square back. Well, they go back to that field now where the third comes back inside. I suppose they're saying that probably Safraz hasn't got as much pace, but hang on a minute, he's now making some adjustments. What's the adjustment he's making? Looks like he wants to, he wants to have another one out on the leg side. So he's given strengthening the leg side even more. So he brings the sweeper in outside the off in, and now behind square goes back as well. Well, he goes back and he's still going to get it in the gap, and I suppose that's the problem there. So even though he puts the fielder there, if it's not a good delivery and if it's hit well enough, the fielders, even though they got I don't know, between them 10 meters or so to try and get to that ball, they can't get it. So Safraz having a bowl and not started well here. And this one is going to go straight over the keeper and just be a single. Now runs starting to flow pretty swiftly now. 110 on the board. Continuing to, that last over was another magical one. So we've seen 222s. Yasin Khan and Abdullah also going for 22 in that last over. This one should go to hand. Along the ground, picked up nicely. Safraz. Now is the challenge, Rehan. Oh, he picks this up beautifully. What a great shot that is. Well, he's on his way to a century, isn't he? And beautiful pick up this from Sharif Rehan. Now moves to 78. 22 short. And he's certainly got the time, hasn't he? And every time that ball is pitching on leg stick, he just plants the foot, gets under it, and whacks it away. Now he's just having a look at the boundary there, see where the fielders are. Safraz now goes outside the off, but he still swivels on this. Chance. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, no, he's dropped it. That's Ishtaq. Ishtaq puts it down. It's straight in, straight out. I don't think this goes into the palms on the hands. So Ishtaq drops Rehan on 78. Straight in, straight out. That happens right at the end of the over. It also means that Rehan, after getting the single, will stay on strike. Oh, 78 he's dropped. So he gets the line to score 118 for 2. I mean, you've got to be thinking here, 2 overs, 15 and 15, 30. So 150 score, that's what the computer is thinking here. Expected score at 149. Thanks, John Gray, for asking that question there from Regina, who was saying how to join European T10. Well, we assume you mean had to take part, be part of the team. Big hit. And that's another Maximo. So Rehan getting closer into the 80s now, 85. Remember this man, it won't be the first time that we see him scoring a century. He's a big player, isn't he? Always produces when it matters. And he's on his way to doing it again, maybe. Places away. They've strengthened the field over there, but they still can't get there. Well, they did strengthen the field, but they took that fielder away, and that's gone for 4 now as well. Getting closer and closer. Sharif Rehan now. 89. Remember, he's done this before. He scored 113 against Royal Roma back in 2021. Down the ground, and he pumps it away. Seis más. Bolle. 6 more. And he's almost there. Yeah, 113, 2021. 22 wasn't his best year. 57 was his high score. Got 87 in 2023. So far, 67 was his highest here. He's gone past that. 95. And, well, just defends this one out. It was a good delivery from his start. 95 of 34. Sharif Rehan on the verge of a century here. Oh, well, bowler. Just as I think, centuries, of course, we've seen plenty. We saw one. The last one we saw was from Seneca. Made 141 balls. That should be it, and it will be it. It's the shot that he wants. And look at that. What a magical moment from Sharif Rehan. And I love the celebration from him. I love it. Now, he takes the gloves off, takes the helmet off, and he would now celebrate in style. There he is. I remember seeing the first one that he scored here all those years back. And he's done it again, people. He has done it again. He joins the likes of Seneca, Ghulam Dastgir, and also the likes, of course, of Harpreet, and also of Kawani. What a moment. Another player's name goes in the Hall of Fame. Rehan, brilliant century from him. 11 sixes and 7 fours. And he ain't finished yet, you know, as this one is going to be 4 more. It's another error in the field. This time is Abdullah. Just remember, he was dropped by Ishtaq on 78. And that was when they had to take him. They didn't. And now he's going to rub it in. There's a score at the end of that, the 9th over. 144 for 2. Another superb moment here on the European Cricket Network here in Rome. We always say it makes cricketers' dreams come true. Some of the sensational moments we've seen. 2 hat-tricks, remember here. We saw on day 2 when it was Mandalika 4 for 19, took a hat-trick. So did Hashmat Dinsa, 3 for 18. Hashmat Dinsa, of course, the Royal Roma player. Then we saw the century from Harpreet, 103, not out of 39. It was a brilliant knock. Then Kawani Lakanwal put one up there as well. This is high in the air. This one would sail away as well. Chowdhury deciding he'll get in the act. Sarfraz doesn't get this right. He gets pumped away. 150 now on the board. And then we saw, of course, Ghulam Dastgir getting the 3rd. The 4th one was scored on match day number 8 by Visal Sananaika. And now we've seen the 5th. It's another one that's been pumped. It's 6 more. Well, they're hitting 60s for fun at the moment. As Shahal Chowdhury finally starts to show what I know this guy is capable of. He's not consistent though. If you look at the consistency from Rehan, that's the That's the thing about him. He's so consistent. It's always there or thereabout. Chowdhury jumps across outside the off. This corner wide. And the thing is here, remember the new rule, even if the batter moves, the line doesn't move anymore. So Safraz is not happy about it. But if that ball misses the line, it will be called a wide. Smashed. 6 again. Hi. Good to changi peri hai na. Jera bhi bowler aave. Butt ke chibera bajdiyan. Another 6. Ek aur shakka. Another one that gets clobbered over the boundary. The runs are flying at the moment. And oh, wow. Oh, dear. That is Gandhi. And that's going to be a minimo. They've lost the plot here in this final over. They've lost the plot big time. I'm just trying to have a look at where Rehan is now here with the runs. It's got to be really moving up towards us. He started the day 235. So I think this knock probably puts him around about in 6th spot at the moment. A run scored. But this over, oh, it's going tragically wrong. That's been hit away. Should be stopped. Will be stopped. So Rehan didn't quite get the flurry of balls he would have liked to finish his innings. But it's Chowdhury hitting a few out the middle is a good thing. Look at that score, by the way. Oh, you can't be bowling there to him. They've just bowled so badly to him. Getting the ball in the wrong areas all the time. That's another one that gets worked away. So 4 more. We're now into the 170s. 173 for 2. This over, it's gone for 29. Are we going to have a supersonic finish? 29 off the over so far. And that's probably a wide. That's the 30. So supersonic stuff. Well, we had some low-scoring ones. I was rattling off the first 3 match scores, as in the first inning scores. 117 was the highest. Up in the air. Is it a catching chance? No, it's not. It's going to be 6 more. And Rehan will, with that 6, beat his highest ever score on the European Cricket Network. Before this, it was back in 21 when he scored 113. But this time round, he goes further. He goes to 115. That last over, by the way, went 6, 6, wide, 6, 5 wide, single, 4 wide, 6. 36 coming off the last over. That's right, you heard it, 36. Supersonic, 180 is the score. 2 wickets down. And the last partnership, well, how quick was that last partnership? Because they were 57 for 2 when they came on. So these two putting 100 plus runs on together. Most of them off that man, Sharif Rehan. And Chowdhury scores 31. What a lovely moment. There he is, the Centurion, as he goes back. I'm pretty sure he'll want to get some, well, cold fluid inside him in the 10 minutes or so that they've got. This is the way that it started, and it wasn't the best of starts for Anik Ahmed. Must admit, he didn't look right. There were smiles all around at this point as Hasib Khan got the breakthrough. But, of course, that breakthrough may have came. But then after that, no, not too many. I mean, Ahmed Moshin came out and he hit a few big shots, and that's what Moshin does. And this was beautiful. I mean, what is that? That is brilliant there, by the way, from Martha. With this, Martha sharing the love with us all and sharing some fantastic camera work as well from Spring Media. As I say, they are the best in the business. But then, well, the man who probably makes that shot the best in the business as well for him when he goes down and puts those shots away on the leg side. Moshin got that one away pretty powerfully. And then, you know, he just wanted to go with one too many down the leg side. Well, he got that one away pretty far, but you always knew there was always a chance of him eventually being called out. 2 big sixes to start off from Yassin. But Yassin, he has a knack of always coming back with a wicket, and he did just that. It was a good catch from Sarfraz. And then, well, maybe giving the send-off was not a nice thing to do, because that was the only nicest thing that would come in the rest of this innings, because after that send-off, it would just runs galore. And Rehan showing us his class. Well, an umbrella gets busted over there, and that was the wind that's been playing around all over the place. But the ball just ended up to all parts of the ground. They just didn't bowl well to Sharif Rehan. You know where his strengths are. And I think when you look at that innings from him, I know he negotiated a couple in the third man area, but shots through point, none. I think one shot he played through extra cover all along the deck. Other than that, none. They just didn't bowl a good line to him. Short, down the leg side, and it got played away all the way. Well, it looks like watermelon time coming just a little bit earlier today. There's the lovely moment of Rehan celebrating his century. It means a lot to him, doesn't it? And then after getting his century, it was Chowdhury that stole the show for a moment. He played some lovely big shots on Sarfraz as well. He certainly was piling on the pressure to Sarfraz. And look at that celebration there, liking that. Una, dos, tres. Well, maybe they're going balle, balle, balle. Who knows? The batters clunking their bats together. But you saw that Rehan said, no, I will have the last say. I will get past my highest score on the network so far. And he does, with 115 not out. Chowdhury, 131 not out. These two putting in a quick fire 100-run partnership together. There you go. There you see it. 115 or 39. Well batted to Sharif Rehan. He gets his name in the Hall of Fame. Not for the first time as well. And Carmen, he went pretty cheaply. I mean, Mohsin played the way he does. A couple of big shots before he went. But Chowdhury once again shows us what I know he's capable of from seeing him. He's a good player, and he shows what he can do with a fine exhibition of hitting as well. 31 of 9. 180 for 2. Bowling figures. Have a look at that from Hasib Khan. 1 for 16. But then after that, really, I mean, even that one over that went for 15 there, that wasn't the worst. You think that he might get another shot, Nazar, but he never did. They went back for some reason to Sarfraz. And Sarfraz, congratulations to him as well, because he also gets a 50, though the 50 he gets is one that he rather forgets. Join us back in 10 minutes' time when we come to the conclusion of a high-scoring match number 50. Está pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the beautiful Roma Cricket Ground. Every time I see that shot, I'm almost tempted to say Cartama Oval because it looks so similar, and that's why I call it the twin of Cartama. But of course, this is the oasis that we have here in Rome, the Roma Cricket Ground. It looks absolutely stunning, doesn't it? And for those of you who are wondering how come it looks so green and everything else around it is looking, well, the way things normally do in hot countries like Italy in the middle of the summer, is because the ground staff here, they administer some 90,000 litres of water every day, every night. That's what's keeping that looking so lush. And of course, that's the likes of Leslie, who does a brilliant job here. Tarika as well. He's works alongside him. And of course, we have to say a big shout out to Prabhath, who's the president of the Roma Cricket Club, and all the other helpers that he has, I know, around us here at the moment. We've got Bilal Khan, who's helping around, but they've all been absolutely superb, and they're doing a wonderful job. Another person doing a wonderful job is Sharif Arena, because he has scored another century. He goes into our Hall of Fame, and his century means that Roma Bangla Morning Sun, playing their last match in the group stages, have got 180 runs on the board. That means that if they go on and win this, that they will take top spot away from Roma CC. So there's the target, and what you just saw there is the bonus point equation. And as you know, when you're getting so many runs on the board, it's gonna be a lot. So you've got to really go big here. You can see that reflected in brackets next to the target as well. Here's the first ball, and it's a quick, fast delivery, and it gets past the batter. So it's Kamran with the ball again. Kamran, somebody who does change his angle a fair bit. You can see now the 127 just to get a point is reflected next to the target in brackets. We've got Ankush Kumar and Safraz, the two batters. One thing that Bologna haven't been able to do, and it cost them, I think, in that last match, is accelerate. They don't have the acceleration in their batting. And I think a match like this is probably good for them. It's good practice for them to actually say, right, we can't bat our normal way. We have to bat a little bit more aggressively. And let's see what we can do. You know, they, once again, Roma Gladiatori tested them. They struggled. They should have knocked the runs off easily. They won with 4 balls to go when they got to that 97. And, all right, it was a win, but it was an opportunity for them to get 4 points. That's Capanelle once again. That's hit firmly down the ground. Oh, it's a catching chance. It would have been a sharp catch from the fielder who comes across, gets hands to it, does Ahmed Moshin, but he just can't keep hold of this. And down it goes. And appropriate time, really, to welcome back Nishay Bhatt into Casa Grande. Nishay, hope you enjoyed your lunch.
Yeah, it was a great lunch, and great watching that Sharif Raihan century as well. Another fine innings for one of the finest players in this country. Of course, he was the leading run getter during last year's ECS, and he hasn't always been available during the course of this series. So it just shows you what a big miss he was for Roma Bangla Morning Sun when he was unavailable. Incredible. They managed to make 62 runs off those last 2 overs. What a spectacular finish for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And, well, Bologna have their work cut out in the second innings.
Yeah, they do, but I think it's a good challenge for them. It's good to have them needing to go out there and swing the bat and be assertive. 127 to get a run. That run could prove to be very vital, so they need to go for it. Oh, dropped. We're going by all the reactions, including that of the batter. That's a drop catch. Oh dear, big opportunity, but down it goes. Have a look at this. Yep, straight in, straight out. You've got to be holding on to those, and that's a big missed opportunity. A wicketkeeper will not be happy, Bomik.
No, he certainly will be. Chandra Bomik is a very talented wicketkeeper. You don't tend to see him make errors like that. Yeah, big mistake by him.
dropped opportunity. So Safraz, well, he's still there, but he's lucky to be there. Could have gone for a duck. And what does this catch? There's still no run here. I get the feeling he's rubbing the shoulder. So nice to see that Kamran is just checking that he's okay. And the big man says, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, right off the upper shoulder. Good stop there. Good bit of defensive fielding from the Centurion himself. And Sharif Rehan makes a stop. End of the over. And this, it's the problem that Bologna have had. They just can't get off to a good start. Only one from the first over. 88 matches since the golden ball.
De Costam, 2 fat ladies since we, of course, last had a golden ball. You hate to see that counter continue to tick up. Yeah, just a 1 golden ball, really, over the last 3 months, if you think about it that way. It's been a pretty barren summer in terms of golden balls. Surely Italy will give us a golden ball. Had so many close games, it's rather incredible that not a single one of them so far has ended in the golden ball. Gets some bat on that one, Kumar, and he's going to drive this away beautifully through covers for a 4. So it's captain v captain over here, and right now, Bologna captain is going to start off by hitting a 4.
Yeah, give you an update in the Valletta Cup there. Malta, the home side, they've struggled, and they didn't bat their 20 overs, 3 balls short, 51 they got to. But there's been some great bowling performances there. I mean, how about some of these? I mean, Catherine Perry at 4 wickets, only concedes 10 runs in well, just fell short of a 3 overs, 2.5 overs. And then we got Henry has taken 4 for 6. That's quite outstanding. So brilliant bowling from the Isle of Man women there. And they certainly will be favourites to go on and win that. And they might win it pretty quickly as well. Just the one match there today. You know, Charlie, who's the lucky boy now, Charlie? Charlie Hunt there in Malta. He's got the one match today. And I think tomorrow as well. He's only got I think he might have 2 matches tomorrow, actually. But Charlie can have a bit of a lie-in. The first match tomorrow starts at 1:15 local time. And the second match at 4:30. But Charlie Hunt bringing you all the action there in Malta. And those of you that are doing the split screen, you can say that, yeah, tell him that Nish and Rico are saying Charlie's got the lucky bucket. As he's got the easy draw this time. And of course Malta, that means he's got a lot of time to spend in Malta, and we know that Malta is a beautiful island to be on. Plenty happening on Malta in the summer months. Well, that one is, he plays this pretty late, but he still makes enough contact to send this for 4. Sort of hits right, almost by the handle of the bat, this Nish.
Yeah, certainly it just comes off the handle of the bat. Just looking to pull that one away there, Safraz. He'll get that away for a boundary. And yeah, plenty happening in Malta, especially that area around where we're based in Ilzira. It's very, very active area. Plenty of tourists around there as well. So it's always fun to walk around there. And the way Malta is, it's so densely populated. You never really know when you enter a new town. You know, you just walk a couple of blocks down the road and all of a sudden you're in a new town.
Yeah, that's a glorious shot. That's 6 runs as well. Bolle, goodness, Honor. Oh, that's a great shot. Anik Ahmed, isn't it interesting that Anik Ahmed normally is the most economic bowler for their side? Now they've got someone like Cameron that comes into the framework. Cameron seems to have taken that role on. Anik Ahmed now all of a sudden is not the main strike bowler, and he's been pinged to the boundary. 15 have come off this over. He was pretty expensive in the last match as well. And now he's making some changes to the field here, probably looking to give himself a sweep on the offside as well. So he's got one on the off, one on the leg. Nobody straight though.
So look at Bilal Khan with his electric scooter. This one's just struck down the ground and it's going to go all the way for a 6. Great shot there by Sarfaraz. Just a little bit too much width on offer there by Anik Ahmed, and it just allows him to reach out and flat bat that one straight down the ground.
Yeah, it's not actually Bilal, you know. I thought it was Bilal, but it's not. It's not Bilal. Bilal has been on that scooter, but I think Bilal, he's focusing on this straight down the ground part of the field. So I'm not quite sure who that is. We'll have to find out from Bilal who it is. He might come this way, and we'll find out who he is. No, he's going back the other way. He's going to go in. I think he's helping the Ratanaika out as well, who's operating the score box.
Yeah, huge breeze currently going across this ground. You could almost call it a gust of wind. I think yesterday at one point I made this point that it was so windy, this fan was off, and it was rotating so fast. You could have used it as a wind turbine. That's how much of a gust we had.
Yeah, the wind does come and go. We do know that here at the Roma Cricket Ground. We're not complaining. I don't think the players are either to have that win for them. Let's have a quick look at the standings. So you can see what we're talking about here. A win here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, whether they take the 3 or the 4 points, takes them to the top ahead of Roma CC. Of course, Royal Roma are a team that could still pip Roma CC and Roma Bangla Morning Sun if they were to win all their games. And Bologna, well, I think this will sort of dent their chances, won't it?
Yeah, certainly will. It'll hurt them a lot. I mean, they have to at least get to 127 here and get 1 point out of this game. Obviously, you have Kent Lanka and the Roma Gladiatori watching this match very closely as well. They'll be cheering on Bangla Morning Sun, hoping they can get all 4 points out of this game.
Shot. Powerful. Well, I tell you what, the first over certainly didn't go to plan. Only 1 run came off that. But since then, they are starting to get going. 21 came off that over from Anik Armin, and that's probably got to be close to the most expensive that we've seen him go for. And now, well, a good start here with the first one, or first ball here from the likes of Bilal Hussain, also gets muscled to the boundary.
Muscles that one away, and has Bilal Hussain got a comeback ball here? He does. Great Yorker, gets the length absolutely spot on there. That's exactly where he'll want to bowl it. And of course, we've got Nicolo Fernando joining us in the chat, telling us that he's just relaxing in his hotel room and watching this game. Of course, Kent Lanka had a pretty decent day, picking up a victory against the Gladiatori. Then did fall short, though, in that close match against the Bangla Morning Sun. So I think overall they'll take the points they managed to get today. 4 points out of the day isn't too bad at all, as this one's going to go all the way for a 6. Yeah, nicely struck over there, over mid-on. Terrific shot. One hand off the bat as well. Rishabh Pant style, as he gets that away for a 6. Superb shot.
Bring on the action. That's what we want. Bring it on. I said that for me, a match like this for Bologna is good because it means they have to attack. It means that they have to change their ways, and it could serve them well if they do make it into the top 5 and we see them on finals day. Bilal Hussain just losing his run up there for a moment. That's another reason where the wind can be a little off-putting. I think at the moment you can see that the bowlers tend to be running into this wind. Is playing from left to right as they run in. Taking it on. That's a quick throw. Aiming at the stumps. Well backed up. I think he had a choice of either end to go for. The batters did decide to go. Probably the striker would have struggled more to get home. There's the throw. Once again, that one would have been close.
Yeah, once again, just one hand coming off the bat once more.
And Mullard, big hit, 6 runs. But nice to see that Nicolo Fernando, after his good performances out there in the middle, is now in the chat. Nicolo, hello. And, well, Nicolo, do we believe anything that you tell us now? Nicolo Fernando, you told us we weren't going to be playing, and yet here you are playing. Mind you, we're glad. We want to see all the best cricketers play. Well done on your half century earlier today, of course, in that win against Roma Gladiatori. And I suppose we'll be a little bit disappointed that you weren't able to get that win against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I thought you had it there, but you just never really got the acceleration in. And only yourself and Senanaika got in the run. So maybe disappointment for the way that you finished. It's going to be a big swing and a miss this time. Nothing from it.
Well, it just stays a little bit low there. Bilal Hussein just getting a bit of movement away from the right-hander as the power play comes to an end. Bologna going at 39 for no loss. At the moment, they look on track to get about a point out of this game, but the victory seems pretty unattainable as that required has shot up to above 20. So I think Bologna here, they're realistically probably just trying to get 1 point out of this match.
Yeah, John is asking about ice creams in Malta. John, don't worry, plenty of nice ice creams. Malta, my favourite thing in Malta is the pies. The Maltese make sensational pies. So pies similar to what we're used to, you know, like the old pucker pies, for example, but nice pies, nice meat pies, chicken pies, and also, of course, they love the spinach and the cheese. So I like the vegetarian options, and there's a lot of outlets that are selling these hot pies. They are beautiful, and Denish has brought them up there. Do they have a specific name?
Yeah, the pasties, I remember trying that out. A number of locals recommended to me, and there's actually an establishment close to the walled city of Mdina itself, which is very famous for making the best pasties in Malta, so I did have a chance to go there and try one of them.
Yeah, I go to an outlet which is just, it's not, depending on where we're based, and usually it's sort of about a 10-minute walk from wherever we are at the hotel. It's about 15 minutes away from the seafront, but it's right in the center of Salima, where all the shops are, and right next to the it's going to be just there, no overflows there, right next to the next store where you've got right the triangle after you go through past the pizza place. There's a little stall, and it just has pies and it has pizza slices. It's beautiful. Great. Those pies are lovely. And even the pizza slices, actually. Can't go wrong with those. And, of course, right next to that is where, you know what I'm going to say. Go on. Right next to that is?
It's, how could I forget his name? The Vortex.
That's it.
The Vortex,
That's
yes.
it. Right next to the Vortex. And then also it's got a place that does beautiful waffles, and it does pancakes with whatever you want on them. So, yeah, it's a good place to go. So, John, don't worry. Food-wise, you'll do well. But there'll be good ice creams there as well. No worries. Ali with the ball. Oh, that's hit pretty firmly. Should be stopped, and, well, does get his body down. I don't mind this bit of fielding, actually, because that ball is being hit pretty hard. And I like the way that Machine, he knows he's bobbling away, and he puts whatever he can on top of it. It does sneak out, but he takes the pace off it, saves the boundary.
Yeah, there's been a few other fielders there who might have been a little bit lazy and just tried to go at it with their feet or let that one slip past them. But full credit to him, gets his body behind the line, gets the job done. Just a single.
All right, in the air. Is this going to carry? Is the wind going to take this? No, it'll carry. And it's a very good catch taken by a good cricketer. He knows what he's doing out there, keeps his eye on it. And the catch has been nicely taken by Chowdhury. Well done to Chowdhury. Bappy, be happy. And that's what Chowdhury is all about. Good catch, good management of the boundary. He knows where the rope is, and he ends up taking a good cut. Once again, one hand coming off the bat.
Yeah, he loves to play the shot that way, doesn't he? I mean, Ankush Kumar always goes for that sort of Rishabh Pant style of one hand off the bat stroke. But yeah, just going back to Shewal Chowdhury, really well taken. Great positioning and a great awareness of where the boundary rope was as well. Held on to that catch. As Bologna lose their first wicket, they are 43 for 1. And in comes Hasib Khan, a very powerful and talented left-hander, a man who has a double century in the domestic 50-over tournament. He's a feared batter all over this country. And can he strike some terror into the hearts of these Bangla Morning Sun bowlers?
Good over this from Abbas Ali. We know he made the change, didn't he, in the last match against the Lanka Napoli side, because don't forget that they were going on pretty well. Then Abbas came on to bowl. The first two balls were smashed for 6, but he came back and took 2 wickets. And then his second over was a good one as well. So certainly somebody that can change the way the match is going. And just have a look at that worm graph there. Look how it's gone down with that over. Why? Only 5 from it and the 1 run. Well bowled by Abbas Ali.
Very well bowled by Abbas Ali, as let's see who comes in here to bowl this 5th over. It's going to be Hasib Khan back on strike. He picks up a single right at the end of the 4th over. Had a great series so far, Abbas Ali. 113 runs to his name in the 9 innings he's batted in. And the best of them, of course, being that undefeated 57 against Royal Roma, where he helped guide his side to victory. He has a strike rate of 222 as well.
Swing and a miss.
He just loses balance as he goes to play that stroke, and he has to use one of his arms as a crutch. Just have a look at this. Yeah, just falling over a little bit after playing that shot. Outside edge, and is this going to go all the way? Looks like it has, as the umpire will give the 6 signal, and there it is, the slowest 6 signal in the world. Have a look at this, just looks to go across the line there. It catches a thick outside edge and goes sailing over third man for a 6. So Aseem Khan will take those runs however they come. Yeah, great point made here by Johnny Isham. Now, I'm not going to mention those cheese pastilles, otherwise Curly Whirly will be on the first plane off to Malta. Here we go then. Mia gets a little bit unlucky on the previous ball. How's he going to respond? Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely massive. And Anik Ahmed, I should say, is just going to watch that one sail over his head. Huge 6. Brilliant strike here by Khan. Whacking this one over cow corners. Just gives himself a chance to free his arms. That's not where you want to be bowling to him.
Yeah, it's not. So, yeah, this is what I wanted to see. They are putting they're having a go. That's the key thing. They're having a go. You can see they're trying harder. So Khan, we know he can do it. Safraz, we know definitely can. I don't mind Ankush Kumar. Went out there, played a few shots, goes for 19. They're having a go, and that's all we want to see. Them having a go.
It's going to go big again. Has he got enough distance on this? And we're just going to wait for the umpire's signal here. This one's going to be touch and go. And yes, it's been signaled a 6. So let's have a look at this replay. Where does it land? Looks like it's just in front of that rope. And it's going to be a 6. So 3 6s so far this over. Raju Mia has been taken downtown thrice so far this over. And we still have a ball to come.
Yeah,
Could this over go magical?
Raju Mia is the bowler that on a number of occasions that we've seen taken to town. So he's just changing it up now, changing his angle. And, well, this one also is going to go all the way, you know. That's going to be 6 more. 6 carreras más, and the over goes for 24. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. And just like that, they will go to 68 at this, the halfway point. 68. And remember, their opponents were on 67 at the same time. So this match still very much alive. Well, it's a good opportunity for us to welcome you into the Casa Grande. Myself here, Rico Full with Nietzsche. But now we have an update now to the Meltel Shield. I don't know if you've got the new graphic on here. Well, there you go. So look at some of the new names. Nice to see some representation there from the Irish. You can see that Sophie McMahon in the side, Christina Coulter-Riley in there as well. And also we can see that Trinity Smith is in there from Jersey. And of course, over the other side, you can see that the players that are out, of course, unfortunately, no Sashi Pai and Maddie Ward from the British and Irish Roses. So a couple of outs, but a couple of big ins there at the same time.
Yeah, one Dutch subtraction as well from that Team Europe squad. So the Netherlands would only send 4 representatives in the end compared to the 5 we expected them to send. So yeah, it's a shame when you see a player drop out of the series, but of course that also provides someone else an opportunity to come here and play at the Roma Creek ground.
Right, this is going to beat the field. There's going to be 6 more. 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro. And I'm liking what I'm seeing here as Safraz now goes boom down the track. 6 runs.
A very good shot there by Sarfraz. Great use of the bottom hand as well. That ball was dug out well from underneath. And it's gone away for a boundary. Got Ghulam Dastagir joining us in the chat. Very good afternoon to you.
Hello, Ghulam. Another century. Now this is catchable. Should take it. Oh, he puts it down. Misjudgment. This is misjudged by Chowdhury. We saw Chowdhury take a good catch in the boundary. Now Chowdhury saying that he reckons that the wind's taken this away from him. That's possible, but I don't think he judges this well. He leaves himself a lot to do at the last moment. Diving forward, doesn't take it. It's an opportunity. Safraz gets a life.
Oh, they need that life. They really do, Bologna. They're going to need a little bit of luck if they want to pull off a minor miracle here. I mean, generally speaking, this would be a pretty good start, but they've got such a huge target. It's always going to be an uphill climb.
This is in the air as well, and that one is taken. So, well, Haseeb Khan doesn't get the same sort of luck that Safraz does. He gets to 25, a quick fire 25 of just 7 deliveries, but ball number 8 sees the end of him, and Saifullah Islam will get the wicket that he deserves.
Well-deserved wicket for him. This one just pops up in the air and is taken very well by the fielder at cover. So Haseeb Khan, you know, he's had a few great starts throughout this series, but he's only had that 1 half century, and I know that's asking a lot, but for a player who has the weight of expectations he does, maybe wanted to see a couple more big innings from him. He's had some nice 20-odd scores, but you'd like to see him get above 50 a few more times, as Bologna will lose their 2nd wicket. And I think we're at that point where we really should be talking about Bologna trying to focus on getting to that bonus point score. So 127 really is the realistic target here for Bologna. As you can see, the win predictor is down to just 1% in terms of their chances of winning this game overall. So, yeah, comment here by Johnny Heath saying that he prefers the cheese pastizzi over the P1. Oh, full toss, bashed away, straight to the fielder. Well taken, out in the deep. That's none other than Qadir Abdul, who has managed to hold on to that catch. This one should have been sent a long, long way. It was there to be hit, but he somehow managed to pick out the fielder in the deep. Good catch at chest height by Qadir Abdul. The 2nd wicket will fall this over.
Yeah, takes his 2nd catch, doesn't he? And it means that, well, Nazar, unfortunately, it will be a 2-ball duck for him. Another wicket for Islam. So, it's a chance to see Derek again. Derek, who is, well, just having a few issues with his weight at the moment, Derek. Sometimes he's oversized, other times he's, well, goes pretty small. So Derek, well, we didn't get a chance to see Derek there. We've gone straight to the scorecard. So unlucky, Derek. No show for you this time. 75 for 3 after 6 overs. So Derek doesn't get a chance to show himself, but it's probably just as well for the batter. As a Nazar, we know he can be dangerous. It goes for a 2-ball duck. Abdullah has joined Safraz out there now.
That's the time for Derek. Oh, has he woken up? He has. Looks like he's put on a few extra pounds over there as well.
I think we all have here in Italy, the old pastas and the pizzas. So there's Derek. And he does get Nazar in the end. A little bit of the old... And the man who's taken those 2 catches is Abdul Qadir. Now, quite rightly, gets a chance to come and have a bowl.
Yeah, just going back to that food talk comment about the pea pasties over in Malta. Yeah, they are iconic, the pea pies over there. And I remember when I first went there, you know, I was just seeing a few messages in the chat saying, have you tried the pea pie? Have you tried the pea pie? And I thought they were pulling my leg, and then I actually went ahead and tried it. It was extremely nice.
The wicket keeper, we're just having to wait for him when he gets ready. 75 then for 3. And, good over that, Islam. Couple of wickets. And also only 7 runs. That was after Mia went, of course, for a magical one. Went for 24. We've seen some big overs, haven't we, in this match? Once nicely dug out. Just be a single.
Dug out well, and now question here is, can they get to that 127 mark? I mean, Sarfaraz is still there. He's batting superbly, and you really feel like he holds the key for this Bologna team.
Okay, plays that away nicely. Watch the bounce. Well done. We've seen that is the area with the old Tortuga has taken off a few times. But well watched by Ahmed Moshin. He's a nice, tidy fielder, isn't he? He doesn't let too many get past him, Moshin. There goes Moshin again. This one should be straightforward. And it's just another single. So Kadir Abdul, of course, the bowler who defended the 15 that was required at the last. So we know he's a one to go to, and that's the slightly quicker one. And well, he thinks about having a throw, he doesn't. Yeah, they used Kadir really well, and he kept it tidy and didn't let their opponents get too many runs. So we know he's a key player for them. All right, that one is going to get over, and Ahmed, that is going to be 6 runs. Says Kadir, I'll go get this one. It's not that far from me.
Yeah, so as Riga goes off to collect that ball, we'll just continue to describe what happens. So Sarfaraz just hits that one absolutely beautifully. Great use of the feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, and bashes this one over long off. Wonderful cricketing shot. Hits that one gorgeously through the line. It's always tough to hit a spinner through that direction. And this time he looks to advance, and good bowling by Abdul, just pushes one, fires one in onto his pads. And it's going to be a dot ball to end the over as Bologna are 85 for 3 at the end of 7.
Yeah, he's quite a crafty little bowler, isn't he, Kadir? Because he can see, once he sees the batter trying to commit, he then fires the quicker one, and he always fires it a little bit down the leg, so into the pad. So he's hoping that the keeper deals with it and gets a stump in. So, yeah, good bit of bowling. This, of course, is going to be the last match of today, this match day 10. We're going to see Bologna still in action, taking on a team that haven't had too much go their way, Roma Capanelle, but I'm looking forward to seeing the likes of Anthony Mosca with the bat. He didn't see him, of course, when I was here and they played, but, of course, has scored some good runs, so he has added, certainly, some depth to the batting.
Oh, he's an incredible player, Anthony Mosca. He just hits the ball so hard, gets into the right position every time. Just can't wait to watch him play. It's a joy watching him go about his business in the middle. Just falling over there, Abdullah, not really in control of that shot whatsoever. Bangla Morning Sun are convinced there's an edge on that. But we'll have a look at this replay. I certainly didn't hear anything in the headset. Bangla Morning Sun were fairly convinced. We're going to take a look at that shot again. And well, look at his balance on that. He is falling over as he's playing that shot. His head just leaning downwards. Yeah, not exactly how they coach you to play that stroke.
Yeah, it's not the best of shots, but nowhere near it. So no issues at all. All right, that one is using the pace from the bowler. It's going to go all the way over. It's another one for Bilal to go find. That's going to be 4. Well, it's going to be 6 more. It sails over that fence quite easily. So just swinging hard, and of course when you've got someone like Mungu coming around bowling at so much pace, if you get plenty of bat onto it, one way or another, it's going to fly to the boundary. So remember, they're trying to get to this 127.
So there it is. That's the graphic we'd like to see. 36 runs into 16 balls. And look
now
at
it is
zooming
Bilal
along. And the scooter.
Yeah, Bilal now is on the scooter. That's a swing and a miss. Oh, Bilal making his way to find that ball, I suppose. So they're sharing the scooter to get around. Why not? So Bilal has changed his top now as well, by the way. He's not wearing the Sri Lankan shirt anymore. Hang on a minute. That's because he's not Bilal. Now who's that then? One of the Roma CC boys.
Yeah, that's one of the Roma CC members. Gonna find out who that is, of course, during the match break. Oh, it just gets a little bit of the bat over there. You can hear a very thick edge, so I don't know what Kamran is appealing about.
Yeah, there's been a lot of appealing. I think a number of things not right about this. I mean, main thing is a big chunk of the bat on it. So
he absolutely whacked that one. You could hear a thick inside edge. And this is interesting now. I think these next few balls could be absolutely pivotal in the race for both these teams. Of course, Bologna trying to get the final playoff spot, and then Roma Bangla Morning Sun trying to top the table. So, you know, this battle for this single point is going to be so crucial.
That's well played. Fielder's got to get down and does exceptionally well. That is very, very well done. Lightning quick reflexes there from Islam, because this ball is gained quickly, and that's brilliantly stopped.
A brilliant bit of fielding out in the deep. That's how it's done.
Come on. Bowling with great pace, great figures from him so far. And this one, again, just a single. So look at the economy rate there. I mean, don't worry about the wicket economy. It doesn't matter. Just 10 of it. So economy of 5. That's sensational. So with 8 overs complete, it's 94 for 3. But of course, keep an eye on the equation there. So looking like they're needing some 33 runs off 12 balls to try and get a point out of this contest. A point that could be very vital for Bologna.
And a point that, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will also want to desperately grab. And they're raced to grab that top spot. It's going to be so tight between them, Royal Roma and Roma CC, to decide who's going to grab that top spot. And there's a look at Rathnayaka and a few other people just trying to sort out that umbrella.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad they've worked on that, because it was looking pretty sad the last time we saw it. High. Catching chance. Not easy. And in the end, it turns out not to be. And that's where the wind comes in. Now, who's a bit of fielding here from one of the Italians? Let's have a look at this. And I think, does she go down here? Let's have a look. We see her here, and no, she just does a good bit of fielding. Well done. And you can see this time, Kadir, no chance. The sun and the wind combined, and that's blown right over him. 6 runs, 100 on the board. Oh, launched. Absolutely launched. That's a supersonic hit. And that goes, oh, that's dented the car. The futuristic car's got a dent on it. Call the insurance company. Wow, Leslie's been busy continuing to build the old futuristic village, and that has gone, there you go, knock, knock, on that lovely looking car of the future. And big hit, 6 runs.
If that's an EV, then it absolutely deserves that dent. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, there's that wind again, and it is blowing to that area. It's coming through into Casa Grande, and it's looking to take the side where Nish is off. So that wind blowing, as you're looking at it on your screens, so from behind the bowler's arm, it's blowing from left to right. So left to right here. So anything on the leg side is going to sail. And anything here will get caught up in it. And it's like, oh, that's a really good catch. It's quite an exceptional catch from Cameron. I never thought he's going to take it. So these two are having a real old ding-dong at each other. Whose catch is it? It doesn't really matter. Mungu Cameron takes it. I didn't think he's ever going to take this catch. He was all over the place. I was about to say the blind leading the blind, but he comes across and holds on to an absolute cracker.
Yeah, didn't see that catch being taken. Thought he was going to put that one down, but they somehow managed to hold on to it. There was quite a bit of miscommunication over there. But well, all's well that ends well. Mungu Cameron manages to hold on to that catch. Yeah, very, very well taken.
Abdullah goes for 22 of 10, but more important is the dot ball. Ishtak places out, has to run hard here, and he'll do it. As the fielder just not able to get the ball back in. Take the single.
Width was an offer there, and I think he'll probably feel like he's maybe missed out on the chance to strike one away towards the boundary. I don't know. Let's see what the equation here is to pick up a single point for Bologna. 20 needed of 8. Well, at least Sarfaraz is still there. That's a huge positive for this Bologna side.
Well, the batter, not sure what's going on with the batter here at the moment. Well, either the batter's not ready or the umpire's not ready. Somebody's not ready. Still waiting is the batter. I'm not really sure.
I think it was just the point umpire who came forward and just seemed to be having a word with someone in the field. Looks like we're ready to resume.
It's going towards the fielder, and Anik Ahmed does not drop him. He takes a very important catch. Important because Safraz, who looked like the likely to try and score the 20 of 8 required to get a point, is now going to fall. And with him going for 40, they're still needing 20 runs of 7 balls.
Let's just take another look at this catch. Well taken there by Anik Ahmed. And with Sarfaraz gone, you just wonder how Bologna are going to find a way to get these remaining 20 runs they need to salvage a single point out of this game.
Also, it's worth pointing in mind that with the ball to come, Islam has got the opportunity for taking a fifer here. Also, the timer on the clock, I wonder if that's correct. Well, no, it's not. So there you go. So they won't have time issues. And oh, well, that was. And let's have a look at this. How close are you? You've taken a 5-wicket spell. Michelle Pfeiffer on the cards, and you thought he was going to get it. He's missed it only by a whisker. So it won't be a 5-wicket haul for Safiful Islam, but he will take 4 for 20. Well bowled. And that means that we're going to need a magical finish for Bologna.
You're absolutely going to just have a look at the bowling figures here. Saiful Islam will end with figures of 4 for 20 and was just inches away from grabbing a 5th wicket and putting his name in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, though we've seen a fair number of hat-tricks, 5-wicket hauls, a bit harder to come by, and that would have been quite amazing if he was to do it.
I've not called a hat-trick since all the way back, I think, 3 years ago. That was the last time I got a chance to witness a hat-trick.
No, we've seen one here, though.
I was on my day off.
Was that on your day off?
Yes.
How unthoughtful. But there's been plenty of opportunities. And how many times have we seen 2 in 2 and the hat-trick ball? I mean, to be fair here, the number of hat-trick balls haven't been bad. A lot of places they're always wides or they're Gundy balls. All right, they do. It's a big risk to go back to Mia, who has been gone for a lot of runs. But maybe with the batters that are in here at the moment, they feel it's safe. So Mia, you can see that he's got 20 to defend of 5. Ishtak, well, if he can get 3 big 6s out of the middle of that bat, he could give Bologna some success. Well, that's just going to be just the one, unless they try and take the second on. Doesn't look like they're interested. Deep, who goes to the bowler's end. Akash Deep, he's not running hard at all.
No, I could just feel the Casa Grande shaking a little bit as the gusts start to pick up a little bit.
Comes Deep with the bat. And all right, goes for it. Doesn't get it right. Catching opportunity, and it goes down. Catch dropped. So Moshin, who has been so good in that area, patrolling and stopping balls and stopping fours, puts the catch down. But in all fairness, apart from it matters to the bowler, because Mia could have taken a wicket, doesn't really make any difference to the result here.
Now, we've seen a lot of tall cricketers over these last few days here in Rome, but Deep just stands out above all of them. I mean, he just looks enormous on the screen.
He's a tall guy, and look at him there, he's a giant. And all right, so this contest, it's done, isn't it? Done, dusted. It's going to be a victory, an emphatic victory for Rome and Bangla Morning Sun. They will end their campaign in the group stages with a 4-point win. No points this time for Bologna. That's certainly going to dent their hopes of trying to get a top 5 finish. Remember, Bologna, they're going to be in action straight again, and they're taking on Roma Capanelle, so they'll be hoping to go back to winning ways. But Roma Capanelle, don't forget that they've surprised us a few times.
They certainly have, and of course, it's worth pointing out what the ramifications of this bonus point victory will be. That means Roma CC are now knocked off the top spot in the group stages. And Bangla Morning Sun will, of course, end the group stages with 36 points. and that means Royal Roma need 2 wins tomorrow to pick up the top spot. What a race it's going to be tomorrow. So unfortunately, it's bad news for Roma CC, who have been knocked off their perch. They are not going to be sitting in first place, and they'll of course have to go through the first semi-final to make it to finals day. The Roma Bangla Morning Sun, well, they've done their bit. They pick up the bonus point here, and now they'll be watching Royal Roma tomorrow, who of course got a couple of games, and Royal Roma need to get at least 6 points, so that's 2 victories to just grab that top spot based on bonus points, as of course Roma Bangla Morning Sun are now going to have a big team huddle for the last time in this group stage. It's been a good campaign for them. I think they started off with a very difficult set of losses. They lost their first game. They really struggled against the 2 big boys, but they've just gotten better and better as this series has progressed, and they're carrying some good form into finals day. They're peaking at the right time, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We'll now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day. Bologna will be taking on the Roma Capanelle in just about 15 minutes time. It's time to roll the highlights package, and we'll just relive some of the key moments from this game. Ankush Kumar opened the batting alongside Malik Sarfaraz. It was a decent opening partnership. The two of them were going along at a good rate, and I think any other innings we'd have looked back at them and said that they did a stellar job opening the batting. But the problem was they just had far too many runs to chase their target of 181. So even though they were able to go at a healthy rate of 12 to 13 during those first 3 overs, it simply wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I mean, they tried hard. I said that I like the fact that they're going to have to push hard. I like the fact that they have to try and go out of their comfort zone when it comes to the batting. And though to a degree they did, particularly I think at the top of the order, Ankush Kumar did try 19 off 11 Sarfaraz. We know that he can play that way, as well as Hasib Khan. Unfortunately, Nazar going pretty cheaply, going without scoring. That hurt them a little bit. But it just seemed to be, even though I keep saying I think they're a well-knit team. They play well together. I think they've got good bowlers. I believe they have got good batters there as well. But it seems to be that the 20-over format, they're just adjusting to it too slowly with the batting, and that is what's causing them some pain. Not just in terms of winning a match like this, when you need 181 for victory, probably always was going to be too far out of their reach, but certainly getting that point. They were always in with the hunt, and then just losing wickets at the last time, at the wrong time. A very good over there also, you've got to say, from Munia Kamaran. I mean, he was good. He's been a good addition. And just there, Bologna not quite able to get there. And they'll be very disappointed not to get a point here. But they've still got another match here today. And if they can pick up 4 points against Capanelle, then they'll go home a pretty satisfied side.
They absolutely will. Continue to just look at some of the key moments in this innings. That was a very good catch taken there by Mangu Kamaran. A little bit of a miscommunication between him and Anik Ahmed. Of course, they could debate that with a smile on their face, since the catch was taken, so all's well that ends well. This was well taken there by Anik Ahmed off the bowling of Saiful Islam to get rid of Malik Sarfaraz. A good grab for him. Has a chance there for Mohsin. It was a tough chance, and he managed to carry to him, but he just wasn't quite able to corral it in the end. As Roma Bangla Morning Sun end their campaign, their group stage campaign, I should say, with a bonus point victory. They are now officially past Roma CC, who are now in second place in the group stages, and now they'll be watching Royal Roma very closely tomorrow. And of course, Royal Roma will need 6 points to tie Roma CC, and then of course, with how things work out in terms of net run rate, I think you'd expect Royal Roma to top the group if they can get 6 points. So here's a look at the scorecard for Bologna. Malik Sarfaraz top scoring with 40 of 20. Hasib Khan, once again, great start for him. But we'd like to see him go on and make those 30 or 50 plus scores. Haven't seen enough of them from him so far this ECS. We'll take a look at that bowling card for Roma Bangla Morning Sun as well. Once again, Mangu Kamaran, very economical bowling by him. He's been a great add to this RBMS side. He's come in very late in this tournament and done a stellar job. One last stat to mention, zero runs of extras.
Yeah, that's quite outstanding. I was just about to pick up on that. Outstanding. I mean, when you go through an innings like that, and it's a crunch innings, and you don't give a single extra, that is phenomenal. It's not often that we see that. So well done, really, to Roma Bangla Morning Sun with a fantastic finish to the group stages. Not only do they get a win, with their score 180, but they don't give it. They don't give an ounce. They don't give anything to Bologna there. So good win from them. A team that started, remember, with a win on day one, but then they lost the next two matches. So they were under the pump, but they came back and responded well. And I like the fact that even when they were without Rehan for some matches in the middle part of their campaign, they still were able to get results. So they're a team that is showing that it's not just about one man. So good finish to their campaign. They do finish top, but of course it does mean that Bologna, they've got some hard work to do. That's the next match that's coming up, match number 51. And the news on that just delayed by 5 minutes. So we'll start 5 minutes past the hour. So in other words, starting in about 13 minutes time. It is the last match of the day as well. So we'll welcome your random questions. So see you in about 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto.
Get ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltzer Shield.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Coming up next is our final match of the day. It's going to be Bologna against the Roma Capanelle. The Roma Capanelle might be out of the race to make it to finals day, but they are still playing for pride. They've got some very talented players in this side, and of course they've shown they've got the ability to pull off upsets because they knocked off the defending champions Roma CC earlier in this series. Their star player is Anthony Mosca, a talented, powerful right-handed batter who has plenty of cricketing experience, and of course represented the Italian national team as well. They're also blessed to have a great wicketkeeper in Gabriele Passaretti, who is one of the most criminally underrated players in this series. He's got one of the sharpest and fastest gloves in this series. Meanwhile, for Bologna, there is plenty on the line in this game for them. They are locked in a three-way race to grab that fifth and final spot to make it to finals day. The players to look out for them are the likes of Malik Sarfaraz, who brings plenty of stability, Ankush Kumar, their captain, who leads from the top with his powerful hitting, and then of course they've got Hasib Khan, a dashing, talented left-hander who we are really looking forward to seeing. Of course, Bologna, they will want to pick up bonus points in this game, and that's why they've decided to have a bowl first. They want to know what their target is, and they'll try to chase it down within 7 overs or less. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Nishay. Yeah, you're right. And Bologna, especially in the manner in which they lost that last match, will definitely be looking to see if they can take all the points away here from Roma Capanelle. But I just got the feeling, you know, about Roma Capanelle. I think they're a side that they know that they haven't shown us and shown you the best of them. And I think with the matches that they've got left, the likes of Anthony Mosca, who I'll be watching for the first time, and Dane Kirby, and also somebody like the hard-hitting Amy Ghulam, hoping they can show you a different side to them and their game. And of course, you already heard how highly we rate the wicketkeeper there. Well, Passaretti, he certainly will be key as well, and Gabriel. So plenty to play for here. And we see that there's no Leandro, the captain, so he won't be here today. So Emi Ghulam will be captaining the side, and Ijaz Ahmed also going to be key. One man that I like, and I hope that he's going to get a good bowl here again, is going to be Bandranaika. He has taken a hat-trick with his slow spin. 58% to 42, so the win predictor thinking this is going to be pretty close. They've got Bologna as the favourites. I can understand why that is. But yeah, I mean, two teams that maybe these two teams play in the similar style. They haven't got the most aggressive of hitters, perhaps, who like to go bang and go for the big shots. So they probably will be very similar in the way that they go with the bat. And I think both have got the likes of a player, for example, Anthony Mosca on one side, and you could go maybe Safraz on the other side, and maybe even the likes of, if he clicks, the captain himself, Ankush Kumar. Both sides, other than that, is really about just working and plugging away and trying to get runs. So it could be a match that could be a real sort of 110, 115 thriller, though I know that Roma Capanelle would like to go bigger than that first up here. So getting ready for this one will be an exciting prospect. Here's Hazib Khan to bowl the first, and it's a good delivery, gets away from the keeper. They'll take buys here as that one gets past Mosca, and it means that Ijaz Ahmed will get a chance to have a stride here. Just getting this ball to come back in, but once again I think the wicketkeeper, you've got to be taking those. You've got to have good standards in those. And Mazar, that one gets through him. And Mazar, well, let's just look. He already trying to take that one. Looks like a man who's pretty flat, doesn't he? So, Emi Ghulam, the captain, will be hoping that once again that his team can cause a bit of a surprise. We have seen them get some good wins. Of course, they caused a big upset, didn't they, the other day when they got that win against Rome CC. Of course, a lot of people were saying, well, Rome CC, on that Monday, they were struggling a little bit after having to travel to Milan and travel back and play the same day. I heard stories of some of their players who were sleeping before they went out there to have a bat because they had a long night travelling overnight. Some of them arrived just early that morning. Khan. Once again, beats the batter outside the off. Sort of always has that stop and sort of jump when he bowls, Hazib Khan. I think you'll know me, folks. I do like to see a good fast bowler carry on with that run, so follow through. So if you look here, so when he comes in, let's have a look. He sort of, I mean, there is a slight follow through, but he is a little hop and a jump to stop himself. So if you watch here, and that time it's not the case as he gets beautifully timed away for 4 runs outside the off. This is all along the deck from Ijaz. A nice shot. This time slightly different, but normally, especially when he gets that ball to go through, the umpire having to get out of the way of that one. Good strike there from Ijaz Ahmed. Khan again. And that's better. That's a better delivery. So, having seen him do that a few times, he hasn't done it the last 2 deliveries. It's better. I like this. Follows through. Look, keeps going. Yeah, nice. No issues with, of course, the umpire, not running in front of the umpire. It's a good delivery. Good comeback. Nice start from Hasib to the boundary, but that was down to a very good shot. It wasn't necessarily a bad delivery. Giving himself some room is the batter, and then shuffles across, gets wrapped here. Well, it gets pushed through for the, what would be a leg by here. Yeah, interesting the stance that Ijaz is taking against Hasib. So he's sticking with like a, looks like a leg stick guard, but normally you see batters change that guard to a left armour because they're wary of the angle that the ball comes. End of the over, and that score moves to 6. Courtesy of that leg by, so 6 come off that first one. So tidy, as you'd expect there from Hasib. So he would no doubt, if you go by pattern, be bowling the third. This second over looks like it's going to be bowled once again by Abdullah. So he's become the man who bowls over number 2. Got a number of options, haven't they? And that's being worked away for, it's going to be probably 4 runs, I'm guessing. Let's see what the umpire, no, it's going to go all the way. 6 is signalled. I mean, just uses the pace. It was very wide. And let's see where this lands. Yeah, just gets past that boundary. And 6 runs and bounces into that Moto Shield Stronger Together banner. A nice little bit of work done there. There's the signal there from the fielder. Helps out the umpires. Now this one, it's straight in, straight out. Straight in, straight out. It's been hit firmly, but it's a catching opportunity. I think that's Nazar who's in that spot. No, it's Safraz actually, Malik Safraz. Diving forward, puts it down. Opportunity, missed opportunity. Big moment, big moment. You've got to take the chances when they come your way. And they don't take it. So Ijaz hits the ball hard. They don't run there, by the way. They're being dropped on 10, Ijaz. Oh, great ball. That's a great ball. And the batter somehow has fended this off. Now, this would be an interesting one. Off stump, out of the ground from the wicketkeeper, Mazar. Now, first he does well. That's on the stumps. Now, why don't we just have a quick look at side here? I mean, I'm guessing the bat is down, but it's worth making sure. Yeah, he has got it down. Great work from Mazar. Good throw. Yeah, bat just gets down. I was just wondering if his bat, if he's putting it down, it goes back up in the air. That certainly would have been an interesting one. Good reflexes. Good response there from Mazar. Nice start. Abdullah, so far, pretty tidy. Ijaz Ahmed has played a couple of nice shots, but did give a chance, which never got taken. Very wide, but this time batter doesn't get hold of it. He wants the wide, but I think this stays in. We can have a chance to have a look at this again, and I think this one has gone right over the line. Let's see here. Yeah, it actually does cut back in. It's a similar ball that got played away, the first ball off the over, which went for 6. But other than that, nothing else from it so far. And, well, there's another 6. So it's going to be what we call an over that's sandwiched with 2 6s. That's what that is. As that one gets mashed away. Big hit. 12 off the over. 6 to finish, 6 to end. Using the long levers there. And the score at the end of 2, 18 without loss. And a good time as we have a look at the standings. And, well, Nish, this is what we're talking about. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have taken away top spot from Roma CC.
Absolutely. They're sitting pretty at the top of the table, so the defending champions are going to have to do it the hard way. They're not going to get that big advantage of getting to play in the second semi-final against the side that wins the eliminator. Of course, these two teams are currently locked at the bottom. The Roma Capanelle, well, are going to have to win every single one of their games with a bonus point victory to even have a very slim mathematical chance of making it, but we can pretty much rule them out of this race to make it to finals day. But a lot is on the line for Bologna in this match, and yeah, as I mentioned during the introduction, they've got to go for bonus points, especially after that shocking defeat they suffered in the previous match against RBMS.
Yeah, Roma Capanelle, they will play 2 matches tomorrow. They'll start the day with this fixture. So this, what we're seeing, the end of this match day 10 will be the start of match day 11. What a corker that is from Hasib. And it just says to the keeper Mazar, give it right back to me. And there you go. And she's following through now, which is good to see. Saw that a number of times before. He was just stopping himself by dropping the anchor, but now he's following through, and I think that's much better when he does follow through. I think he just generates a little bit of extra pace, and he gets the ball in better areas, does Hasib Khan.
Nice one. Great length over there. Gets that Yorker length. They're bowling well to Mosca so far. I think the key here for the Capanelle is that they get Mosca on strike as much as possible, and Bologna just do a good job of making sure Ahmed hogs the strike here. And this is very, very good by Bologna. Just dart across over there. Good bowling here by Hasib Khan.
A few people in the chat. It's nice to see that Wayne is there. Wayne is saying hello to us and to everybody. Hello, Wayne. Hope you're well.
This one is just going to be cut away straight to the fielder at point. Chance for a run out. Should be a run out. And at least the good outcome here is that it's going to be Ahmed who's run out rather than Mosca. I think in the end, Mosca was just trying to dash to the striker's end and made sure he'd save his own wicket. He's hit this well, but he struck it straight at the fielder at point. This is a perfect throw as well. He makes sure to throw it at the right end. Oh, huge mix-up there. I think, well, Mosca has absolutely sold his teammate there.
Yeah, Mosca, I mean, why Mosca didn't stop and go back? He had more of a chance than the likes of Ahmed trying to get there. So Mosca, yeah, he starts running straight away. It's not his call, and that's what's wrong about this. If you look at this again, maybe we can see this again and look at the two batters. Just look at Anthony Mosca. He starts running, then he stops, and then he starts running. So watch here. He starts. If he stops there and goes back, he would have made it back. And then he just, that's poor really from Mosca. And you got to feel for he just does the right thing in a way there. You know, there's two ways of looking at it. Maybe he feels that Mosca is the man who's got to stay out there and he can make a difference, though he just has made the better start. Right, goes for it, and Mosca now has got to try and get a few shots away. This one will be 4 of them. He's going to be forced into a response here now, Mosca.
It's a slight miss hit. He hasn't actually timed this as nicely as he'd like, but he just about gets it over the fielder at mid-off's head, and that's more than enough to get away for 4. Faizan Nazar was never going to get to that. Well, yeah, I mean, we just saw that he sacrificed his wicket to make sure that Mosca stays out in the middle, so well, Mosca better make it count and play a big innings here for his side.
Interesting one, isn't it, those sort of ones? If this one gets played away, there's going to be another boundary. So you can see the response there from Mosca. It's almost like that run out. There's got a voice upstairs in his head saying, right, okay, look, you're to blame. You ran him out. Now you better go out there and make some runs. But, yeah, interesting whether he just Ahmed, whether another player would have said, no, I've started. I'm on 16. You haven't got any. You've only got 1 run at the moment. Now I'm staying here. You either get back or get run out.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, I'm sure they're going to be talking about that quite a bit in the dugout during the innings break. Here's a look at, of course, the bar chart so far for this Roma Capanelle side. Going along at just 9 and over, not a good start for them in the power play. I think one of the issues for them was the fact that, well, Mosca only faced 5 deliveries, beg your pardon, during the course of that power play, which simply isn't enough. I think you'd want him to have the bulk of the strike. And he sort of made it a bit of a habit to get this Capanelle side off to good starts, but you know, credit to Bologna for keeping him off strike. And that's why the Capanelle will be a little bit disappointed with this power play.
Yeah, they will be. But I was looking back at some of the scores that they made while I was off, and that's a nice tricky shot, by the way. That's going to go all the way to the boundary. So the captain, Ami Ghulam, he'll start with 6, and what a glorious shot this is. Beautifully played. Once again, they get into that heavy ball outside the off, but they are batters that can play those and play these shots, and looks like Ghulam is one of those. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, there was several occasions though when I saw even the likes of Mosca in one of his games, where he never really got off to a flyer. He was bogged down, and at a point he was going out on the ball for the first 15 or 16 balls. So they've all had their issues with scoring at the rate.
This one's pushed away for a single. Yeah, so this Capanelle side, obviously they're out of the running to make it to finals day. They're playing with nothing to lose though, so that should make them a dangerous opponent in theory, because that'll just allow them to play with that freedom and go out there and express themselves and have a lot less concern. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely wonder shot. Now that is trademark Mosca. He just shuffles across. He's got this extremely strong base, and then he hits it across the line to mid-wicket.
Well, there's not been too many hit better than this in the day. That has travelled a long way. Well, that definitely is a Bisway Super 6. Well, you can see the wind has done some damage there to the futuristic village. And poor Leslie was working very hard on that earlier, and it's come down with the wind, and now is under attack from the Grizzlies. There's another one ends up going in that direction. And there's Bilal. Well, Bilal takes the catch. Do we see Bilal catching this one? Well, there's Bilal. I told you Bilal is wearing the old Sri Lankan shirt. Here we go. Bilal Khan. But he takes it side on. Yeah, he always catches side on. There's Bilal. Enjoying his moment. Takes the catch. Lovely man, Bilal Khan. I know that Monica. He's one of your favourites, Monica. So there you go, Monica. It's giving you something to smile about. Bilal Khan doing a little bit of work off the field. But some good hitting here. And a good response from Roma Capanelle. They're trying to get to a good score.
A great over so far for the Capanelle. 20 runs off it so far. Oh, huge. Absolutely massive. Gulam sends that one a long, long away as well, straight into the opposition dugout. And, well, he has to appreciate that, the 12th man. That was a pretty good hit.
Yeah, he just picks it up nicely. It's all about the length, isn't it? Look, too short. Both of these batters are doing the same thing, aren't they? They're just hopping outside the off stump and then hitting it sweet out of the middle over the rope. So you've got to come up with another plan. As that one didn't work for Nazar. As 26 come off over number 4. The 50 comes up, 53 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, we're just having a look at this graph here for the Roma Capanelle going along at 13.25 and over. Of course, mentioned a few times, this Capanelle side are out here to make a statement. They are playing for pride. And Anthony Mosca will play a huge role in trying to uphold that pride.
Mosca 22 of 8, and he's only got started after that run out, by the way. He was on 1 when he barbecued the likes of Ijaz Ahmed. I don't think Ahmed will be too concerned if he sticks out there and scores a big score. Ahmed will feel that it was his sacrificing his wicket which gave him the... Oh, that's just come out terrible. And this is Yasin Khan, who, well, I mean, he does bowl some hit-me balls, but he's never bowled one as bad as this. That came out completely wrong. Gets whacked away to the boundary. It'll go for 6. Yasin, he's sort of been going at... He goes at around 18 and over. Does pick up a wicket. Let's see if he gets one here, but that's not a good start.
A terrible ball. Yeah, even if he leaves that alone, that probably is going to be a wide and a few runs off buys as well. Mosca, though, gives it the treatment. That one just climbing up on Mosca. That one got a lot of bounce. Just watch how that ball rises up.
Yeah, this is why Khan, when he does bowl, he needs to be thinking about bowling outside the off a lot more, because he does get a lot of bounce. You're right. Look at the lift on that.
Better. This is much better bowling by Yasin Khan. He's one of the few spinners who also gets plenty of spin as well, so turn and bounce just makes it so hard for the opposition batters to go up against him. It's just the fact that he does have that odd hit-me ball in him, as you mentioned. Will slip in the odd full toss every few deliveries, and that just spoils his figures.
Yeah, he goes for a few, doesn't he? He does go for a few, and he is relying on the fielders taking the catches as well. Yeah, now that delivery of his I like. I mean, if he slips in a few of those and over, as well as the one where he flights right up, where he encourages the batters to go for the big shot across the line. But you see here, when he's outside the off, I mean, even the good batters can't get him away.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the quality batters struggle against him, and I think he's such a weapon for this Bologna side if he can really just figure out this format. Top edge. Is this going to carry? No, it isn't. Just over the fielder's head. It's going to be quite a race to get to the boundary rope. Yeah, they'll pick up a single over here, so just the 1 run. Let's have another look at this. He has to wait for that quite a bit, and he's not quite able to time it as nicely as he likes.
I think what you see there is he does start, I mean, probably normal. Fielders do normally walk in from there, so he's probably coming a little bit too quick, and then he's having to backpedal and can't get off the ground. That's a little bit short, but he's going to get away with that. I think that goes over the line. It's not going to be out. Good comeback from Yasin Khan. When he bowled that horrible first ball that got walloped for 6, you thought, uh-oh, he's going to be in trouble, but he's recovered well. And they're 63 for 1 at the halfway point. We are in the last match, Rico Full here, along with Nietzsche Bat. And, of course, we encourage you to get involved at this time of the day. So if you are watching, and know there's a number of you are watching, well, why don't you put in some random questions for either myself or Nish? We will do our best to answer those. And if you're lurking, so if you're one of those people that are watching and haven't got involved in the chat yet, if not today or on any other day, well, why don't you just send us a little message, tell us who you are and where you're watching from. And we, and of course, the rest of our community will say hi back to you. So come on, send us a message.
So we now return to live action. And, well, I think we might have a rather interesting shot over here. So, yeah, there have been quite a few wildfire issues around Rome in particular this time of year with as dry as it isn't. There we go. Boy, I hope everything's all right. Yeah, but wildfires have been quite a concern here in this part of the world, of course, over in Greece as well. Quite a few wildfires over in Athens.
Yeah, well, let's just hope that one gets contained. We probably might even see some of the choppers coming in. Well, there you go. Talking about some of the choppers, that's exactly what you're seeing there. So, yeah, some work being done there. Let's hope that gets contained pretty quickly. And, of course, it's always a reminder that's going to be a wide for the public to be aware this time of year, depending on where you are, especially if you're places where it's hot. Just be very careful with what you're doing. Remember, be sensible. It's not a good time to be having barbecues outdoors in dry areas. And if you are a smoker, make sure you put those cigarettes out properly. That's mullet, and that's going to be another biggie. So this over didn't start well. Remember, there was a misfield there from Yassine Khan when one went through, went to the boundary. And then there was a wide, and next this one gets pelted away by Gulami.
Beautifully struck by Gulami, and Gulami's been one of the few other batters in this Rome side who's been able to go at a decent rate throughout this ECS. Just reading some of his numbers after this ball. Oh, it's just pushed away towards mid-wicket. So yeah, that's a strike rate of 150 for this ECS. He scored 169 runs. Of course, his best innings was that great innings he played alongside Mosca when he was 46 not out against Roma CC. So when he can get going, Gulam does have that ability to just race away and go at a fine rate.
Ishtak needs to go fuller. And, well, that is not where you want to be. This is awesome. Oh, it's still going, and it just drops right there in front of where we got the water containers. What a lovely pickup this is. Look, once again, it's a little shuffle across, and bang, boom shakalugya. That's gone a long way. Big hit.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. How has he managed to work that one away over extra cover? Ishtiaq was going for that wide Yorker, and he's just missed it ever so slightly. It just allows this man, Mosca, to get underneath that. And that's the first six he smashed through that extra cover region. 3 sixes so far through mid-wicket for Mosca. Yeah, just an incredible display of batting by a very talented bowler. Yep, we still have a ball left in this over.
Well, you can imagine and understand why Ishtak doesn't want to bowl it. He's gone for 24 already. But I think there might be still a ball to come. I think the umpires and the scorers are checking. And let's see the outcome here. Yep. I think Ishtak is going back to the umpire to give him his cap and his shades. And now, well, with 24 have come off the over, another boundary in 6 will mean that this will go supersonic. Mosca, 42 or 14. Yeah, it's well bowled, but also Mosca well played. He wants to hold on to the strike. Well, Mosca, he can certainly count to 6. We know that.
End of the 6th over, the Roma Capanelle are 88 for 1. So yeah, very good batting here by Anthony Mosca. Is currently on 43 of just 15 deliveries. Emi Gulham at the other end, the skipper's playing fine innings as well on 26 of 8. So the good thing is that for once, Anthony Mosca does have some support at the other end as well. So all the pressure isn't solely on his shoulders. And right now you can see the Capanelle going at about 14.7 and over. The expected score has just disappeared momentarily, but as things stand, I'd certainly say it's somewhere in the 130s. Great shot. Absolutely terrific. Just goes straight down the ground for a 6, and he's now 1 run away from bringing up yet another half century. Khan just over pitching that ball. It's in the slot, and it's there to be punished.
Yeah, well, they go back to Yassine because probably his first over only went for 10. He starts with a 6 again this time. And well, it's right down his throat, but he's dropped it. And he dropped it over for 6. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. He gives a chance. It gets put down. Nazar is the guilty man again. And Andy Mosca, in very fortunate circumstances, will get his 50 courtesy of that drop. So that is going to be 50 to Mosca. 50 comes up in 17 deliveries. And look at Yassine Khan. He can't believe it. He's down. He's out. He's in anguish. But he's got to get up and carry on.
Goes big, goes huge again, over long off this time around. It's another 6 for Mosca. It's raining 6s here. 3 consecutive 6s to start the over. Just looping that one in there, Yassine Khan. Once again, it's more slot bowling here. He's just asking to be hit.
Yeah, where's that slightly quicker ball outside the off that he bowled 2 occasions in that first over when I said like it. Look, he has a number. Look at, who's that in the background there working hard, hammering away? And could be another. Well, where's this one going to land? And, oh, it would have been a great catch. It would have been a great catch, but his fingertips to it. It gets away from the captain. Ankush Kumar would have taken what would have been an absolute brilliant catch. He's flying through the air. No, it's not Superman. It's the captain, Ankush Kumar. But unfortunately for him, he sees the ball land the other side of the fence. We saw an over that went for 25, and now this one has gone for 22, with still 2 balls to come. Oh, the fielder, it's a hot potato this time. Can't stop it, can't get the throw in. There will take a single. That's Akash Deep, who's out there. Well, Akash Deep, well, getting into deep trouble with the Grizzly. Just couldn't get it. High. Both Garma.
Yeah, this is the 7th innings Anthony Mosca has played in this series, and it's his 3rd half century already. He's averaging over 50 for this ECS. Just incredible. I mean, what a special feat. Just going down the leg side there. In all honesty, Gulam has probably spoiled to wide. So a number of people in the chat congratulating Mosca for how well he played. John Gray saying Mosca's trying to ingratiate himself with the teammates after running out Ijaz Ahmed earlier. Monica Ramos Acosta saying Mosca's such a great batsman, and that the Roma Capanelle owe a lot of their triumphs to him. And yep, a lot of agreement over there. He got Ruxter Sakib calling him the best batter in this tournament. Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. It is the last day of group play here in this ECS in Rome. And of course, the Capanelle got a couple of fixtures to round out their tournament. We're taking on Bologna and Royal Roma. But yeah, the fixtures to look out for there are match 53 to 56. Of course, Royal Roma will be trying to get those 6 points, which is what they need to get to the top of the group. And then we'll get Bologna and Kent Lanka Napoli battling it out at the end of the day in a huge battle to see who makes it into 5th place.
Lovely shot this. Great effort once again from Kumar. Well, I tell you what, I think his whole team is going to have to chip in and get the laundry bill there. Well, that's the European Cricket Network Casa Grande. A nice shot of that here. One thing, of course, you have to point out about Anthony Mosca, as he clips this away for 4 more. I'm calling it now. Mosca's on for a ton here. He's batting so well. He's had a chance. He's been dropped on 49, which got dropped for 6. And Mosca, the way he's seen the ball is great. Does play, of course, for the national side. He's a national team player. I know that when we went out for dinner the other night, of course, we were treated by Prabhath and Lorena for Lorena's birthday. And I know it wasn't at the ground, but I saw Mosca scoring well. And I mentioned his name, and I know that Prabhath told me that he's a great player. He is part of the national team setup, and you can see why.
100 partnership brought up of just 28 deliveries, and Mosca's going to go big again. Well, he's brought out the driver, and he's teeing off. This one going into the practice nets. Another sensational hit.
78 he moves on to now. And apart from the one chance he gave, Mosca, well, I reckon he should be dedicating maybe this century, maybe to the likes of Ijaz Ahmed, because he did barbecue him on the old Chico. Now, well, it's payback time. Well, ball's been switched around all over the place. Mosca 79 of just 23.
Oh, it's a shorter delivery, and he flat bats this one straight down the ground. That is baseballed away for 6. Incredible shot, and now he's 15 runs away from a century. He was really unlucky not to get 100 against Roma CC. He was undefeated on 94, and the run simply ran out for him in the end. He still had 9 balls left, and I'm certain if Roma CC had scored a few more runs, he would have had his century.
Yeah, the issue here for Bologna, as the bowler comes in again, and that one is lashed away. That's going to be 4. Well, when you're swinging hard, you're going to get some luck your way. Fortune favors the brave as well. Hay mucha suerte ahí por Mosca, porque tienes 4 más. And yeah, he's getting close, isn't he, into the late 80s, 89 here, 11 away. But yeah, this is already a score that Bologna, well, they'll struggle to get to this already, won't they?
Yeah, it's just a case of how many more can the Capanelle get. I mean, we came into this match talking about whether Bologna would have a chance to pick up bonus points, but as things stand, well, it even looks like that their odds of victory are getting slimmer and slimmer by the ball. Here's a look at the run rate for this Bologna side, and it's been a massive onslaught over these last few overs. They've managed to make 73 runs in the last 3 overs. 73.
Yeah, Mosca. Well, the only thing about Mosca, which you either love it or you hate it, is that he's always taken that single off the last. And it's not like the man who's out there with him, Ghulam, can't hit a ball. He's on 26 of 9. But he's just not interested in giving him the strike at the moment. And why not? He's eyeing up a big score. He's on 90. He's a couple of big shots away from what would be a marvellous century. In comes Nazar.
Hasn't quite timed that as sweetly as he'd like. It's just going to be a single, and Ghulam will get to face a ball for the first time in quite a while. He's at the best seat in the house at the non-striker's end. What a chance for him to face a delivery. Just his 10th ball this innings, and of course, it's incredible. Ghulam's been there since the 3rd over. Just catches the inside edge of his bat, and it's going to go towards fine leg. They'll pick up a single, so
Works
going to bring Mosca back on strike.
Yeah, works out perfectly for Mosca. As he's on 91. Remember, his high score, as you mentioned, Nish, 94. It's only, of course, his 7th match. So playing on the European Cricket Network. Never played before. And he's a good example of somebody who's picked up this format brilliantly. Oh, the first real miss. As I think that might have been just slightly slower from Nazar. And you can see with Mosca, he's done the usual, stepped across, but he's missed this one. And look, he just turns around, his little nod there to Nazar says, yeah, you got me there. One thing about Mosca is, even at the end of that last over, Abdullah, he hit Abdullah for 25, but he still gave Abdullah a little tap at the end and said, yeah, okay, unlucky, well bowled. Oh, well, is he going to get himself out in the most silliest of ways? Oh, what can you say about this from Anthony Mosca? He's on 91 and eyeing up a century, and he wants to get funky. Well, sometimes you can be too sexy for your own shirt, can't you? And he is here. He gets this completely wrong. Well, he wants to play a little bit of sexy cricket, and in the end, he gives his wicket away as Mazanur Mazagya, and well, that's just silly. That really is. Anthony Mosca on his way to a century, and then he goes and plays that and gives his wicket away.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame for Anthony Mosca. I mean, you saw him at the end there. He could have just knocked a few singles away and picked up his century, but he's sticking the team game here. He doesn't care about his individual milestone.
No,
he
that's
wants
not,
to give it his all.
Sorry, not team game.
I agree. I'm being
playing
generous.
A shot like that is not team
generous.
game. Playing a shot that like is about showboating. Instead of playing the team game, you should have been whacking that down the ground.
He actually He actually ended the game against Roma CC with a shot exactly like that. He hit a 6 with a beautiful ramp shot, just scoop one around the corner, so he's capable of executing it. Yeah, I get it. He's showboating. I'm being generous to the guy.
We always say this, though. If he got it right, we would have been up in arms and saying, what a shot, brilliant, blah, blah, blah. It's when they go wrong. And that's the thing. And the thing is, when you're in your 90s, 91, look, play, get your century, then start showboating. But anyway, it's a fine knock from him. He's put his team in a very strong position.
Oh, he just deserves a century, he really does. I mean, he's had 2 scores in the 90s, and he's not been able to get that 100. And I think I agree. I agree with a lot of people in the chat. For me, he's been the most impressive batter so far this series. I think technically looking at him, he looks so gifted. You know, he's got such great hand-eye coordination, very fast hands, and when he hits the ball, I mean, he times it so beautifully. He's got that solid base to hit those big shots, so it's a shame. You'd like to see his name on the Hall of Fame.
Listen, not going to disagree. It's the first time I've seen him, and he's good. He played great shots. Of course, the run-out wasn't great. I think he's got to take the blame for that, but he makes up for it, you know. It would have been worse if he only scored a couple and got out himself, but he didn't. And now look, just look at what's happening here, by the way. So you can see that's very important for Ghulam to try and get something happening. Kirby, now this guy can bat, but Ghulam, because he's been stuck at the other end, he can't get anything away. The last over for Nazar only went for 2. If this stays under the 150, I think Bologna have done amazingly well. And though they will struggle to get the 150, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? Could have been a lot worse if, let's just say, if, of course, Moscow was still there. They got him out of the way. But Kirby, he's a guy who can hit a big, strong ball. He'll certainly be looking to go on the leg side.
Hey, keep in mind, Bologna have their own Anthony Mosca as well. They have Hasib Khan out there. And I think with Hasib Khan, we've seen him make a few starts throughout this series, but he's not been able to go on and actually play that big innings just yet. Up in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. Is it going to carry? Is it going to carry? Oh, it would have carried. It would have carried. Safkan Abdullah was just trying to track that ball, but he's not quite been able to track the trajectory of it. Oh, he should have held on to that. He really should have. That one's going to be a wide, and Kirby just trying to reach out of that one, but it's gone on the wrong side of the tram line, so that was an opportunity earlier to dismiss Kirby, but it just didn't quite carry the hand.
Still, it's a pretty good comeback here. Can they keep this under 150? If they do, it'll be a bit of a turnaround.
Oh, it's another one that's gone up in the air. Is this going to go the distance? It will. 6 runs. And Kirby just rode his luck a little bit a couple of balls ago. And you could say this shot's a little bit streaky as well. He's not exactly intending to direct it towards fine leg. Well, he's going to take those 6 runs.
Yeah, but the difference is, I think here, Roma Capanelle is saying, once again, what this Bologna side have to be capable of doing themselves when they've got the bat in their hand. Swing hard, and, you know, maybe you get a bit of that luck as well. This one's going to hit the stumps. All right, well, you've got to knock him out of the ground. It is another he doesn't knock the stumps out. I don't think he's out. Let's have a look. So we've seen this before, right? Stumps are down, bails are off. For him to get him out, he has to knock the stump out of the ground. He's got to knock it out of the ground. The stump stays in, so not out. I mean, the umpire's going for the review. It doesn't matter. The stumps are not knocked out of the ground. Look, 2 stumps there. He's got to, he does the right thing, but he's got to knock that stump out of the ground. I think the bat's probably in anyway.
Yeah, and he has to uproot the stumps, as he said, knock them out of the ground, and that's just not the case there, so it can't be a run out. But yeah, I totally agree with that. I think maybe the fact that this is a bigger target means that Bologna will bat a little bit freer. I mean, if you go back to their first game of this series when they, of course, played the Roma Gladiatori, remember how they were batting so freely,
and we loved
playing their shots, and it really looked like they were a side who could go on and do great things, but it just feels like whenever they have a low target, they just kind of get in their own head, they retreat into a shell, they play very conservatively.
Bowler didn't like this, by the way. Let's have a look. Why not? and I can see why not. That's gone over the line. It's not a wide. Look at the non-striker. The non-striker is gutted that he's missed it because he thinks it's a dot ball. Then all of a sudden to get the wide. Calls like this hurt because that should be a dot, and this should be the last ball.
There we go. That's why it matters. So Kirby will launch that one away for a 6, and he still has one more ball to come. Ishtiaq just tries to correct his line a little bit, but he ends up going too straight. It's in the slot, and it's punished.
Very frustrating for me to watch that as a bowler myself, because the bowler does everything right. He gets the ball in a channel that the batter can't hit. The umpire calls it a wide. He then has to change what he's doing to get a little bit closer to the batter, and it gets whacked for 6. I feel for him.
No, he's just been asked to stop here by the umpire. I think it's, one of the bails has just been blown off. We do have some gusts blowing across the ground. So, I mean, obviously we're talking about how Bologna will do in the second innings. And we've spoken a lot about Anthony Mosca, but Bologna have a very talented batter in Hasib Khan as well. And we've seen some good 20s from him, just a 1/2 century. And is this finally going to be the innings, the upcoming innings, where we see him at his best? We know he's capable of hitting a big score. He's made a 200 in the domestic 50-over tournament. As we'll, of course, come to the end of this first innings, as Roma Capanelle will post a great total on the board of 155. So Bologna, who are fighting to make it to finals day, have a big task at hand in the second innings. Superb batting performance by this Bologna side. Of course, they were led superbly by Anthony Mosca with that 91 of just 29 deliveries. And then you also have to look at Emi Ghulam, who probably isn't going to get as much appreciation, but a solid 27 of 11 by him.
Yeah, look, it was a good partnership. I mean, he was kept a lot off the strike. Of course, you can understand that when Mosca, of course, was batting for that century, and then Mosca really threw it away, didn't he? But we'll see that. My concern here for Bologna, I mean, I agree with what you say, and that's what I was saying in that last match against Roma Bungla Morning Sun. When they needed 181, I wanted to see them go out there and throw the bat and everything and say they got nothing to lose. And they didn't quite do that for me. They only ended up with 115, only lost 5 wickets. Now, if they did do that in that last match, it would have served them well going into this one. Of course, catches are important. That was Safra's drop in. It didn't really matter that much. He was dropped on 10, but he was run out eventually on 16. And that one was pretty close to first up with, but I think this is it here. And you can see Mosca starts to run, and then he stops, and by then he's already enticed the batter out. And then, there we go. We think we got that replay a bit mixed up a little bit, but that's the one how it did end up. And then, of course, Mosca then started. At that point, when that run out happened, he was only on 1. Then after that, he came out, and it just changed his mindset. It was almost like, right, I know I've done wrong. Only one way to make up for it is go out there and score big runs. Bilal Khan, well, taking a crowd catch. He was happy about his moment there. So, just to finish off what I'm talking about, I don't know if Bologna have got it in them. They've got the players. You're absolutely right. They've got the players, but the players have to change their mindset and play better. Play with a bit of fire.
Yeah, of course, you could just see some of the wildfires in the distance. Of course, hope everything is all right. We have had quite a few wildfires these past few weeks here in Rome and across Southern Europe. We'll have a look at some key moments in this match. Of course, Anthony Mosca was dropped on 49. We just saw that dropped catch. Imagine if that had been taken. Anthony Mosca would, of course, go on to make 91. So that dropped catch turns out to be absolutely pivotal. He would go on to make 42 runs, 42 more runs after getting dropped. Here's a look at some of the great shots he played. I mean, of course, we know how strong he is through mid-wicket. He hit a number of 6s through that region, but he also demonstrated how powerful he is in other parts of the field as well. He made 34 runs through that mid-wicket region, hit a number of 6s through there, and then, of course, he would get dismissed. Showboating. What a weird shot to play when you're in your 90s, and I think he'll be kicking himself while he's in the dugout. He had a chance to get his first ever ECS century.
Yeah, he did, and he didn't get past his highest score either, so a couple of things there that went wrong. That was an opportunity to remove Kirby early, and, well, that one goes high up there. This one went all the way behind and went for a boundary as well. So runs did come, but I have to say, just getting that wicket on Mosca, well, that was a bit of acrobatic action there towards the end. But just getting the wicket on Mosca probably could have made the difference, Nish, of maybe about 20, 25 runs.
It certainly could have been the difference in this game. We often say catches win matches, and that was a huge drop. Absolutely massive drop. And we wonder what sort of an impact it will have on this match. Let's now have a look at the scorecard for the Roma Capanelle. Anthony Mosca top scored with 91 of just 29 deliveries. It's his second score in the 90s during this ECS. Of course, he was 94 undefeated against Roma CC earlier this series, and then there simply weren't enough runs left for him to go on and make that 100. He was in prime position to get a century here, and then he got dismissed, trying to ramp one around the corner. Kashan Mazhar, the wicketkeeper, would catch him. Good innings there by Emi Ghulam as well, making 27 runs of 11 deliveries. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures for Bologna, and as you can see, Hasib Khan bowled very economically, gave up just 13 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, and the rest of the bowling attack, though, well, they were very, very expensive, and things just didn't quite work out for them in this match, and they'll have to go back and look at some of their bowling plans. Of course, you got to credit Anthony Mosca for the way he batted. I'm sure there's a few things that Bologna could work on. At times, there's just a few too much slot bowling. They weren't smart with their variations, and they'll have to reassess their bowling tactics when they come back for tomorrow's games. Of course, Bologna aren't done. They still have some more cricket matches after this. We will take a short break as we're halfway through match 1, and we'll be back in 7 minutes' time for our final innings of the day. Make sure to get your random questions in the chat, and we'll, of course, try our best to answer as many as we can.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We are set for the final innings of the day, and what a terrific day of cricket it has been here at the RCG, the Roma Cricket Ground. As you can just see, a last team huddle there before they get out to the field. As we can see, the Capanelle have set a target of 156 for Bologna. I don't think we're going to see the former situation there. It's highly unlikely that Bologna pick up bonus points in this match, although there is a small chance that the Capanelle could come out of this game with 4 points. It'll be a tough challenge, but it is doable. Of course, this is a huge, huge match for this Bologna side. They are desperately, desperately trying to find a way to get into that fifth and final spot to make it to finals day. And they, of course, had a horrible bonus point defeat in their previous match. And then, of course, they've really struggled here out of the gates against the Roma Capanelle side, who are bottom of the table.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. And let's get your random questions in there. I put one in the chat for everybody to get involved in. 4 runs to start with. This is what I want to see from the batters from Bologna. Have a go. They didn't quite get the message in that huge run chase against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, but they've got to go for it here. Remember, they got a win earlier in the day, chasing that 97, and well, they made hard work of it, doing it with 4 balls to go against Roma Gladiatori. They got well beaten by Roma Bangla Morning Sun, so they need something out of this one. They need the points here. They want the win here against Roma Capanelle.
Yeah, so a question in the chat about the situation in regards to the standings. Well, of course, just tell you a bit more about that right after Anthony Mosca comes in to bowl this third delivery. So yeah, of course, for Bologna, they're in a race here to try to catch up with the Roma Gladiatori. They're currently 8 points behind them, but 4 games in hand. This one is just pushed away beautifully, very nicely struck by Kumar. Perfect placement, just pierces the gap and goes away for 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot from Ankesh Kumar. Yeah, I mean, we normally give you an update on the tables, and you'll certainly see it at the end of the day, but we can give you a slight update, and we try and keep you updated on them. So the tables at the moment, I'll just see the currently refreshed version. So we did see the last time we looked at it that Roma Bangla Morning Sun had taken top sport away from Roma CC. So Bologna, if we have a look at this now, that's another one that's going to get to the boundary. So good chance I'll start this from Bologna. Bologna at the moment, they are 4 points ahead of Capanelle, having played a game less. So if Capanelle win this, and let's say they get all the points, well, Capanelle will go joint with Bologna on 16 points. But they only will have 2 more games to play. Whereas Bologna, if they can at least get a victory or something out of here, then they've got, of course, a big day tomorrow where they can really catch up 3 matches on the last day of matches before finals day tomorrow. So Bologna, if they can get the win or get a point here, let's say they get to 18 points and then have a good day tomorrow, well, I suppose they could still try to get to that 24 points, which at the moment Gladiatori are on.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge fixture. Keep in mind, Kent Lanka, Napoli, and Bologna will play each other in back-to-back matches at the end of the day tomorrow. Our last 2 games of the group stages, and those matchups could potentially determine who makes it to finals day. Here's a look at the Golden Ball counter. It's now been 89 matches since we last had a Golden Ball. Just 1 Golden Ball for the last couple of months, and yeah, it's been pretty barren in that department.
Yeah, August first over there, game for 14. Of course, the random question that I put out there in the chat, and of course, do feel free to get involved. What does not belong on a pizza? There you go, putting it out there. We are in Italy, so what doesn't belong on a pizza? That's the question. Nish, anything from you that you would never think belongs on a pizza?
I think the simple answer to that is most things.
Most things?
Most things don't belong on a pizza.
Wasn't expecting that. Most things, all right. For me, yeah, I mean, the biggest one, of course, we can start the pineapple debate again. Pineapple, definitely, or any fruit. I mean, I know some people talk about fruit pizzas. No, none of that belongs on a pizza. And also, things like, some people put weird vegetables on pizzas. I've seen that as well, like broccoli and things like that. It doesn't belong on a pizza.
I think you're going to get someone just sending a message in a couple of minutes saying tomatoes are technically fruits.
Oh dear, Diana, no. Diana said, what about chocolate? Things like Nutella and stuff. No, definitely not. That's not a pizza. What are you talking about? Chocolate? No. Yeah. John is saying fruit. Yeah, John, I'm with you. No fruit, thank you very much, on a pizza.
Might have to call the Italian authorities for that comment Diana just made. I think that gets you a ticket straight out of this country.
we won't see. Where's Diana? She's gone. The old food police have taken her away.
No, but also some of the things that Domino's come up with now as well. I mean, tandoori chicken pizzas and some of these very strange options they go for. I think the only sort of mainstream pizza I would appreciate, when I say mainstream, of course, referring to some of the American fast food chains, it's probably like Greek Delight, because at least that's Mediterranean ingredients, but some of the combinations they're coming up with now over at Pizza Hut and Domino's are just offensive. Struck away towards mid-wicket, and that's going to go away for a 4, so a nice boundary there by Kumar.
Yeah, I've got to say, Kumar's bat just don't sound right to me. He's played a couple of shots with it. There was a nice shot outside the off on that one. It just sounds like he's got a little bit missing out of it. Kumar still not, doesn't look the way we...
No, I've seen people post that. Diana showing us a picture of a Nutella pizza.
No. It's not a pizza. It's a pie. It's a pie. It's not a pizza.
I think there's
pancake. That's the word. Thank you, Rain. Saying it's a pancake. It is a pancake, not a pizza. Can't call it a pizza.
I think here's an interesting question I'll pose, and this is both for the chat and for you as well. This one is struck away over cover. One bounce over the rope. It's going to go away for 4 runs. Great shot there by Kumar. Just bowls this a little too wide, and it's also not full enough where it's really going to bother Kumar, so he can play a nice, gorgeous, flowing cover drive. So obviously there's a trend nowadays of a lot of wealthy people adding a little bit of gold to their pizza. What would you think of that? Would you, if you were offered that, would you try it?
What do you mean gold? Gold what?
Yeah, people actually add gold to their pizza now. Edible gold.
Edible gold? Oh, no. I've never heard of that. Would I eat it? No, probably not. I'll probably take the gold and try and sell it. Make something out of it. No. What do you mean like gold leaf? And it's actually real gold, is it?
Yeah, actual bits of edible gold. There are a lot of... see, you can have a $2,000 slice in which you've just got a bit of gold sprinkled on your pizza.
And what's that going to do to your gut? Anyway, look, people were asking about this. There it is. You can see the standings there. So Bologna, they're losing track. They've got to try and get to 5th spot. The problem is there. I know that went pretty quickly from your screen, so I'll try and find it when I talk you through it. They've got to try and get to 5th spot. At the moment, Roma Gladiatori are there, but they're only just holding on. They are they're some 5 points ahead of Kent Lanka Napoli, who have got 3 matches tomorrow. So you would imagine that they would knock Roma Gladiatori off that 5th spot. And then, of course, it all depends how close Bologna can get to Kent Lanka Napoli. At the moment, they are 3 points behind them, but they've played a game less. But once they play this match, they would have played 11 matches, the same as Kent Lanka Napoli. And you're absolutely right. Those two tomorrow play each other twice. So that's where it could be decided, those 2 matches tomorrow. So, for example, whichever team out of Bologna and Kent Lanka Napoli play well tomorrow could take that all-important 5th spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And then keep in mind, Gladiatori will be watching that game very closely as well. I mean, we don't know how exactly it's going to play out over these next few days. This is going to be overthrows. This is going to be overthrows. A terrible throw, a shocking throw. Nobody was backing up either. And that's going to go away for 4 runs.
Gundy cricket this. Oh, look at this. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Pickup is thrown pretty wild by Anthony Mosca. Well, Mosca, he might have scored 90-odd runs, but remember, he's run out of man, and now he's just thrown that away for, well, that's going to be 5, isn't it? Oh, dear. Well, I tell you what, Bologna at the moment thinking, yeah, bring it on. Give us as many of those as you want. So that's 5. And this one is going to be probably 1 bounce 4. So that's 4 of them. They're going for this, and I like it. For the first time, we're starting to see some fire and some fight from Bologna in the power play. Can they get close to this 50 at the end of these 3 overs? That's where they want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't open with Hasib Khan, just because we know he's a powerful hitter and he's someone who can come out and give it a bash. But yeah, so far these two are going along at an exceptional rate. Nice ball there. Good comeback ball by Hamza. Just jams in that fuller delivery, and it's very tough for the batter to get underneath that, so it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, Mir Hamza didn't get a chance with the bat today, but of course he's a good all-rounder for them. All right. Malik Safraz. A chance and taken. Very good catch. Really good catch. Reads it well. Knows what he's got to do and holds on to it. Well, that's a beauty. That really is. And Ghulam, the captain, very good catch indeed. The way this is hit, you can see it panning out beautifully in front of us. He has to start to go to his left, and as he's going down, he has to just take a little spring, diving to his left, and he takes that catch brilliantly. And that means that the dangerous captain, who made some, well, quick-fire runs there, I like the way that he went about things, goes for 28 of 12 balls, 1 6 and 4 4s on his way to that score. But positive, good strike rate, that's what he's got to do. That's what they all have to do.
Yeah, I love the way Ankush Kumar batted during that innings. He was just batting freely, really looking to play his shots. And again, this Bologna side, they have more batting depth than you would think. So you'd like to see more of their batters go out there and play with some more freedom and not put as much value on their wicket as they typically do.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And the man you were talking about, Hasib Khan, now, keep hearing a lot about him. I keep hearing you telling me about him. And I know a lot of people around the ground know all about the abilities of this man. But we've got to see it, and we want to see it. Getting the 20s isn't enough. And I often say that big players perform when it matters. Well, this matters to them. If he can get a 60 or 70 here, and he gets the kind of support that we know that Safraz and some of the other batters can give, then this match is definitely on for them. It will be a great run chase.
Oh, lowish full toss and beautifully played. Great wristy stroke there by Hasib Khan. Gets that one away for a 4. And he is off the mark with a very good-looking shot. So they're going along at the rate they need to here, Bologna. 45 at the end of the power play. A question here by John Gray about that gold pizza comment, asking if gold is poisonous for humans. It's actually quite the opposite. Gold is inert. Gold doesn't react with anything. And so it basically just go right through your system and right out. It just wouldn't react with any of your bodily acids.
Okay, that's the thing I was saying too. How does it go with your guts? Okay, fair enough. It goes through your system. And okay, fair enough. But I have to say that no, it's not for me. I think when it comes to food, I'm the complete opposite. Give me proper home cooked food, or as most people would say, pub grub. I'll take that any day. But when it comes to the fancy stuff, I'm like, nah, I'm just not with it. And, you know, it might look very pretty. Normally the portions are very small as well. And usually, if I ask for salt, they'll blindfold me and shoot me. So, no. And that's another thing. Why can't you ask for salt anymore? What's the thing? If I want salt on my food, why can't I put salt on my food? They don't give you salt anymore. I think that's not on. Everybody's got different taste buds. So yeah, I'm starting to take me old salt in places now. I love all those fast food places that give you salt and pepper, little sachets. I carry them around everywhere with me, and they come in very handy.
It stabs this one towards third. A few comments coming in about that. Well, I posted an article here, of course, when I looked up about that gold pizza and saw a video on it as well. So you're talking about fancy meals. Well, it's not just the gold. That's the only fancy part of this meal. Just have a look at some of the other ingredients. You have to order it 2 days in advance for them to find a way to get all these ingredients together. Because keep in mind, there are certain ingredients they fly in on request for this pizza.
This is like special mushrooms, probably chance. And taken, no mistakes there from Anthony Mosca. He takes another one. And it's going to be Hasib, who once again is going to disappoint me. It's so frustrating about this guy. He should be scoring runs, but he keeps on getting out. And the talented left-handed Hasib Khan is out. Look, do me a favour. Tomorrow, we don't mention he's 200. We don't mention anything. When he goes to bat, we just think, Hasib's coming in. We just do that. Because we seem to big him up, and he hasn't performed. Yes, he could get another. Could be 2 in 2. It should be and will be 2 in 2. It's going to be a first baller for Faizan Nazar. I just want to check me little notes here. Is that a second first baller for him? I don't reckon he scored any runs here today. I'm pretty sure it is, you know. I think Nazar is going to get another golden duck here. And he doesn't get going. Yeah, he got a 2-ball duck in match number 50, and he doesn't get anything in this one. He gets the first baller here. So he's having a bit of a mare. He's going to get a golden. He's going to get... Oh dear. So it's a pair. A 2-baller and a first baller for Nazar. He's having a bad day. And, well, it's almost like a day that you'd get when you get pineapple on your pizza. This means that this is, you know what? Not going to be. Gets played away. Moscow does the fielding. They'll just get the single. So once again, we had another opportunity, maybe not of a hat-trick, but it doesn't materialize. Hey, you know another thing I don't like on pizzas? Blue cheese.
I've never had a pizza with that.
No, well, sometimes you get like a 4 cheesy pizza, and then they pile on some of the blue cheese, and I think if they put just a little, it wouldn't bother me too much. But yeah, it's pretty pongy, isn't it, blue cheese? So I'm not a big fan of blue cheese on it either. And Jules is saying he's just eating last night's fish chips, and what did he put? Fish chip and pie? Fish chip? Any mushy peas with that? You like your mushy peas? What do you mean last night fish and chips? God, you can't eat old chips. I can't. Old chips, never right. Well, he uses his feet very well. That's a really good shot there. And that's Abdullah, who's trying to make something happen out there with Safraz. Only just gets to it, but that means that his footwork is pretty good. He was almost in a position where Adnan beats him and gets a stumping and would have got the 3rd wicket in the innings. It's not to be. 4 overs complete, 54 for 3.
Here's a look at the scorecard so far. As you can see, going along at about 13.5 and over. They're still quite far away from that red line, which is, of course, the rate they need to go at here. If Bologna don't win this game, they're going to have such a tough task at hand tomorrow, trying to play catch-up.
Yeah, fish and chips. I do, you know, fish and chips, decent fish and chips on a Friday. Can't beat that. I mean, it is the last match, so we are allowed food chat. Yeah, definitely can't beat that. Of course, I talked to you earlier, and for those of you that missed out, I was talking to Nish about some of the things that I ate on my travels down Rome. That's been hit away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Good hit. Solid strike from Safraz. This time Moscow can't stop it, and you had the right... the words for it, and of course it was like sort of deep fried lasagna, and with a bit of batter and some breadcrumbs. It was beautiful. What was that called again?
Soupli.
Soupli, yeah. That was good. And if I see that somewhere again, I'll definitely have that again. That was really good. Smashed hard. Watch the bounce here. Yeah, well done by the fielder. And that's Rughaven who makes the stop.
Yeah, I can tell a few people are just going through that article as we speak and looking at some of the strange ingredients that are procured. This one is smacked away, and what a catch! Sensational catch! Brilliant work there by Anthony Mosca. We've been applauding him for his batting, and now we see a superb bit of fielding from him out in the deep. This catch, he goes down low, and he has managed to just pluck this one right off the surface. Sensational stuff by an absolutely brilliant cricketer.
Yeah, you can see he's a class act. Can't you? I mean, the first catch he took was great, but look at this one. The reading off this and getting it right is low. And we can take a look at this again. A wonderful catch. So it's going to be the end of Abdullah, but he goes to a brilliant catch. And catches win you matches. There's no doubt about that. Let's have a look at this here. So he hits this pretty well. He's coming down. Look at this. Tremendous catch. Really good catch. This one, well, the man who takes the catch now comes in, does the fielding, fires it is. And showing off now, he's showboating. Well, it's not good to show off, Mosca, because when you try to show off with the bat, you know it went wrong. And and see, they could have thrown this one over the keeper's head. Mosca. All right, where are we at here? Istak joins Safraz out there. This gets worked away, but will only be a single.
Just going to be the one run over there, so got a ball to go in this fifth over, and yeah, it's tough now. It's very tough to see Bologna winning it from here. I mean, they certainly had a good fight though during that power play. They came out, they attacked, they were positive, but now they're running out of batters now. All falls on Sarfaraz's shoulders over here as they're going to come to the halfway stage of this innings, and Bologna, well, they're looking at a required rate of almost 19. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we are underway over in Valletta. Had our first match of that series earlier today, and we'll be starting off in the Netherlands in a couple of days' time as well. So a big week of cricket here on ECN. And of course, well, later this week, you're going to need every device you have to play all the games we're going to be bringing to you.
Yeah, and a good win there for the Isle of Man women. They chased the 52 required of just 7.4 overs, just losing the one wicket. And Lucy Barnett scoring 31 of 25 to get the win. But it was the bowling where they were great. We saw Henry take 4 for 6, and then Perry took 4 for 10. Great bowling for those two would put the Isle of Man in a very strong position. So Charlie, as he's already said on the chat, he had a pretty easy start there in Malta. So lucky you, Charlie. Enjoy. Well, I was going to say enjoy the rest of it. It's quite nice when you have the morning off, you a little bit of cricket, and have the evening off. And Charlie will no doubt go back and be preparing for the 2 matches that are coming up tomorrow there. I can tell you what's up there tomorrow. The first match tomorrow will once again be Malta. Then this time won't get any easier for them, taking on the MCC women. And then the second match tomorrow, MCC women taking on the Isle of Man.
Now we're just going to have a look at this appeal over here. It was a big shout there by Adnan. Let's see how close this is. Oh, well, I think there's just the impact is an issue there. The impact probably just outside the off stump. Oh, good use of the feet. Looks to hit this through cover, and it's going to go past Dane Kirby inside the ring, and it'll be a single.
Yeah, he uses his feet pretty well. They've got a sweeper out there. And that, of course, is Siddiqui. Ravil Siddiqui doesn't get into play really in terms of catching, but I'm liking this from Adnan Niaz. And that's worked away. That's a good shot, though. That's going to be probably just stopped. Yeah, he gets a feed on this. It's a good bit of fielding. Batters will come back for 2, but he plays that nice. Good sweep. But, I mean, this is something that really, I think the likes of Yasin Khan, if he watches Adnan Niazi bowl, just learn a little bit from him in terms of where he's pitching the ball, in terms of the pace that he's using. It's making, if the batters are hitting him down the track, they're going to have to use their feet. If you watch here, now it's slightly shorter. That's clubbed pretty well, though, and that's right in the gap between Mosca and the other fielder, Gulam, the captain. So another good solid hit. I suppose here, now Bologna, are they once again thinking, right, we can't be going at 20. It ain't going to happen no matter what happens all the way through. But that score of 109 becomes priority now. At least take a point here. I said this before, them getting that 1 point against, well, them getting no points, in fact, in that match against Roma Bangla Morning Sun would have really hurt them. They did get the win earlier in the day against Gladiatori, but I think they should have been talking and thinking about getting all the points, and that much they lost out on that. So a point here is a must. At least they finished the day. They're taking 4 points, and that will maybe help them as they try and compete tomorrow against Kent Lanka Napoli.
Yeah, a point's a bare minimum just to keep them in contention tomorrow, although even with just a point, it's going to be a steep task for them tomorrow. And I think the Gladiatori and Kent Lanka are at home right now, and they're absolutely delighted watching what we've witnessed these last couple of games. Of course, Nicola Fernando made it very clear that he was rooting for Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the last match when he was in the chat, and I think they'll be mightily pleased with this result as well.
Well, dot ball, not ideal at this point. You need to be getting something out of anything here.
Yeah, Johnny Hisham saying Charlie could always nip into the golf club next door. Yeah, I wonder if he's taken his gloves. Know that Charlie enjoys a spot of golf. This one is played beautifully through extra cover. It's just going to split the two fielders at long off and cover. Away it goes for 4.
Fielder's being moved around here now, just trying to cover some of these gaps.
Yeah, very nicely hit. And a very good evening to Chris Smith, who is, of course, just joining us in the chat, catching the very end of our games today. We're into the last stage of what has been a long day of cricket here in Rome. And that should be a stumping. Gabriele Passaretti gets another stumping. Well, I said this during the intro. He's one of the most underrated players here in Rome, a fantastic wicketkeeper, but this is about as simple a stumping as he'll get. And it's another one that he's going to add to his style. Like, he's certainly a player who you could look to add to your fantasy team. He always is involved in the wickets, gets plenty of dismissals.
I would just want to see, I mean, if we can go back from where, I want to see where he takes his ball, where his gloves are on the side. I'm just wondering if his gloves do slightly encroach there. I mean, there's not a lot in it. Just keep an eye on the gloves here. I know that the camera angle comes to just about here, just there. Do you think there he has gone just slightly? Let's have a look here. Oh, it's very close, isn't it? Of course, the camera angle does come into play, but very, very close. Really close. I think probably too close to call.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, the camera angle makes a huge difference. I think that camera, not quite sure where it's positioned, if it's positioned in the same line as the popping crease, or it's always going to be tough to tell, but I think in the end,
why are they running here?
What's this? Well, they're just going to be gifted a run. This is poor cricket all around.
Yeah,
poor cricket all around.
They should have had a run anyway, and they're just umming and ahhing and not communicating with each other. And then the fielder, for whatever reason here, froze this. This is Adnan. He froze this for nothing. I mean, look, they're umming and ahhing. The batter gets, and then they say, oh, it's a horrible throw. Look, we can run now.
Could have had 2 runs if they'd really been alive to that situation. This is going to land safely, and they'll pick up another single.
In search for 109. They've lost 5 wickets. Safraz is there. Again, deep. Get something going for them.
Lucky to just bash this one across the line there deep, as we'll come to the end of the 7th over. 6 runs coming off this over. Great bit of bowling by Ijaz Ahmed, as we'll have a look at some of the fixtures coming up tomorrow. So, of course, big day for Bologna. They've got 3 matches coming up, and so do Kent Lanka. Of course, those 2 sides will be involved first thing tomorrow morning with a couple of games. Bologna will have a repeat of this fixture against the Capanelle, and Kent Lanka Napoli have a tough fixture against Royal Roma. Of course, Royal Roma will take that game very seriously, as they are trying to grab the top spot
Yeah.
and get a big advantage going into the semifinals. But then we round out the day with a huge doubleheader between Napoli and Bologna to potentially determine who makes it into finals day.
Yeah, Royal Roma, don't forget. So while we're talking about the team that will be battling for that all-important 5th spot, of course, that could be Bologna, it can be Capanelle of Napoli. Well, Royal Roma themselves, if they win both their matches, they finish top of the standing. So they will be looking to, well, Bologna will be hoping that they can do them a big favour. Dances down the track, clobbers this. That's a big hit, goes a long way. Good shot. Well, Brendan Eicher does come with the ball. This guy also has a habit of picking up wickets, but that's a nice shot. He does draw the batter out, but Safras, he hits it good, and it goes a long way. And one of the things, of course, a lot of people go to visit is the Colosseum, one of the most famous structures in the world, and of course, it's located in Rome. It's one of the first structures that springs to mind when anyone mentions Rome. It's common knowledge that it's where the gladiators used to fight, and all the fights used to take place. But there's a lot more to it than you know. Asking the question here, the umpire has given it. So it's being given out this. So I wonder if this is because the umpire feels he doesn't really play at this. Let's have a look at this again. So here's the delivery from Brendan Eicher. Comes forward, goes back, and look, he's deep in his crease. I don't think it's going to go over. Is it going to hit the stumps? That's the question. I wonder if we can, let's have a look at this side on. He goes back, that's where it hits him. And then if we have a look at it once again from behind the bowler's arm, Nish, what do you think? Is this going to go and hit the stump? I think he's going to hit leg stick.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just it's certainly, you can understand why the batter is a little bit frustrated. It's a tight call, but overall, I think the umpire's got it right. It struck him on the back foot. I don't think height's an issue. To me, that's just going to go on to hit the top of leg stump.
Yeah. Anyway, we're talking about the Colosseum where the gladiators are fighting. Well, no gladiators out there at the moment, but certainly we are here in Rome. But did you know that more than a million animals and 500,000 people died in the Colosseum? I mean, when you go there and everybody's looking around it, you forget that over 50,000 spectators would attend to witness the spectacles, and the reigning emperors used to offer spectators free food, which also attracted the crowds. Nowadays, over half of the building is no longer there, but still one of the most visited places on the earth. Each year, more than 6 million people visit the largest amphitheater in the world.
Yeah, when you visit the Colosseum, you do kind of just feel all that history. I think you could just sense that you're back in Roman times again. I think you could feel the roar of the crowds once more, and it's almost like you've been taken back in time, and you feel the energy of what it would have been like to be a spectator all the way up 3,000 years ago.
Missed opportunity. Doesn't really get the feet in the right area here, does Mazar. It's going to be interesting this. And 19, they require of 13 balls for a point. Bandaranaika. Oh, that's going to be wide. And again here, that's a run. Got to go for that. The non-striker has to be sprinting down the other end. And look at the size of him. I mean, he's a huge fella, isn't he? He's not a small guy. I reckon if Deep takes a couple of steps, he gets there. That could be out, by the way. But you know what? Oh, yeah. The only thing for me is if the umpire don't give this, you know why he doesn't give it? Maybe because the bowler's in his way. Let's have a look. It's pitched there. Yeah, that's hitting. Look where he ends up, though. I wonder if we can see this full. By the way, that's Mazar that's going. It's not Deep. Look where he is here. Look where he is there. Oh. Have a look at this, Nish. The umpire, how's the umpire giving this? Watch. Watch here. Watch where he is. Look. I mean.
Oh, it's completely blocked his view, and I don't really see him sort of craning his neck trying to look around either.
If I'm the umpire, I tell you what. I mean, all right, the umpire's probably seen enough of it to think, yeah, I've seen the impact. It hasn't hit anything else. Hit the pad. It has to be out. But you've got to be 100% sure. And when the bowler's right in front of you like that, oh, it's a tough one to give. Anyway, it's another wicket, so well done. And 91 for 7. 12 balls to go. Hit hard. Down the ground. Mosca fields, fires in the throw to the keeper. And it's a great bit of fielding. The keeper's got a bit of work to do with the throw, but great arm there once again from Anthony Mosca.
Yeah, that wicket, of course, now means that Bandaranayaka is now in second place in the leading wicket takers tally. He has the best strike rate of this ECS as well, with his strike rate under 5. Keep in mind, he has bowled 10 less overs than Prithvi Samarage, who's at the top of the table.
Yeah, and that was pretty close. I think if there was less to do there for the keeper, that would have been interesting. Okay, well, there's the two tall men out there now. I think Akash Deep is out there, and you've also got Yasin Khan. Look at the equation, 18 of 12. I mean, technically, you're talking about 3 big hits, 3 sixes. Out of the remaining 12 deliveries, they'll get a point. But I think really play a little bit smart cricket here. I mean, you saw in that last over, which went for 10, but there was, 2 singles and a dot in there. No dots. You got some extras in the 2 wides. But once again, 2 wickets picked up there from the bowling of Bandaranayaka. Thoroughly deserves the wickets he's taken as well. All right, here we go. And yeah, no dot balls. You can't be getting dot balls. So Ijaz Ahmed here with the ball. Got to eliminate these dot balls if you want to try and get the 17 now of 10 balls. Just take a single. All right, so it goes over to Yasin. Hands over to Deep. Yasin gets on the mark. Akash Deep, this guy can't hit it. He's hit a few big shots. We know that. And look, he's a big unit. If he gets hold of one, he's going to stay in here. Look at him. He's a giant. And that's 6. And not even Mosca can stop that one. All right, that's 1 of the 3 we were talking about. And Akash Deep has to dig deep to get this one. And Mosca, acrobatic effort, but smashes into Let's Play Cricket. Stronger together. Can they be stronger together, Bologna, and pick up what could be a very, very important point? Oh, just straying down the leg side. But once again, the ball that length is a missed opportunity.
We're just taking another look at this, and yeah, ooh. Well, he's a tall man, Akash Deep, so anything that strikes him around the thigh pad's probably going over.
Yeah. That's in the slot, and that will go all the way. So that's the second. So they're almost there with the point. There's the 9th over. We said all that happens in the 9th. And Ijaz Ahmed tossing the ball up there. But Akash Deep finds another boundary. But now, of course, it's all about Yasin Khan, who will be on strike. And he's got to find a way to get these runs here. They need to get to that 109 for a point. So still 4 runs to get.
Yeah, just using those long levers to elevate that ball over the rope for a 6. He's an interesting batter, you know. I mean, looking at him bat this way, Akash Deep, you could use him potentially as a pinch hitter further up the order just to get your side out of a jam if the run rate's a little bit low.
Yeah, it's interesting if, interesting though if you can do the same with the seam bowlers. Of course, there was a couple, you know, with all respect to Ijaz, I think he's trying to buy a wicket there, tossing it up, but he gets the treatment. So, all right, this is the equation. 4 of 6 balls for a point. Yasin Khan, who has swung and missed at a few, to face the bowling of Siddiqui. So Ravil Siddiqui is going to have a bowl here. So Yasin Khan. All right, goes for it, but this will be out. Mosca doesn't drop these, and he won't drop it. So Yasin goes. So once again, smart cricket, guys. Smart cricket. I mean, you need 4 runs for a point. You have 6 balls. There are gaps all over the ground. Take the single. Take the single. And if Akash Deep then gets on strike, let him do the big hitting. Not smart cricket there from Yasin Khan. And he's not the only one. Sometimes you've got to play smart. You're looking to get 4 runs. Now, it was 4 of 6, becomes 4 of 5. And Ravil Siddiqui picks up a wicket. New batter comes out. And this is Safran Ahmed. And let's see how he goes about it.
I think this is just unfortunately where egos can be a big factor. And you just see far too many players who want to get that perfect finish. And yeah, very, very odd. I mean, obviously, You think they'd want to read the scenario here and just try to knock away a few singles.
Yeah, that's better. Look at the fielders struggling with the sun. Ah, look at that lovely shot. It's a beautiful afternoon for a little ride. We are cricketers. We are Roma CC. All right, goes for it, and that will be the point for Bologna. So it gets absolutely crunched out of here. Big six, and Bologna have achieved a point. So far today, they got a win, 3 points. They got a loss, no points, and a loss here. They'll pick up a point. The Bologna, that point, Nish, could be so important.
It could be, and you know, I'd love to see deep just brought in at some point in the middle overs when the opposition is using spin. I mean, maybe could just have one big over in a game that just swings the momentum. Very, very fine cricketer, Deep. Love what I'm seeing from him here. This could be a no ball. This could be a no ball. We'll have a look at this side on. They've got to come back for the second run here and just get Deep back on strike and see how many more runs he can knock off.
Yeah, let's have a look at this side on, because I think this is a little bit high. Let's see this. I mean, it is coming down. I mean, one thing he has going against him is that he's a giant of a man. Well, probably could be a no ball to most, won't be to him. I don't think they're calling this, but I'd like to see it called. I think it's too high. I think, don't an eye about it, it's too high. It looked very high from bowlers' end. They're having a look. And I'm in an iron game. Yeah, it's cool. That's good. I like that. That's good work by the match officials, Dilak, the Nuwan and the Miller, coming together and getting the right call. So, license to go big here. Oh, and he does go big. That's a thunderbolt. Shaba, Ginna, Buddha, Shaka. 6 more. Well, he's hit that out of the middle. And that is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs.
Oh, get this man up the order. He should be batting at number 4 for me. I'd love to see him in the middle overs, around the power play, going after the opposition spinner. He's the kind of batter who could just swing the momentum of a match in a couple of overs.
Yeah, well, we know what he can do here with spin. Let's see, he gives himself a bit of space, and that's just going to be over the fielder. And forget about it, that's going to be 4 as well. So Akash Deep, well, he's batting too deep. That's what we know. Well, that's what Nish is thinking, and I can see why, because he's come out. Look at his strike rate, by the way. He's kind of around about 300 as he plays this one away. 29 becomes 33 of 11.
Oh, great hitting. This is just wonderful. And this is exactly what Bologna lack. Unfortunately, they just seem to have lost a bit of that positivity. And, well, I hope he's earned a promotion. Maybe just inspiring the rest of his teammates.
Oh, he's clocked himself with this one. This has gone into the pitch, and they missed. They want to think of go again. Think about Akash's. I mean, he doesn't bowl, does he? So he doesn't bowl. I mean, look at the size of him. You think he could do well if they got him to bowl a few. He probably, he could probably bowl with a bit of pace. Could have been a run out there. So it's going to all come to an end with that one. As Bologna, thanks to some good hitting towards the end of their innings from Akash Deep, they will get a point. They finish on 126 for 8, which is fairly respectable. And Roma Capanelle, though, thanks to that brilliant knock, of course, there from Anthony Mosca, who scored 91, and then also took some great catches. I think it's without doubt that the player of the match here will be Mosca. He had a great knock. So well done to Roma Capanelle. It's another victory for them. Only the one match for them here today, but of course, we will see them in action first thing tomorrow morning. Well, we'll see both these teams action first thing tomorrow morning. It will be a repeat of this match first thing tomorrow. So one thing that Bologna will have to try and work out is where not to and where to bowl to the likes of Mosca, because he is in exceptional form.
He absolutely is. And here's a look at tomorrow's fixtures, of course. A number of standout fixtures over there. We got Bologna and the Capanelle taking on each other first thing tomorrow morning. Then Royal Roma, they've got a couple of huge fixtures as they're trying to catch up with Roma Bangla Morning Sun at the top of the table. Royal Roma need at least 6 points at the top of the table, and then of course it will come down to net run rate to work things out during that power play. Keep in mind, Bologna were 45 for 1 at the end of the power play. They were going along at the rate they need to, but credit to the Capanelle for picking up wickets in the middle, and they just slowed this down as of course we saw a middle order collapse during that middle phase of the overs.
Yeah, and Capanelle are another team they need to get the points on the board, don't they? I mean, they've got a couple of good bowlers in there, but you see that they do tend to spin a fair bit. And it can go right. It did go right a few times for them, didn't it? But it can go wrong as well, depending on who the batter is. And, that's when it went pretty badly wrong. We saw that, first of all, Kumar, 28 of 12. And I'm with you. I like the way that he did. But one man who just hasn't been able to get going here today is Faizan Nazar. He got a golden duck again. So he got a 2-ball duck and a golden in the last 2 matches. So he's somebody that's really got to pick himself and come back tomorrow. But look at the field in there from Moscow. Some of the catching that we saw in the day in general, and also here at the end there from Moscow, has been quite exceptional. And, well, that was good work. Then, there we go. And the wicket-keeper, nice to see Gabriel Basarati in good form, good quick hands, and just nips the bells off and helps one of those spinners get a wicket. But this one, yeah, I think that was, the batter didn't like it. But the only thing for me here, the umpire, is that the bowler just really get right in his ways, right in the way the umpire said. The umpire, if he doesn't give this, I can understand it, because he jumps right across and he's standing right in front of the umpire. Umpire obviously sees enough of it to make a decision.
We'll take another look at this moment over here as well. There was a big appeal over there for LBW. Low finger of death. That would be the end for Kashan Muzzer. Another wicket for Anujaya Bandaranayaka, who's trying to get to the top of the wicket takers tally. He's one of the finest strike rates in this ECS.
Yeah, and well, this one was hit down the ground pretty solid. Here comes the throw, by the way. A brilliant arm there from Moscow as well. And only just getting in, you know. If that throw was just a little bit closer to the stumps, who knows. But then right towards the end, well, Akash Deep, he had to dig deep. Bologna had to dig deep. They finally managed to find somebody who was able to hit a big ball and get the runs that they needed to at least pick up a point.
Yeah, I'll continue to look at some of the highlights of the remainder of this innings. Of course, we saw some fine batting by Akash Deep. Run at the end, he made 34 of 12. He struck 4 huge sixes, and these sixes were clearing the rope by a good 10 or 20 meters.
Yeah, well, we know he's a big lad. We know that already. And he's certainly got power. We saw right at the end there getting just a little bit carried away. Well, Pasarati could have had another one if he hit the stumps, but just misses out. That's the end of the match. It's also the end of today's action. We've seen 5 great matches. We've seen another century here today as well. Well done to Sharif Rehan, 115 of 39. And we've seen some good bowling performances as well. But I think today, really, when you look back, it's going to be a day, remember, for some great catches. Have a quick look, though, first at this scorecard. And Chris Kumar, much better from him, 28 of 12. Also, Malik Safraz, he's always been more or less in the runs, isn't he? 39 of 18. But then they needed to wait for Akash Deep to salvage a point for them.
Yeah, superb innings by Akash Deep, and hopefully he earns a promotion based on how well he has done over there. We'll now have a look at the bowling figures for the Roma Capanelle. You have to say a lot of the bowlers were a touch expensive, but credit to the likes of Ijaz Ahmed and Bandaranayaka for going about 10 and over. I'm sure Bandaranayaka would have liked to have a second over because he's obviously trying to get to the top of the wicket takers tally and would have relished the opportunity to add a few more wickets to his name, as of course match 51 is in the books. The Roma Capanelle upset Bologna. They take this one by 29 runs and pick up just their 3rd victory of this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, so today coming to a close here, we can of course invite you into our Casa Grande for one last time here today. But of course, the big focus now will be on tomorrow. Of course, it will be the penultimate day for us here in Rome for this European Cricket Series. And of course, a big day tomorrow. We can have a quick look at the matches coming up and we'll explain to you why it's so important, because we know that Royal Roma, they are looking to win their last 2 matches. If they can do that, then they can leapfrog the likes of Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who have taken top spot away from Roma CC. So they got some key matches. Remember, they got a tough one against Kent Lanka Napoli. Top of my mind, they went down to the Kent Lanka boys last time around. And then, of course, they got a tough one against Roma Capanelle, who are getting better all the time as well. But then that's the battle at the top. But likewise, we got the battle to come back here again on finals day. And of course, that will be between Kent Lanka Napoli and Bologna, 2 teams that have finished playing each other the last 2 matches, match number 55 56.
Yeah, currently that 5th spot belongs to the Roma Gladiatori, and they'll be watching that game very closely as well. And they'll probably hoping those two sides split those two games and no team picks up 6 points, as that could have them in a little bit of trouble. So amazing ramifications. We're heading into the final day. We still don't know who has that top spot. It's come down to a 2-horse race now that Roma CC have been eliminated from that race. And for the 5th spot, it's a 3-way battle.
Yeah, so we come to the end. Once again, another magical day here at the Roma CC Cricket Ground. The pit looking exceptional. Well done to the Federation and particularly to Leslie to keeping it look so good. And well done, of course, to everybody here around the ground. I think the umpires, once again, a good day for them. Well led by the Sheriff Charles Croucher, the ECN crew as well. And also to Spring Media. I think they've done a great job. Well done to Rainers there, to Martha and also to Paul, bringing you all the action at home. And, of course, all of you, wherever you are around the world, you are simply the best. Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping in touch with us. Thank you for the conversation, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Absolutely looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. It was a great day in the chat. Had some wonderful discussions about a wide range of topics. I can't wait to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, we will. So it's our time to say adios. So be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching. Hasta mañana.
Ready for some ECN history right here in the beautiful city of Rome, Italy. The first ever contest between the British and Irish Roses taking on Team Europe the weekend of the 24th and 25th of August. Best of 9, get ready for the Meltzer Shield.